Here we go again. Another cliché isekai story, or is it? Buckle up, buttercups, because this one's a doozy. Our unsuspecting lead slams a book shut. Oh please, she groans. This story is too cliché. She's sitting in the school library, completely unimpressed. I mean, a story for 9-year-olds? What's it even doing here? Suddenly her friend pops up, teasing her for reading such a weird book. But hey, she brought snacks, so all is forgiven. Our girl stuffs the cheesy novel into her bag, ready to return it before they're late for class. The two are cruising on a bike, munching away like there's no tomorrow. Her friend, the studious one, nags her about skipping classes. But our girl, a student athlete, just shrugs it off. A few failing grades are normal for her. The friend sighs. If you end up being unable to graduate, I'm not going to take your tests for you. They pedal along, laughing, when suddenly the whole world starts to shake. Is it an earthquake? They grip each other in terror, as the ground splits open beneath them. Holy, the road gives way. They scream, plunging into the darkness as the earth swallows them whole. The last thing she sees is that cheesy book, glowing with an otherworldly light. A news report flashes across the void. A 6.0 magnitude earthquake. Is my life going to end, just like this, she thinks. Then, darkness. A voice cuts through the silence. Miss, it's time for you to wake up. Her vision blurs. Who's calling her miss? Her eyes snap open to a frilly canopy and a green-haired maid staring down at her. Where am I? The maid tells her to get up. Her father has called for her. He's in a rush, so it must be important. Our girl stumbles out of bed, her mind a total blank. She catches her reflection in a mirror, and her heart stops. Instead of her own face, a little girl with fiery red hair and huge green eyes stares back. Who am I? She whispers. The maid looks confused. You're Miss Ada, of course. Ada spins around, panicked. Where is this place? The maid calmly replies, this is your home, the Mortimer estate. And that's when it hits her. The fancy room, the new name. Did I get transmigrated? The reality of her situation is, frankly, insane. She's been reborn as a child into the Mortimer family, the richest family in the entire country. A super rich young lady. A man with the same fiery red hair sweeps into the room. You're here, little Ada. He scoops her up into a hug, gushing about how much she's grown. She is not feeling the family love. Then he drops the bombshell. He holds up a fancy pink envelope. My darling has received her letter of admission to Winfield Magical Academy, the most famous, most powerful magical academy on the continent. Ada is floored. Winfield, why does that name sound so familiar? She racks her brain and then it hits her with the force of a speeding truck hun. Winfield Magical Academy, from A Love of Light and Shadow, the cliché book she was just reading. And if her name is Ada Mortimer, oh no, oh no. A horrifying image flashes in her mind. She's the villainess, the evil fiancé who tries to ruin the main couple's romance. Her new dad thinks her stunned silence is joy, but inside, our girl is screaming. Not joy, it's utter terror. She bursts into tears, wailing for her friend from her old life, Xiaolan. And just like that, the scene shifts. We're in a dark, rainy alley. A cruel voice snarls, "Wake up, you wench." A group of thugs surround a small, shivering girl with dark blue hair. They're here to collect a debt from her broke-ass dad, and they're not leaving without their money. The poor girl looks up, terrified. As they move closer, she screams, "Stay away from me," and a massive wave of magic explodes from her tiny body. The thugs scramble, absolutely terrified. What the f***, this bitch knows magic. They flee, leaving the girl alone in the rain, staring at her hands in shock. What just happened? She looks into a puddle and sees her new face, with the ghost of her old one reflected beside it. It's Xiaolan. She's been transmigrated too. A man rushes to her side, calling her Kay. King's frantic, asking if she's hurt. She stares at him bewildered. Who is this man? His face falls. Don't you recognize me? It's your dad, Jack. Her dad? He leads her home to a tiny, dilapidated apartment. It's a complete mess, a world away from Ada's luxurious mansion. He sits her down, relieved the debt collectors didn't hurt her. He looks exhausted, but promises he'll work hard to pay everything back. Then he puts on a brave smile and offers to make her some noodles. While he's gone, Kay looks around. She sees stacks of now hiring flyers. Her new dad is unemployed. She spots a framed picture on the table. It's her dad, looking happy with a beautiful woman. Her mom? The grim reality sets in. Her dad is broke, his wife left him, and he's raising a daughter all alone. Karen caught her precise limbs over the table in despair. What kind of heart-wrenching origin story did she get dropped into? Her dad comes back with a steaming bowl of noodles, with a special fried egg on top. Lighten up, he says with a grin. Our family's got a mage. He pulls out a familiar pink envelope. It's an admission letter from Winfield Magical Academy. Kay realizes her dad already knows she has magic. In this world, mages are the elite, the highest class of society. She looks down at her humble meal, a flicker of hope in her eyes. A small purple flame ignites in her hands. She never thought she'd live out her fantasy of being a magical girl. Dark, shadowy magic swirls around her. She can't wait to see what awaits her at the academy. She turns to her dad, her eyes sparkling. I'll work hard at school for sure. I love learning, she declares. He beams, patting her head, calling her his pride and joy. Meanwhile, back at the Mortimer estate, Ada is having a full-blown panic attack. I can't perform any magic, she shrieks at her father. How could I be admitted into a magical academy? Her dad just smirks, an evil glint in his eye. Of course you weren't admitted, he says, as cash rains down around him. Your father bought your admission with cash. The Mortimers are the academy's biggest donors. Getting an admission letter was nothing. But what am I gonna do if I can't use magic? Ada wails. Don't worry, her dad says, presenting her inventor grandfather. He hands her a fancy-looking wand. All you have to do is press this button, and the tip will emit light. It's the magic of physics, a glorified wirelessly charging light bulb. Her dad gets weepy, explaining their rich family has never produced a mage, and he's counting on her. Ada realizes the novel never mentioned the Villainess was a fraud. She sighs, defeated. She'll just have to follow the plot and hope she can get back to her own world. Later, while shopping for school supplies, she rejects her maid's offer to buy everything. She wants to look around herself. She finds herself in a shop filled with incredible magical artifacts. She's mesmerized, especially by a dark swirling crystal ball. It feels like something straight out of an anime. She reaches out to touch it, and a strange energy jolts through her. She places both hands on the crystal ball, her eyes wide. Just then the shop door opens, and in walks a girl with familiar dark blue hair. It's Kay. The two transmigrators lock eyes across the room, the crystal ball pulsing with a mysterious light between them. As our little villainess browses a magic shop, her eyes land on another girl. She can't help but think, wow, she's so pretty. But our unsuspecting heroine, Kay, has a completely different take, thinking Ada's vibrant red hair is just... The tension is immediately broken when Ada spots a gorgeous crystal ball and gushes over it. The shopkeeper swoops in, sensing a sale. My two little customers, she purrs, introducing her newest product. She claims it's a steal at 20% off, for the low price of 2,100 darlings. Both girls absolutely lose their minds. Kay's face falls as she glances at the few pathetic coins in her hand. That's highway robbery. She sighs, deciding she should probably just stick to buying her books and forget about the fancy orb. But of course, a wild mean girl appears. Oh ho ho, what a broke girl, a new voice sneers. The blonde brat, dripping with condescension, points out that Kay can't even afford a tenth of the ball. Our girl Ada immediately recognizes this chaotic energy. Isn't this Jessica, one of the main villainess's primary lackeys? Jessica slaps a heavy bag of coins on the counter. Hey boss, I'd like to have the Abyss 3066, she declares smugly. Ada and Kay can only stare in shock as the deal is about to go down. But not so fast. Ada's maid swoops in like a financial superhero. Ta-da! I'll pay 3,000 darlings for this crystal ball, she proclaims, unleashing the ultimate power of money magic. Jessica is completely stunned, her victory snatched away. She sputters, how dare you fight over this with me? But Ada just smiles serenely. I'm Ada Mortimer. Any problems? The name hits Jessica like a ton of bricks. Mortimer, the wealthiest family in the land? Jessica's entire personality does a 180. Oh, you're from the Mortimer family, she squeals. Suddenly the picture of politeness. As the two rich girls bond, Kay watches with an icy glare. None of these rich bastards are good people, she mutters. She stands her ground, fists clenched in silent frustration. But then Ada grabs her wrist. Didn't you want this crystal ball? She asks. She holds out the expensive orb, offering it to the stunned Kay. Ada's smile is dazzling and genuine, but Kay flinches away, completely shocked. No thank you, she says firmly. I'll work hard on my own. And with that she turns and walks away, leaving a very confused Ada behind. Jessica is disgusted. What about that penniless wretch? She scoffs. I don't understand why the academy accepts such low-class commoners. She laughs. But Ada is fuming. I tried to help her and this is what I get. Our girl thinks, her kindness curdling into annoyance. What an arrogant little brat. And just like that, a rivalry is born. Later at the magnificent academy, Ada sighs, looking at all the things she bought. Did I buy too much? Her maid just giggles. Miss, this is just a portion of your luggage. The rest has already been delivered to your dorm. She explains that Ada's doting father arranged a special, luxurious single room, so she wouldn't have trouble adjusting. Ada can only sigh. He really did go overboard. Where's my school uniform? Ada asks, noticing everyone else is wearing theirs. The maid explains the sorting ceremony, where students are placed into the College of Light or Shadow based on their magical talents. This sends a jolt of panic through Ada. What about me? I can't perform magic at all. But the maid waves her worries away. She gives a cryptic clue. Just look for a switch on the bottom. Ada is not reassured in the slightest, taking a deep breath to steady her nerves. She spots a familiar face across the hall. It's Kay, the girl from the shop, receiving a handmade back care and beams thanking him warmly. Ada watches, thinking that for someone so pretty, Kay is sure hard to get along with. She then notices Kay's single small backpack compared to everyone else's luggage carts and feels a pang of sympathy. The headmistress steps forward. Pay attention, new students. The sorting ceremony will now begin. She welcomes them all to Winfield Magical Academy. She explains the two colleges, Light and Shadow, and tells them not to be nervous. Please come forward and hold the crystal ball, she instructs. The stronger the light, the stronger your magical power. Golden light means Light College, purple means Shadow. Ada starts to panic. What about her? Is there a third college for the magically challenged? Now for our first student, Lloyd Edwards. The name sends Ada into a chibi panic. The male lead, a handsome boy with golden hair, steps forward with an air of absolute confidence. Ada reminds herself that since he's in her year, he's still just a kid too. He places his hands on the orb, and it explodes with a blinding golden light. Lloyd Edwards, the College of Light, the headmistress announces. The crowd erupts. The girls swoon over how handsome and powerful he is. Lloyd just smirks, thinking no one will ever be more powerful than him. Ada is not impressed. Isn't this male lead a bit too obnoxious? He's immediately swarmed by fans. More names are called. Jessica Potter is sorted into light, and Ada starts trembling. Ada Mortimer, the headmistress calls. It's her turn. Absolute sheer panic sets in. I'm screwed. Someone save me, she thinks, walking toward her doom. The silence is deafening as she stands before the entire school. She holds the crystal ball, and absolutely nothing happens. Awkward. Kay watches from the crowd. Isn't that the silly rich girl? Surely she isn't magicless, right? Ada is about to die of embarrassment, but then she remembers her maid's voice. Just look for a switch. Her fingers find a tiny button on the bottom of the ball. She presses it. The orb erupts in a massive golden glow, even brighter than the male leaves. Jessica is ecstatic. Now I can be in the same college as Miss Mortimer. But Lloyd is absolutely shattered. Impossible. How could her power be more powerful than mine? He stares at Ada with a newfound intense interest. Girl, you've definitely caught my attention. Ada's internal reply is a swift and savage, "Get bent." Phew, she got through it thanks to her dad's cheating. As Jessica runs up to congratulate her, Kay watches with narrowed eyes. She can't sense a drop of magic from Ada. Something fishy must have just happened, she concludes. Kay Jones. Her name is called. She steps up to the table, her expression calm. As she holds the ball, she thinks about Ada's trick. She knows the girl can't perform magic. She decides to keep the secret. Suddenly, the ball in her hands begins to glow with a deep, pulsating purple light. Kay Jones' shadow, the headmistress declares. But the light doesn't fade. It grows stronger, and Kay seems unable to let go of the orb. Ada watches, a sense of dread creeping in. Something is seriously wrong with her, and then it happens. A violent surge of purple energy erupts from Kay's body. She screams internally, "I've lost control of my magic." With a final, catastrophic boom, the sorting crystal explodes into 1,000 glittering shards. A chaotic burst of purple energy erupts from our unsuspecting lead. She stumbles back, completely bewildered, as shadowy wings made of pure magic flare out behind her. They crackle with power, catching her and the red-headed girl just before they hit the floor. The other students absolutely lose their minds. What's going on? But a powerful voice cuts through the chaos. Don't panic, everyone. A teacher steps forward, her presence commanding the room. As the two girls sit stunned on the floor, the blue-haired girl, Kay, quickly turns to our heroine. "Hey, are you all right?" Our girl, Ada, stares back, shocked by the kindness. She thinks to herself, maybe she isn't as annoying as she looks. She decides she needs to properly thank her this time. But before she can finish, a student points a trembling finger. The Demon Lord. The room erupts in whispers. That girl's the reincarnation of the Demon Lord. The prophecy said she would show up at a magical academy. Ada and Kay freeze, their eyes wide with shock. And then it hits Ada like a lightning bolt. A memory from the novel she read. This girl is the book's final boss, Demon Lord Valerie. She remembers the story clearly now. The Demon Lord goes berserk in her 7th year, in the Villainess. Ada Mortimer is tragically killed by her. The horrifying realization crashes down, which means, I'm gonna be killed by this girl in 7 years? Kay sees the absolute terror on Ada's face and flinches. As expected, she thinks with a bitter smirk, she's just the same as the others. The headmaster steps in, waving her hands. "Don't panic, everyone," she announces calmly. "It was just an accident." She explains it was simply due to Kay's magical aura being extremely powerful. Then she places a hand on Kai's shoulder. "From now on, you're a student in the College of Shadow." The other students immediately start whispering, "Reincarnation of the Demon Lord, let's stay away from her." Kay just smirks, completely unbothered by the pathetic crowd. Just then, Ada's friend Jessica runs up to her. "Are you all right, Miss Mortimer?" Jessica immediately starts running her mouth. "That Kay girl is so awful. She didn't even thank you for protecting her." But Ada grabs her arm, her expression deadly serious. "Listen to me, Jessica. Do not get on the bad side of that Kay girl in the future." Jessica just stares back, completely confused. Later, students are parting like the Red Sea. Jessica is leading the way, shouting, "Make way for Miss Mortimer." The crowd whispers in admiration. She's rich, pretty, and really powerful when it comes to magic. A couple of girls try to get close, hoping to become friends, but Jessica immediately shuts them down. "As her first and best friend, I have the right to examine the plebs who want to be her hanger-ons," she declares. The poor girls shrink back in fear, but Ada's mind is elsewhere. All she can think about is Kay. "What rotten luck," she thinks. "She's such a cute girl, and you're telling me that she wants to kill me." Jessica leads Ada to her new room, a suite so luxurious it looks like a palace. Ada, trying to be friendly, tells her to just call her Ada from now on. Jessica is over the moon. Just then, a group of maids enters with new clothes. The uniforms for the College of Light have arrived. Ada is floored. She tries on the crisp white and gold uniform and has to admit, it's gorgeous. Now dressed to the nines, she's actually excited to see the cafeteria. As they enter the commoners' dining hall, Ada spots a familiar head of blue hair. It's her. Kay Jones, the girl who is destined to become the Demon Lord. A group of boys are gossiping loudly about her, but Kay just turns to them with an icy stare. "Aren't you guys eating?" They flinch and shut up immediately. Kay strolls to the counter, noting that at least now she doesn't have to wait in line. "Can I have a chicken sandwich?" Jessica scoffs from the side. All she can afford for dinner is a sandwich. Ada watches her, a storm of pity and absolute terror swirling inside her, as she pictures her own bloody future. They move on to the noble's dining hall, a stuffy, opulent room filled with fancy cakes and tea. Ada is miserable. She'd rather be having noodles in the main cafeteria. Suddenly, the room gasps. It's Master Lloyd, the school's heartthrob. He walks past all his admirers and stops right at Ada's table. He takes her hand. "May I have the honor of dining with you tonight, Miss Mortimer?" Bash snatches her hand back. "You can sit," she says bluntly, "but don't kiss me, it's unsanitary." Despite the savage rejection, he sits down and the whole room watches them with jealousy. Ada points out that he could be sitting with any of the other girls, but Lloyd just smiles, leaning closer. "Alas, my heart rebels at the thought. Because you, Miss Mortimer, are my fiancé." The world stops. Ada's face contorts in pure, unadulterated horror. The gossip mill is churning as the other students find out the big news. They're all in shock, but a moment later, they're swooning, thinking what a perfect match Miss Mortimer and Master Lloyd are. They're basically a match made in heaven, but our girl is having none of it. She tries to reason with him, saying his fated sweetheart hasn't even appeared yet, but Lloyd just smiles, completely smitten. He says from the moment he saw her, he knew she'd be his better half. Our poor heroine is panicking internally. The male lead was not this forward in the book. She realizes she has to get the original main couple together, or this entire story is going to get completely screwed up. Meanwhile, in the shadow dorms, we meet our actual female lead, Kay, and her new roommates are less than thrilled. They complain about their rotten luck and want to switch rooms immediately. But Kay, with an icy glare, tells them if they want to leave, they should just leave. She'll just take the whole room for herself. The other girls snap back, but Kay is unbothered. She spots the best bed by the window and immediately claims it. Just as the drama is heating up, a new challenger appears. A girl with flowing pink hair walks in with a dazzling smile. The mean girls are instantly annoyed. "Great, now we have to be roommates with the Demon Lord and this chick." They try to convince the newcomer to switch dorms with them, but the new girl, radiating pure sunshine, walks right past them and extends a friendly hand to Kay. She introduces herself as Caroline Velazquez, their new roomie. Kay is stunned but shakes her hand. The name Caroline sounds familiar, but she can't quite place it. Caroline's ex-roommates are flabbergasted. They can't believe she wants to room with the reincarnated Demon Lord. But Caroline just brushes it off as baseless rumors, saying Kay is probably just a normal person with powerful magic. She even asks Kay to go to class with her tomorrow. Kay is confused, but thinks Caroline seems like a good person. The next day, the students gather for their first class. Karen caught her suggests they sit closer to the front, and Kay agrees. But their friendly entrance doesn't go unnoticed. The other students whisper, wondering why someone like Caroline is hanging out with the rumored Demon Lord. Suddenly, the crowd erupts. The couple of light, Miss Mortimer and Master Lloyd, have arrived. Our girl looks absolutely miserable, as this lovesick puppy follows her everywhere. She just can't shake him off. Caroline points them out to Kay, whispering that the two of them are engaged. But Kai just scoffs. To her, they're just a couple of snotty rich kids. She even calls Lloyd a narcissistic, dumb-looking guy, and warns Caroline to never date anyone like him. Lloyd, oblivious, asks his dear fiancée where she'd like to sit. Our girl scans the room, trying to formulate a plan. And then she sees her. The female lead has appeared. Our girl excitedly points toward Caroline and Kay's seats, telling Lloyd they should sit there. She thinks this is the perfect chance to pair the two protagonists together, but her brilliant plan backfires spectacularly. Lloyd walks right up to Kay and Caroline with a thunderous expression. He coldly tells the two ladies to get lost because his fiancée wants to sit there. Kay and Caroline are speechless. Karen caught her precisely below, whispering that the guy is terrifying. Our girl face palms. She frantically tries to do damage control, telling Lloyd that Caroline is the female lead and his future wife, but Lloyd just looks at Caroline with disdain, calling her an ordinary poor girl. Our girl tries to hype Caroline up, pointing out her shimmering eyes and beautiful hair. She's even willing to sit with the Demon Lord. She must be a wonderful person. But Lloyd isn't listening. He turns to our girl, cooing that she's the one who's beautiful and kind. Our heroine feels a wave of nausea. At this rate, she's not going to be the evil fiancé anymore. The main couple won't get together. She realizes she has to take matters into her own hands. Putting on her best villainous face, she adopts a haughty laugh and tells the peasants to scram. Caroline looks to Kay, wondering what they should do. Kay narrows her eyes. "You stay here," she says. "I'll go and deal with that horrid red-haired girl." The class begins. It's an introductory course on basic spells. The male lead and the female lead are sitting together, but not in the way our heroine planned. Now our girl is stuck sitting next to the Demon Lord herself, and Kay's dark aura is giving her the absolute chills. The lesson is on a simple light-emitting spell. Our girl is relieved. At least it's easy. But then Kay leans over with a sly smile. "Do you really have magic?" she asks. Our girl sputters, insisting that of course she does. But Kay leans in closer, whispering that she saw everything. She saw the little light-up button on the bottom of the crystal ball. Our girl freezes. Busted. Kay knows she's a fraud. Kay says she won't expose her, but gives a chilling warning. If she bothers her or bullies her friend again, she'd better watch out. Our girl frantically tries to explain she doesn't want to bully anyone. She just wants Lloyd and Caroline to get together. Kay asks why. With a heavy heart, our girl explains that if they're not together, terrible things will happen. Because in the future, those two are destined to join forces to defeat her, the demon lord. Not only do they defeat her, but they stake her through the heart with a cross and seal her under a crystal glacier to endure the agony of piercing frost forever. As she recounts the brutal tale from the novel, a single thought crosses her mind. Why am I starting to feel sorry for the demon lord? Alright, let's dive right into this chaotic academy life. Our girl Ada is sitting next to the novel's heroine, Caroline, and she is not having it. She internally vows, I won't let her get together with that idiot. Caroline, feeling the icy vibes, finally confronts her. Are you scared of me? Is that why you won't even dare to touch me? Ada completely flinches, stuttering, "What? Who says I'm scared of you?" To prove she's not a scaredy cat, Ada does the most logical thing possible. She snatches Caroline's wrist. "See?" she yells, getting right in her face. But their dramatic showdown is cut short by the teacher. "Hey, you two over there, we're in class. Hold hands some other time." He asks sarcastically if they'd like to give a demonstration. Both girls whip around, faces pale with horror, and scream in unison, "No!" While they try to explain, the other students are already gossiping. The teacher, clearly enjoying this, decides to put Ada on the spot. He holds up a magical lamp and asks her to demonstrate how to light it. Her annoying fiancé, of course, cheers her on like a Pomeranian on pixie sticks. The blonde menace grabs her hand, gushing, "Excellent, my fiancé, show them your might at once." Pushed into a corner, Ada is handed the lamp. She closes her eyes, gives it a shot, and a brilliant light erupts from the staff, pouring into the fixture. The lamp glows with a dazzling, powerful light. The teacher is stunned, praising her skills, but Ada is having a full-on existential crisis. "I did it? That's impossible," she thinks, her jaw on the floor. She glances over at Caroline, completely bewildered. Caroline, however, doesn't even look up from her book, which is glowing with some strange purple energy. "Don't get me wrong," she says coolly. "I just don't want any trouble during class. It wasn't easy for me to get here, and I'd like to learn all I can." Ada just slumps in her seat, groaning about her trash isekai life. To make matters worse, the teacher announces that their current seating arrangement is now permanent for all future classes. The news hits them like a ton of bricks. They're stuck together. As class ends, one of the resident mean girls sneers at Ada, telling her she must wash her hands thoroughly after touching a commoner. Later, Ada arrives at her dorm, which is less of a room and more of a palace suite. The maids are all fawning over her, but our poor girl just looks lost and exhausted. That night, she sits by the water, reflecting on her strange new life. It's been 2 months, and she's terrified. If she follows the novel's plot, she's doomed to be killed by the demon lord. She wonders if death will send her home, or if she should try to rebel and change her fate. She thinks back to Caroline, admitting to herself that the heroine doesn't actually seem like a bad person. A maid's voice calls out her name. "Shalan, are you okay?" Drifting off to sleep, she clutches her teddy bear, whispering a promise to her friend back home. "Wait for me, I'll figure out a way to go back." Meanwhile, in a much smaller, humbler room, Caroline lies awake. "I really don't know why I helped that dumb redhead today," she thinks. A memory surfaces, a girl with glasses, sleeping at a desk. "Maybe it's because she reminded me of you, Xiao Yao." The next morning, Caroline's roommates are in a frenzy. "Caroline, come in. It's Professor Williams' divination class today." Caroline has no idea who that is, but the other girls just brush her off. "You wouldn't know even if I told you. Don't wait for her," one of them snaps, dragging the other away. The girls rush off giggling amongst themselves. Caroline watches them go, completely unimpressed. "A male professor who has so many girls rushing to his class," she mutters. And then the professor himself makes his grand entrance. He is devastatingly handsome. The entire class swoons, hearts popping out of their eyes. Even Caroline is taken aback thinking, "Oh, he's actually pretty good looking, huh?" The professor's crimson eyes scan the room, passing over the love-struck students, and then they lock onto the other redhead, the original Ada, who is practically vibrating with adoration. He calls out, "Kay Jones?" Caroline's head snaps up. That's her name now. She stands, confirming her identity. The professor approaches, a sly smile playing on his lips. "I heard you demonstrated an astonishing level of magic," he says, leaning in close. "I've been researching dark magic, and you've piqued my interest. I will definitely educate you properly, Miss Jones." The audacity. The other girls are seething, but our girl doesn't back down. She flashes a brilliant, savage smile. "I am more than happy to have your guidance, Professor." The entire room gasps in shock. The other girls immediately start clamoring for the professor's attention too, demanding tutoring. Caroline just sits there, annoyed that they cut her off. One of the other girls leans in to whisper a warning. "Professor William is our school's most popular teacher, but he's also crazy about academic research. You're sure to have a heck of a time after being noticed by him, Kay." Then she asks, "Speaking of which, where's your desk mate?" Caroline just rolls her eyes. How should I know what that redhead is up to? Maybe she simply overslept. Oh, she's not overslept. She's currently currently being held hostage by her fiancé's painfully cheesy declarations of love from outside her door. "My dear fiancé, my beautiful Rose," he cries. Ada clutches her head, veins popping. "Please, please, shut up." But she's in full panic mode. "What am I gonna do? I have divination class today, and without magic, there's just no way I can muddle through it." She's about to just call in sick. But just then, her maid smiles. "Fret not, miss. Look over there." A secret hatch pops open in the middle of her floor. A little old man emerges. "Hi, little Ada. Our girl is floored." "Grandpa?" He explains he heard she was having trouble, so he came to help, revealing he's turned the space below her room into a secret laboratory. "Anyway," he says proudly, "I made this crystal ball myself. It's fitted with the latest 5D holographic projection tech." He tells her it will produce an extremely lifelike image of someone she knows at random. At random. Ada yelps, looking horrified. There isn't some sort of weird stuff in there, right? He just chuckles, but as she holds the strange device, she is not reassured at all. Phew, our girl slides into class just in the nick of time. But her blue-haired classmate, Kay, immediately notices something is different. "You changed your crystal ball?" she asks. With a dazzling smile, our little redhead explains that her family sent her a brand new top-of-the-line Abyss 3066, so she's giving her old one to Kay. The poor girl is stunned. Karen caught her person's iron bars had disappeared. Logan Sire the Talbishmus Rouse. Kay accepts with a shy smile, her heart fluttering. But their sweet moment is shattered by a cold, condescending voice from the side. "What do you know? This redhead's all right, huh?" It's the devastatingly handsome and equally terrifying Professor William. He starts his lecture, explaining that divination is a mysterious art that requires natural talent. He continues, saying that simply owning a crystal ball is hardly enough to perform a successful divination. A student asks for clarification, and he explains the ball reflects the user's thoughts. You first have to think of someone, envision them in your mind, then place your hands on the crystal ball. He demonstrates, and the ball begins to glow with an intense light, in whose face appears inside, none other than Kay Jones. The professor smirks, revealing he'd just spoken to her. Kay flinches, completely bewildered by this public call-out. With a chilling smile, he locks his crimson eyes on her. "Well then, Kay," he purrs, "would you mind giving the class a demonstration?" The other students immediately start whispering, one girl calling her a show-off. But before Kay can even answer, Caroline's hand shoots into the air. "Pick me. Let me do it, Professor." She volunteers with chaotic enthusiasm. This is her chance. With the special mechanical crystal ball her grandpa gave her, she's going to redeem herself. Her blonde fiancé swoons from the back of the class. True gold always reveals its luster in the end. But Caroline sees the professor's face, and he looks seriously ticked off. Kay leans in, whispering frantically, "I thought you didn't have any magic." Our girl just gives her a sly, confident wink. "I got this. Don't worry. Watch me," she beams, clutching the crystal ball. The professor, with a smirk that just screams trouble, allows it. Since Miss Mortimer has been so brave, he steps behind her, placing a hand near hers. "Let us see who she is thinking of, and who will appear in her crystal ball." To everyone's shock, a beautiful, smiling image of Kay appears inside. The entire classroom goes silent. Even Kay is stunned, pointing at the orb. "Isn't that me?" Caroline starts to panic. There must be something wrong. That can't be right. Hold on." She desperately tries to change the image, but it's stuck on Kay. "Let me change it. This isn't right either." She internally screams at her grandpa, wondering why it's not showing her dad. One of the other girls giggles. "So Miss Mortimer's been thinking of Kay all along." Mortified Caroline tries to explain, but the words won't come out. Professor William steps forward, feigning curiosity. There seems to be something off with this crystal ball." He takes the orb from a beet-red Caroline, the silence in the room becoming deafening. She stomps out, trying to maintain some dignity. "If you have to stand as punishment, I'll stand," she thinks. "Don't think I'm clueless." Because she remembers something critical from the novel. Professor William was secretly a follower of the Demon Lord. He infiltrated the academy as a professor, all while searching for a way to resurrect his dark master. And now she, Caroline, is the villainess of that story. Standing alone in the hallway, she mulls over her options for survival. Option A, ditch her evil ways and team up with the protagonist to defeat the Demon Lord. Or Option B, stop the revival altogether, which would let the adorable Kay Jones stay cute and safe. Then, a realization hits her. She can do both. She'll try to stop the Demon Lord's revival while staying on good terms with the main characters. That way, if she fails, she can still fight for the good guys. Just then, the bell rings and students pour out of the classroom. The original heroine, Caroline, approaches the other Caroline, our girl. "Let's eat together," she suggests, even asking to bring Kay along. But her catty friends immediately shut it down. Someone with her abilities should just eat with Professor William. One sneers. They leave Kay standing all alone in the dust. The popular girls walk off, leaving our blue-haired heroine by herself. Kay sighs. "It's just a meal. Why do you need to be so cliquey?" Suddenly a voice pipes up. "Shall we go eat, Miss Mortimer?" It's her fiancé, and he's brought his entire fan club. They all flock around our redhead, showering her with sympathy for her unfair punishment. But she plays it cool, defending the professor to save face. Her fiancé is practically melting. "How kind and considerate you are, my beautiful Rose," he cries. He is absolutely smitten. The whole group sweeps her away, chattering about strawberry cakes, leaving Kay completely isolated in the now empty hall. Kay watches them go, her expression turning icy. Well, aren't you popular? She thinks with a bitter smile, dark energy beginning to swirl around her hand. But I'm not lonely at all. Geniuses are lonely creatures after all. A massive, shadowy figure looms behind her as she walks, the dark magic growing stronger. Suddenly, the entire hallway is plunged into darkness. Caroline and her friends freeze, confused. Why is it so dark all of a sudden? Caroline turns just in time to see Kay walking past, a ghost of a smile on her face. Kay stops and turns to face her, their eyes meeting in the gloom. The two girls stand inches apart, a universe of difference between them. Are really completely different people, huh? Kay finishes and the darkness recedes me tower but later sing a row. This year, it's a flight competition. Our girl could not care less, stuffing her face while thinking, no thanks, I can't fly. She tries to politely decline, saying she'll cheer from the sidelines, but her friends are aghast. Her fiancé suddenly throws an arm around her, looking deeply offended. What are you talking about, my dear fiancé? An outstanding person such as yourself will naturally be one of the 5 representatives, he declares, his eyes sparkling. Let us rush forth to seize victory together. Our heroine's face contorts in pure, unadulterated horror. No, I don't know magic, and I definitely can't fly. Somebody heal P. The academy is buzzing with excitement. A teacher announces that the flight competition is just around the corner. The College of Shadow needs to choose its champions. With a gentle command to quiet down, she holds up the list of contestants, selected by the professors for their natural talents. She pins the list to the board for all to see. The students are told to prepare for the next few days and bring glory to Shadow. The crowd of students eagerly rushes forward. Come on, let's see who's on the list, one girl says, pulling her friend along. A student gasps, pointing at the paper. Caroline, you made it. Caroline's friend waves excitedly, and Caroline herself can hardly believe it. Her eyes sparkle with pure joy. Even I made it? That's awesome. But just as she's celebrating, another student's face falls. A worried murmur spreads through the crowd. Kay Jones was picked too? How did her name get in here? They whisper amongst themselves. They admit she's good, but the surprise is obvious. And who should be standing right there but our girl Kay? With an icy smile, she announces, doesn't matter, I don't have any interest in the competition. Her eyes glint with mischief as she adds that she also has no interest in bringing glory to Shadow. She turns to the shocked students. If you don't want the 3 days vacation they're offering as a prize, I'll tell the professors I'm withdrawing right away. The crowd instantly panics. Oh, please don't go. We were just kidding. They plead, sweating profusely. Of course they want the vacation. Who doesn't? Unseen by the students, a handsome, dark-haired man watches the scene unfold. A sinister smile plays on his lips. He thinks to himself, this competition will be an excellent opportunity for her to demonstrate her hidden potential, before turning and walking away. Meanwhile, in a workshop somewhere, our other heroine is having a full-blown meltdown. Save me, Grandpa, Ada cries, shaking him frantically. The flying tournament is tomorrow, and I really can't fly. She begs him to come up with something, anything, so she can just muddle through it. Her grandpa just chuckles, completely unfazed. Little Ada, I've long prepared for this. He holds up a device, explaining he's just missing one more mechanical piece. He promises her, give me one more night, and I guarantee you'll have a fantastic performance tomorrow. Ada's eyes fill with hope. I'm counting on you. It's a promise, and just like that, it's the day of the competition. The academy is a festival of color and excitement. A cheerful announcer with adorable cat ears welcomes the students and professors. She explains the rules. Contestants have 3 hours to fly a route through Telemen Valley and past the Heroes Memorial before returning. The crowd roars, a sea of black and white uniforms. Who knows which college will win the grand prize? The announcer teases. Our contestants are already getting ready on the pitch. We see the shadow contestants preparing their magic carpets and tomes, looking cool and confident. Our girl Kay is the picture of calm. It's just flying. Piece of cake. A magic circle glows around her as massive, beautiful black wings sprout from her back. She's already memorized the incantation for transfigured wings. On the other side, the students from the College of Light are using magic brooms and familiars. He spots his target and smirks. Morning, my dear fiancé. Are you ready? Poor Ada is anything but ready. She trembles, clutching the strange-looking broom her grandpa made. I can just muddle through this, probably, she mutters to herself, sweating buckets. The announcer raises her microphone. On your marks, everyone, and begin. Instantly, the sky is filled with racers. They take off on books, lions, and brooms. Kay soars gracefully, her dark wings beating the air, but back on the ground, Ada is going nowhere. Shit, why won't this lighter ignite? She cries in frustration. She fumbles with the device, panicking. Did Grandpa mess up? Flying high above, Kay glances down. What's happened to her? Can't she get off the ground? She considers swooping down to help, knowing Ada doesn't have magic. But just then, the blonde prince flies past on his lion, cackling loudly. Ha ha ha, is that all you've got, Miss Demon Lord? See ya, he sneers, leaving Ada in his dust. Oh, he did not just do that. A fire ignites in Kay's eyes. Whatever, she scoffs, shaking off her moment of kindness. Stop trying to be a saint. I need to focus on the task at hand. With a powerful flap of her wings, she shoots forward. I hate losing. Down below, Ada is fuming. Damn it, I'm already falling behind at the start of the race. She shakes the broom with all her might. Damn this useless broom. Work, won't you? She looks like a furious little chibi, and suddenly, the device on her broom starts to glow. A massive pillar of fire erupts, launching Ada into the sky like a human rocket. Ah, she screams, realizing this thingamajig is going too fast. She holds on for dear life as she careens through the air, completely out of control. Meanwhile, the other racers are gliding calmly through the forest. Kay has already caught up to the smug prince. It's far too early for you to even think about overtaking me, she says with a savage smirk. She effortlessly zips past him. I've never won anything but first place since I was in elementary school. The prince's jaw drops. That's impossible. She's just too fast. She really is the demon lord, his companion says. The prince grits his teeth, his pride shattered. Even she caught up to me. I can't afford to lose. He looks around frantically. Where are you, my dear fiancé? Why aren't you here? He gets his answer in the form of a high-pitched scream. Kay is soaring peacefully through Talaman Valley, far ahead of the pack. She's at the halfway point with a huge lead. Famous last words. Suddenly, she hears a frantic aha pet rahap in and white blur. Karen caught her precisely below. Kay freezes in midair, completely stunned. What? Someone overtook me. She squints and recognizes the out-of-control projectile. Isn't that Ada Mortimer? How is she flying so fast? This is unacceptable. I won't allow myself to lose to someone who doesn't even have any magic. She easily catches up to the screaming Ada. Oh, where did you get this broom? She asks, a little too calmly. It's so fast. Must be expensive, no? But I'm not gonna lose to you. Ada cuts her off, her face a mask of pure terror. Forget about that. Help me. This broom's too fast. I can't control it. I can't stop. Kay's eyes widen in disbelief. You're telling me you can't control your own broom? She points ahead. Careful. A turn's coming up. They're heading straight for a massive stone spire. You're going to crash if you don't turn now. Ada just wails. I told you. I can't control this thing at all. Help me. Kay's face hardens with resolve. Damn it. I have no choice. In a split-second decision, she grabs Ada and yanks her off the speeding broom. The rogue broom explodes against a tree. The two girls are sent tumbling through the air, screaming as they plummet towards the lake below. With a massive splash, they hit the water. Ada breaks the surface, gasping for breath. That was so scary. I can't believe I'm alive. But her relief turns to horror when she realizes Kay is nowhere to be seen. She looks down into the water and sees Kay's still form sinking into the depths. Kay! Without a second thought, Ada dives back under, grabbing her rival. She pulls the unconscious Kay back to the surface. Noticing she's hurt, this is all her fault. She spots a small cave in the cliffside. Let's rest over there. Exhausted and shivering, Ada drags them both to safety, collapsing inside the cave with a heavy sigh. Alright, let's dive into this chaos. Our fiery heroine, Rose, is absolutely fuming. Her shirt is soaked, her hopes are dashed. There's no way we can win this stupid competition now, she mutters, deciding she might as well dry her clothes by a fire. She pops her head out from a cave and shouts for her partner. Hey Kay, come help start a fire. Kay, our broody blue-haired beauty, arrives also drenched. But she freezes, her face turning a vibrant shade of crimson. Wim, why did you take off your clothes? She stammers. Rose, ever the pragmatist, just explains they're cold and wet. Kay's brain seems to short-circuit for a moment, before she manages an oh, that makes sense. With Kay's magic, they get a cozy fire going. Rose gushes about how amazing Kay's magic is, but Kay just grumbles that she can't do magic at all. Rose then launches into a rant about being forced to participate in this whole mess. She leans in close to a flustered Kay, asking, why won't you look at me? Kay snaps back, her eyes averted. You're not wearing any clothes. Rose just laughs it off. We're both girls, what's the problem? She teases. Getting even closer, Karen caught her person's iron bars had disappeared. Kay shoves her away, and then lets out an adorable yet powerful sneeze. This is all the proof Rose needs. See, that's what happens when you keep your clothes on, she declares, pointing accusingly. Take them off and dry them too. A chaotic struggle breaks out as Rose attempts to forcibly disrobe her mortified friend, and she succeeds. Now both girls are sitting by the fire in their underwear. You're a savage, Kay whispers, defeated, but Rose is beaming with pride, puffing out her chest. Isn't my underwear cute? She asks with a grin. Kay is about to have an aneurysm. Rose, completely unfazed, points at her. Yours is cute too, Kay, she chirps, sending Kay into a spiral of shrieking embarrassment. The grim reality sets in for Kay. All because of you. I've lost this competition entirely now, she sighs, dreading the ridicule from other students. But then, Rose's playful demeanor vanishes. She leans in close and says with surprising sincerity, you're such a nice person. She thanks Kay for never telling anyone her secret, that she can't actually do magic. Kay's face explodes in a blush as she tries to play it cool, insisting she's just keeping it as collateral. Changing the subject, Rose brings up the school gossip. Everyone says that you're the reincarnation of the demon lord. Kay's eyes flash with an icy fire. A dangerous smirk plays on her lips as she says that if she were the demon lord, anyone who bullied her will be in real big trouble. Rose immediately panics. Shoot, she'll really turn evil at this rate. She grabs Kay's hands, her eyes wide with worry. Don't say that. We must have faith in good. Kay looks down at their joined hands, her expression softening. I don't need a ton of friends, she says quietly. Just one is enough for me. When Rose asks if she has someone like that, Kay's face darkens with sadness. I did, but she's gone now. Sensing the heartbreaking turn, Rose quickly pivots. She feels a breeze and points deeper into the cave, suggesting they look for another exit. Now fully clothed again, they venture into the oppressive darkness. Rose clings to Kay, terrified of vampire bats. She asks if Kay has a magic light bulb, but Kay admits her wand is broken. Rose is basically a tiny, terrified koala at this point. Seeing her friend tremble, Kay gently takes her hand. She tries to comfort her, explaining she's already sent a magical message for help. But her words are cut short by a piercing scream from Rose. Aha, there really are vampire bats in here. As Rose hides behind her, Kay's eyes spot something looming in the shadows. It's a massive stone sarcophagus, bound tight with heavy glowing chains. The girls stare in stunned silence. Rose is the first to snap out of it. Oh shit, we need to get out of here now, she yells, trying to flee. But Kai is completely captivated, trying to read the ancient runes carved into the stone. She can tell a person of immense power was sealed here, but the reason remains a mystery. She kneels to get a closer look at a nearby tablet. Rose has had enough of this horror movie scene. I'm climbing, she shouts, scrambling up the cave wall. I'm not staying in this cursed place any longer. In a flash, a magic circle erupts at Kay's feet, and majestic black wings sprout from her back. She soars up and grabs Rose, scolding her. Stop messing around. What if you get hurt again? But the extra weight is too much. My transfigured wings can't hold both our weight, she cries out as they plummet back to the ground. They land with a hard thud. Kay winces, clutching her arm. Ouch! Rose rushes to her side, her eyes widening when she sees blood soaking through Kay's uniform. Kay gives her an intense look. It does hurt. That's why you need to take responsibility for this. Overcome with guilt, Rose promises to make it up to her no matter what. Name anything you want, she declares boldly. As long as I can make it happen. Meanwhile, back at the finish line, the crowd is roaring. The announcer watches as the first-year genius, Lloyd, closes in on victory. Lloyd smirks, feeling confident, but a thought crosses his mind. That's weird. Weren't Rose and that demon lord girl ahead of me? Just then, the announcer screams. Look, Caroline of Shadow is right behind Lloyd. Karen caught her eye on, gives him a predatory grin, a silent challenge. Lloyd's eyes narrow in determination. They are neck and neck, a blur of motion as they rush towards the finish line. But suddenly, a streak of light and power whooshes past both of them, crossing the finish line in a stunning upset. The announcer, microphone in hand, makes the official call, her voice booming across the stadium. Our winner is Shadow. Congratulations! The doctor gives her a gentle smile, holding her hand. Don't worry, she says. She'll be back to normal in about a week. But our girl is still flustered, so Kay tries to calm her down. I told you, it's nothing serious. Then she casually mentions they both fell into the water and took off their clothes, asking for some cold medicine. Our redhead's brain short circuits. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the chaos. My dear fiancé, is everything all right? It's Miss Mortimer, the original heroine, and she's quick to reassure him. I'm fine, thanks to Kay. She saved me. The boy is absolutely stunned. She saved you? Our redhead's mind is racing. This is her chance. I need to cheer her up, she thinks, determined to prevent Kay from becoming the demon lord. The boy, meanwhile, is spiraling in guilt. It's all my fault, he laments. I failed to protect you, and lost the competition. Turns out Caroline, the pink-haired girl, was the one who won, beating the boy by a hair's breadth. And boy is she loving the attention. Looking smug as she holds her medal, her classmates start talking smack about Kay, saying the reincarnated demon lord choked. But Caroline snaps at them, suggesting they go check on her. With a saintly smile, Caroline rallies the troops. She may not have won us the competition, but she's hurt. As her classmates, we should go see if she's okay, right? The others grumble, but agree to go for Caroline's sake. Inside the room, however, Kay gives a sly smirk. Close the door. Our girl tries to tell her they have visitors. But Kay is not having it. I don't want to see them. No way. Ida is baffled. But our classmates are here. This is a great opportunity to get to know them. She thinks this is the perfect chance for Kay to befriend the heroine and change her fate, but Kay's face darkens. She grips the sheets, a shadow passing over her as she thinks of someone important to her. Before Ada can process this, the fiancé's boy barges in, grabbing her hand. Hold on, my fiancé. What were you talking to her about? He glares at Caroline. So you're Caroline? I'll remember that. He warns her to watch out, but she just gives him a sweet, unbothered smile. Watching them, Ida feels a pang of sadness. She realizes Caroline has someone important to her, just like Ida does. A vision of a woman named Xiaolan flashes in her mind, and our redhead's eyes fill with tears. Elsewhere, the shady professor is absolutely livid, slamming his desk. My plan's ruined. Hey, you see those? If that red-headed girl hadn't interfered, the winner would have been Kay Jones. And now the medal infused with the demon lord's magic is in the hands of Caroline. Later, back in the school hall, Anna is having a full-on meltdown about the final exam. I'm dead. I can't trust Grandpa's trashy inventions anymore. Kay pops up with a sly offer. Since it's clear that you won't pass the spell classes, you should pass the written exam. Ada immediately latches onto her. Please teach me your ways. Kay hesitates for a second, thinking about how the light class hates her, but she quickly relents. All right, I'll share a few tips in secret. Just then, the professor glides over, asking about her exam prep with a fake smile. He laments that the medal now belongs to someone else. He notices Caroline looking pale, but Ida jumps to Kay's defense, taking the blame for the accident. She knows this professor is a villain from the book, and her only goal is to keep him away from Kay. The professor dismisses the dark class for a 3-day holiday, leaving the light class to study. What a savage move. The dark class students invite Caroline to hang out, but she weakly declines, saying she's not feeling well. She tells them she'll just rest. And as they leave, Kay watches thoughtfully. Ata flops onto the desk, miserable about being stuck studying alone. Kay smirks, saying that studying while others play is the secret to getting ahead. But her inner thought is much softer. Besides, if I don't tutor her, a certain fool will fail the exam. Ayada is so touched, she pounces on Kay for a hug, much to our little Villainess's dismay. That night, Kay sleeps soundly in her bed. But something isn't right. On Caroline's side of the room, the medal she won begins to glow with an evil purple energy. The dark magic courses through Caroline as she sleeps, and she cries out in pain. Kay wakes up, concerned, but Caroline just brushes it off, saying she took her medicine. Kay goes back to sleep, dreaming of studying for the exam. Meanwhile, on Ada's side of the world, she's with her grandpa, looking nervously at one of his inventions. He tells her not to worry, because if she fails, her rich father will just buy her way through. Ida is horrified. Isn't that cheating? Right, let's dive in. On the morning of the final exam, our girl is absolutely bombing a pop quiz. Her tutor, Kay, is not impressed, snapping that this is literally from chapter 1. Kay flexes hard, saying she memorized the entire book in 3 days, and warns our heroine that if she fails, the tutoring is over. From the shadows, another student watches them, seething with jealousy. What a nuisance, she thinks, annoyed at how close our girl is to her excellency Kay. Just then, a suave figure appears, holding a crystal ball. It's their professor, and he's got a sinister plan. I have to take care of her first, he murmurs, before approaching the girls with a dazzling smile. He greets them cheerfully, asking about their progress. But his friendly act is short-lived. He immediately puts his arm around Kay, asking to borrow her for a task in the office. Our girl's face drops in horror. The professor claims he needs help tidying the potion warehouse, just 1 hour before the exam. Kay starts to protest, but our heroine's mind is racing. She knows from the novel that this professor is the villain who resurrects the demon lord. A gut feeling screams at her not to leave him alone with Kay, so she jumps in, volunteering to handle the cleaning herself. Kay is shocked, but our girl puffs out her chest, declaring she has lots of maids to help her. She declares that she, Lady Mortimer, will handle it all. With a confident smile, she tells the professor they'll have everything sorted before the exam starts. He looks amused. Well then, he says smoothly, please stay in the warehouse for a while. Suddenly, his demeanor shifts. Vile purple energy erupts around him. His eyes glow a demonic red as he smirks. You don't have magic, do you? He unleashes the dark spell, and our girl flinches back in shock. The door slams shut, sealing them inside. She rattles the handle, realizing the horrifying truth. He's trapped her. She spirals into a full-blown panic. I'm just cannon fodder, she cries. Why is the main villain targeting me? Then, the pieces click into place with chilling certainty. His target was never her. He's trapping her to get to Kay. She collapses in despair, realizing she's somehow fast-forwarded the plot by 7 years. Meanwhile, back in the exam hall, Kay glances at the door, worried. Why hasn't she returned? She wonders, knowing Ida will fail if she's late. The professor announces the start of the exam, and papers begin to fly. Karen caught her precise stares at her test, but her mind is elsewhere. Why isn't she here yet? She sighs. Geez, that girl always manages to worry me. She stands up to leave, but a hand grabs her arm. It's Caroline. The exam has started, she says, her voice flat. Kay tries to explain she needs to find someone, but Caroline's expression turns twisted and creepy. Why would you leave now? She asks, her grip tightening like a vice. Kay is stunned. Caroline? What's wrong? But the girl just repeats, you can't leave. You must not. She leans in, whispering about great things. Her smile is pure nightmare fuel. Suddenly, black magic explodes from Carol. The other students scream in terror as they realize she's being controlled by puppet strings. Kai's eyes follow the magical threads, and she pinpoints the source, a cursed medal hanging from Caroline's neck. Her gaze snaps up, landing on the one person who could be behind this. It's you, right? She accuses, her voice icy. Professor William. He just stands there, holding his book with a smug look. What is it that you want? Kay demands. The professor's eyes gleam with madness. To return you to your original self, obviously, he grins, his true intentions laid bare. Your Excellency. Back in the warehouse, our girl is desperately trying to break down the door. She's imagining the worst-case scenario. The professor succeeds, the demon lord is revived, and she dies a horrible death. But just as she's about to give up, her maids step forward. My lady, please step aside. One of them pushes her back gently. Then they whip out sunglasses and freaking chainsaws. We are the maids of the Mortimer family, they declare, strictly trained to deal with all kinds of situations. They rev their engines, telling Our Lady to stand back so dust doesn't get on her dress. And then they obliterate the magically sealed door. Our heroine is gobsmacked. They're maids of physical violence, but there's no time to waste. I'm coming, Kay, she yells, sprinting down the hall. She bursts into the exam room to find utter chaos. Students are screaming that Caroline has gone crazy. Ada spots her friend, looking completely lost. The possessed Caroline is throttling the male lead, who's wailing for help. Ada couldn't care less. Good, she thinks, take him down. The male lead won't die anyway. Her eyes scan the room and lock onto the real threat. The professor has Kay trapped in a magic circle. He's impressed by Kay's power, even before her awakening. But Kay is not having it. I feel like the Academy's standards for hiring professors are really low. She snaps back, roasting him with pure savagery. The professor takes a knee from the verbal blow, but he's not finished. There's one more thing I have to teach you, he sneers, unleashing a massive spell. A crystal prison materializes, trapping Kay inside. Since I can't defeat you, he cackles, I might as well just awaken you. Time to awaken the demon lord within you. Inside the sphere, Kay clutches her head in agony. A vision flashes through her mind, a beautiful blonde woman by a lake. Who is that woman? She wonders as a dark power begins to take over her body. But she fights back. No, I won't let him succeed. The professor laughs maniacally, gloating over his victory. But his triumph is cut short by a furious scream. Kaa. He turns, and his jaw drops. It's Ida. She runs at him, her face a mask of pure rage. You piece of scum, she roars, pulling back her fist. She unleashes a mighty punch, and smash. The magical crystal shatters into a million pieces. She catches Kay as she falls, holding her tight. Are you all right? She asks, her voice trembling with concern. Kay stares at her, completely bewildered. She's totally cornered, stammering under the intense pressure, as she tries to come up with an excuse. But before she can, William is absolutely losing his mind, screaming, impossible. He cannot fathom the idea that Ada Mortimer, of all people, has no magic. He's completely baffled. She's just an ordinary person. How could she? Meanwhile, Ada, ever the opportunist, uses the distraction to check on her new friend, asking if her hand is okay. Kay looks down, totally confused. Huh? My hand? She inspects it, and it's perfectly fine. Not a single scratch on it. But Kay is absolutely shook. She knows how powerful that magic barrier was. Someone without magic can break it so easily, she thinks. Yet I was trapped and couldn't escape. This is so embarrassing for our girl Kay. She can't accept this reality. Aya, ever the actress, just laughs it off, getting ready to go give William a piece of her mind. But their little moment is cut short when they realize Caroline is still trapped in that nasty spell. Ida panics. We have to save her. The female lead can't die. Kay rushes forward, but admits she doesn't know this kind of spell. When he appeared, she gets zapped back by the magic's powerful defense, desperately calling out Caroline's name. And watching this chaotic mess unfold is William, his crimson eyes blazing with a dark, unsettling intensity. Suddenly, he grunts in pain, as if struck by an invisible force. Kay whips her head around, startled by the sound. William is on his knees, bloodied and beaten. He recognizes the overwhelming power that just slammed into him. And then, a new challenger enters the ring. The headmaster appears, telling William to knock it off. I thought you had sincerely repented, he says with icy disappointment. How unsightly. And then he just kicks him right in the face. What a savage. Our girls are floored. Who is this powerful little guy? Ada has to clarify. That's the headmaster, you fool. He's older than your grandfather. Defeated, William promises to return for Kay, calling her the demon lord before yeeting himself out a window. Just as he vanishes, poor Caroline finally collapses. Kay catches her just in time. Ada breathes a massive sigh of relief. With this crisis averted, she should at least survive until middle school. But the drama isn't over. The other students are buzzing. Did you hear that? He called her the demon lord. The secret is out, and the rumor mill is on fire. Ida immediately jumps to her defense, telling them to shut their mouths. But Kay just sighs, admitting, maybe they're right. Maybe there really is someone else slumbering inside her. The vice headmistress takes charge, ordering the students to the hall for an assembly. She turns to the headmaster, telling him she's confiscating the dangerous magic tool for now. Headmaster Noah looks at the strange golden artifact in his hands. He then addresses the entire student body, floating ominously on a giant bubble he conjured. It's a pity, he begins. He drops the bombshell that Professor William was a secret follower of the Demon Lord. He assures them Caroline is fine, but then, he addresses the elephant in the room, the rumor about Kay Jones. But he completely flips the script. With a charming smile, he declares Kay an exemplary student with a brave soul. Caroline, now recovered, steps up to testify. Yes, I can attest. Kay protected me, and she bravely fought with Professor William. She finishes with a grateful smile. Aya immediately pops up, shouting, "Me, I can testify too." And then to everyone's surprise, another student speaks up. It's the male lead, Lloyd Edwards. He declares, Kay Jones is not a bad person. Ida is absolutely beaming. Great, now everyone knows how great Kay is. But just as the mood lifts, another student remembers something else that the evil professor screamed, and all eyes turn back to Ida. He said that Ida Mortimer doesn't have magic. The student blurts out. Anidia immediately tries to deny it, but the cat is already out of the bag. Her loyal followers scream in protest. How dare you doubt Lady Ada? But the other students point out that a professor said it himself. They turn to the headmaster for the final word. But Noah is just daydreaming about the hefty sponsorship checks from the Mortimer family. He gives a slick non-answer. Wingfield Magic Academy doesn't admit students who have no magic, and then literally just pieces out, leaving them to it. The vice headmistress can only stare in disbelief. Headmaster, and once again our girl Ida is trapped, surrounded by the judging eyes of her peers. She starts to stammer, trying to think of a way out of this. Actually, but then she stops herself. "Kay, let me handle this." With a newfound resolve, she addresses the crowd. "Everyone, I'm not good at magic, but I really enjoy my life here with all of you." Her fans are absolutely swooning. Her honesty is a total power move. The other students are in awe, offering to help her study. I didn't expect that a lady would admit she's not good at something. And watching from the side is Kay, her mind completely blown. She can be so honest with everyone. It's something I could never do. I'm such a powerful person, she thinks, yet I feel like I've completely lost to her at this moment. And for the first time, a genuine warm smile spreads across her face. The chaotic semester finally ends, and it's time for the holidays. Aya is surrounded by her maids as they pack her mountain of suitcases. Our girl is flabbergasted. "Do I have to bring so much whenever I come or go?" Her new friends come to see her off. One asks if she can visit over the holiday. Another friend reminds her not to forget his family's fancy banquet. Ida is not feeling it. "Can I not go?" She quickly changes the subject, inviting Kay and Caroline to her house for the summer instead. Kay looks down, politely declining. "Thanks for the invitation, but as a commoner, I can't afford a plane ticket to an esteemed lady's house." She tells Ada she'll just see her at school next term, but Ida is not giving up that easily. She grabs Kay's arm. "Then, can I come to your house?" Kai is completely flustered but agrees, and Ada gets adorably excited about the promise of homemade cookies. Back at the Mortimer mansion, Ada's brother is trying to drag her to a family banquet she desperately wants to avoid. When she refuses, he snaps, reminding her of her fiancé, Lloyd Edwards. Ida marches right up to her dad. "Please cancel my engagement. I want to choose my own partner." Her dad is aghast. "My dear Ida, didn't you ask Daddy to find a way for you to marry him?" He whines about all the money and political maneuvering it took to set up this engagement in the first place. The reality of her situation comes crashing down on Ida. She's trapped in the role of the evil side character who only cares about romance. She gets up, a fire in her eyes. "All right, Dad," she says, her voice dripping with sarcasm only she understands. I, the erotogerl body, agree to the engagement. "All right, let's get this show on the road. Dim the lights, grab your popcorn, and prepare for a roller coaster of emotions, because this story is an absolute banger." Our story starts by recapping the original novel, where the villainess Ida Mortimer was mostly a background character orbiting the male lead. Her whole villain arc kicked off when she flew into a rage after a servant tore her favorite rose. But then the charming male lead, Lloyd, gave her a new one, and just like that, she was completely head over heels. Her powerful family forced an engagement, and Ida, now fully obsessed, followed Lloyd to the prestigious Wingfield Magic Academy, loudly declaring herself his fiancée the second she arrived. Naturally, she and her cronies spent their time bullying the sweet, kind female lead, Caroline. But karma came for her, and Ada met a tragic end at the hands of the resurrected demon lord. Our poor girl, now stuck in this body, can only think one thing. The plot of this cliched novel is the bane of my existence. We cut to a grand ballroom, where an announcer calls out, "Lady Ada Mortimer has arrived." Her father gushes over how graceful she looks, while Lloyd lays on the charm thick, calling her a stunning rose. Our girl, meanwhile, is having none of it. She slaps a hand over his mouth, whispering, "Please zip your mouth," and tries to pull him aside for a serious talk. But Lloyd is completely oblivious, whining that the music is starting, and they should dance. He points out that everyone is staring at them. That's the last straw. Ida snaps, "I'm not dancing. I can't dance." She gives him an ultimatum. "Are you coming or not?" Defeated, he follows her out of the ballroom. They arrive in a stunning, moonlit greenhouse. Ida takes a deep breath and drops the bomb. "Lloyd, I want to break our engagement." The poor boy is absolutely shell-shocked. "What? Why?" he cries. She delivers the final blow with an icy tone. "Because I don't like you, duh." She tries to soften it, saying she doesn't hate him, maybe they can be friends, but they just don't love each other. Lloyd, completely heartbroken, asks the million-dollar question. "Then, why did you want to be engaged to me back then?" Our girl panics internally. How is she supposed to know what the original Ida was thinking? Thinking fast, she leans into the villainous role. With a wicked glint in her eye, she declares, "Because I don't love you anymore. This lady has fallen in love with someone else." Followed by a classic evil, "Oh ho ho ho." Lloyd looks like he's been struck by lightning. "What? You like someone else?" He immediately demands to know. Little Co is my love rival. Realizing she's made things 10 times more complicated, she tries to backpedal, saying they're too young for puppy love and should focus on their studies. A dejected Lloyd can only say, "All right, I get it." He asks for some time to think, pleading with her not to tell anyone yet. Ayanda is ecstatic, thinking she's finally handled the situation. But just as she celebrates, a voice from the bushes interrupts them. "Who's there?" They both jump in surprise. A young woman with striking blue hair emerges, smiling sweetly. "Oh, my apologies for disturbing you," she says, claiming she was just passing by. Ida is instantly suspicious and finds it hard to believe her, but Lloyd recognizes her. "Oh, it's teacher Olivia." He explains that Olivia is the Edwards family's new etiquette teacher. Olivia smiles, adding that she'll be teaching at the academy. Ida scoffs. "Is an etiquette lesson necessary?" With a knowing smirk, Olivia agrees that Ida's conduct is fine. She then explains the real reason she's there: to teach the students how to dance for the upcoming Ice and Snow Dance Festival. The tradition is for students to ask a partner by giving them a special brooch. This sparks a memory for our girl. In the book, Lloyd gives that very brooch to the female lead, Caroline, but the original villainess Ida, in a fit of jealousy, threw the brooch away. And guess who found it? Olivia, who, plot twist, is actually one of the Demon Lord's minions. Ida's eyes narrow. This etiquette teacher is definitely not a good person. Olivia, playing innocent, asks, "What's wrong, Miss Mortimer?" Ida starts to panic. First Professor William, and now this. The plot is happening years ahead of schedule. The scene suddenly shifts to the gritty slums. A young man named Jack is exhaustedly mopping a tavern floor, thinking his friend Kay should be home soon. A disgusting patron starts harassing him about a debt. The bully then kicks over Jack's bucket of dirty water. With a loud bam, he sneers, "Come on, mop the floor. If you lose your job again, your wife won't ever come back," and lets out a cruel laugh. But before he can continue, a small hand crackles with dark energy. A young girl with piercing blue eyes, Kay, appears, using her magic to slam the bully's face onto the table, forcing him to lick up the spill. "You like drinking, don't you?" she asks with an icy stare. "Drink everything clean from the floor." The man calls her a brat, but Jack quickly steps in, telling Kay not to cause trouble and that it's time to go home. On the way, Jack tries to comfort her, explaining that the townspeople are just gossips. He kneels down, his voice softening, and tells her that even though her mother left, she gave him his most precious treasure, Kay. And then he drops a heart-wrenching bomb. "Even though we aren't related by blood, I have always thought of you as my biological daughter." Kay freezes, utterly shocked. "What? So he's not my biological father? Am I adopted?" Later that night in their humble home, Jack proudly presents Kay with a beautiful new dress he bought with his earnings. He reminds her that her rich friend is coming to visit, so she should dress up nicely. Kay clutches the soft fabric, blushing. "They're just planning to go shopping in the city," she mumbles. Jack then brings up the Ice and Snow Dance Festival. He dreamily recounts the legend. If a couple who wears each other's brooches proposes under the moonlit tree, they'll be together forever. Kay's face scrunches up in disgust. "Isn't that too corny?" Here is your manhwa recap script. Our girl is having a crisis in her massive walk-in closet. She's going shopping with Kay today and has no idea what to wear. She remembers how hard it was to even get the little bookworm to agree. Kay only ever wanted to go to the library, so our heroine used the upcoming Ice and Snow Dance Festival as the perfect excuse to buy her a gown and a brooch. But Kay, having no magic, was hesitant to go to the fancy shops. It took a whole lot of nagging and basically dragging her by the arm, but she finally gave in. Thinking back on her successful persuasion, Shushu feels pretty pleased with herself. Just then her maid walks in. "Miss, are you picking out clothes for an outing?" she asks. Shushu chirps a yup, and the maid's eyes go wide. Could this be a date? With newfound purpose, the maid is all in. "Well then, my lady, how about this one?" Shushu is just buzzing with excitement, thinking about how helpful her maids are. The final result is something. She's dressed in an extravagantly opulent multi-layered red and black gown covered in roses. This is not a casual shopping trip outfit. This is a hostile takeover of the opera outfit. When she meets up with Kay, who is dressed in an adorable but very casual blue and white dress, the difference is staggering. Kay looks her up and down and asks with a deadpan expression, "Are you trying to mock me?" Shushu nervously compliments Kay's outfit, which she learns was a gift from her uncle. As they walk through town, Kay is still giving her the side eye. "You're going shopping dressed like that?" Shushu sheepishly admits her maid got the wrong idea and thought she was going on a date with a noble. Kay's expression immediately darkens, thinking Shushu is apologizing for being seen with a commoner like her. But before the misunderstanding can fester, Shushu grabs her hand, insisting it's her own fault and that she'll treat her to make up for it. They stop at a cute cafe for a snack. Shushu tells Kay she needs to stop by the magic bookstore for some materials. While feeding her a bite of strawberry tart, Kay agrees to tag along. With her friend's guard down, Shushu makes her move. "Will you come with me to the clothing store after you're done?" she asks with a grin. Karen immediately gets suspicious, asking if she's being mocked again. Shushu finally reveals her true plan. She wants to buy Kay a gown for the Academy Ball next month as a thank you for the spell lessons. Kay quietly observes her, realizing this isn't an act of pity or contempt because she can't afford a gown herself. Karen agrees, but with one condition: she'll pay for her own books and materials. With the deal struck, they head to the bookstore, and Shushu is practically vibrating with happiness. Inside the magic shop, they look at enchanted plants. Shushu is totally captivated by everything, her eyes sparkling with wonder. The two look absolutely adorable, walking through the beautiful city streets together. Suddenly, Kay stops in her tracks, looking annoyed, but before she can complain, Shushu spots something dazzling in a shop window. "Look." "That gem is so pretty," she exclaims, pointing to a brilliant red jewel. The shopkeeper overhears and explains it's a limited edition prize called Hepatitis Tier. To win it, you have to set a new record on their magic measurement device. The current record belongs to a powerful palace mage. Shushu's face falls. She needs magic. Kay tries to pull her away, saying the necklace she's already wearing is prettier. But our girl is on a mission. She marches them right into a high-end boutique, declaring her intent to buy Kay a gown. Kay's internal monologue is priceless. This feels like she's renting the whole place for her girlfriend. The snooty sales staff eye them up, thinking Shushu is just some nouveau riche show-off. Our girl just smiles. I am though. A saleswoman presents a gown, which Kay immediately shuts down. It looks like pajamas. Shushu then excitedly shows her a cute puffy skirt in a catalog. But Kay rejects that too, saying it's too expensive and wouldn't look good on her. Kay's inner thoughts are savage. She knows the shop is overcharging them and thinks her stupid redhead friend is falling for it. She just sits there looking completely out of place. Finally, Shushu gets a bit annoyed. She points at a simple design sketch and says, "This one's fine, I'll take it." Kay looks up, totally surprised by her sudden decision. After arranging for the tailor-made gown to be delivered, the two part ways outside the shop. Shushu waves, saying she had a great time and tells Kay to be careful on her way back. But as she turns to go, Kay calls out to her. She's holding the Hepatitis Tier brooch from the magic shop. Shushu is stunned. "Karen, when did you?" she stammers. We see a flashback of Kay, absolutely obliterating the store's magic measurement tool, causing it to explode from her sheer power. Blushing furiously, Kay holds out the prize. "You should give it to someone precious to you at the festival," she says. Shushu asks if she wants it. Kay explains that while the gown is a gift, she wants to return the favor so she doesn't feel indebted. Overwhelmed with joy, Shushu launches herself into Kay's arms for a huge hug. Meanwhile, the poor shopkeeper is weeping over his now empty prize display. Later, the girls arrive at Kay's home, greeting her Uncle Jack. He warmly welcomes Shushu inside. He pulls Kay aside, whispering, "Why did you bring your friend home?" Jack starts panicking about needing to change the bedsheets, and Kay snaps that Shushu isn't staying over. But one look at Shushu's hopeful, pleading puppy dog eyes and the matter is settled. A freshly made bed awaits them. Jack explains the guest room is too dusty, so they'll have to share a bed for the night. Shushu is just delighted, gushing over how cute Kay's pajamas are. Kay looks worried, asking if her small hard bed is suitable for a lady. Shushu waves it off. "Of course, I've slept in a dorm with an even harder bed." She immediately freezes, realizing that's not something a noble lady would ever say. She quickly covers her mouth, trying to think of an excuse. "It was during a camping trip," she blurts out. As they sleep, the room grows dark. Karen caught her precisely below. Karen caught her prison's iron bars had disappeared. She finds herself facing the terrifying demon lord Valerie, whose voice echoes with a chilling command, "Never forgive." Kay trembles before the ghostly figure, utterly terrified. "I'll make you pay with your blood," the demon lord snarls. Kay watches in horror as her own hand begins to move against her will, consumed by resentment. The demon lord's wrath surges through her. "No, I can't control myself," she screams inside her mind. Valerie's dark magic is consuming her whole. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the terror. "Kay?" Shushu is leaning over her, her face filled with worry. "Kay, are you all right?" she asks gently. Kay bolts upright, clinging to Shushu for dear life. "I had a really scary nightmare," she cries. "I dreamed that you were suddenly gone, and I became the reincarnation of the demon lord." Shushu hugs her tightly, soothing her. "Don't be scared, it was just a nightmare." She pulls back slightly, her hands framing Kay's face. "I've been here all along, see?" The reality of the situation crashes down on Kay. She's clinging to her friend in the middle of the night. Blushing bright red, she shoves Shushu away. "Why is it you?" she yells, completely flustered. Shushu just giggles at her chaotic reaction. "You hugged me so tightly just now, he." Kay sputters that it was an accident, but Shushu just offers to hold her hand so she won't have any more nightmares. Kay shyly agrees, and the two lie back down, their hands clasped together in the quiet room. Peeking through the cracked door, Uncle Jack can't help but smile at the adorable sight. But for our girl Ida, it's not off to a good start. She stares at a notice in pure horror. The end-of-term exam is mostly magic battles. Our poor heroine is already spiraling. She won't pass even if she gets perfect scores on the written exams. Her friends joke about borrowing a chainsaw from her maids. She greets her pals, Caroline and Jessica, trying to keep her cool. Ida immediately starts gossiping, telling them about a gift Kay gave her over the holiday. But Caroline quickly shushes her, clamping a hand over her mouth. Some secrets are meant to be kept. Jessica, meanwhile, is having a heartfelt moment. She thanks Ida for helping her with the cursed metal, admitting she was wrong to think Ida was just some rude rich girl. Caroline, clearly flustered, quickly changes the subject to their advanced spell class. Later, Caroline asks Ada which topic she chose for class. Ada proudly announces she chose the element topic. Internally, she's celebrating a massive win. Improving her relationship with the female leads is a huge boost to her survival rate. But her joy is short-lived. In class, our girl is face down on her desk in despair. She's still stuck in the beginner spell class with all the newbies. And the worst part, she can't be seatmates with Kay anymore. The teacher instructs them to pair up for a magic battle. Ayana faces off against a new first grader who looks way too confident. He summons a flame, but it's a pathetic little sparkler. Ada is not impressed. That's it? She smirks, brandishing her own magnificent staff. Watch closely. She thinks about how her grandpa's ridiculous light bulb wand is finally coming in handy as she unleashes a massive inferno. A little too massive. The fire rages out of control as Ada panics. Put out the fire. Get the fire extinguisher, she shrieks. The teacher calmly puts it out with a water spell, but her opponent Daniel is absolutely starstruck. The new students are instantly obsessed. No wonder Lady Mortimer is so popular. Your magic is so strong, they gush. Daniel, with literal stars in his eyes, is completely smitten. He introduces himself and immediately offers to be her loyal follower and servant, willing to do anything for her. Ayamba freezes. She remembers this kid from the novel. He was an extreme masochist who eventually dies a tragic death. He's the cannon fodder of cannon fodders. Trying to let him down easy, she rejects his offer. But Daniel is persistent, excitedly telling her about the upcoming spell tournament that Lloyd signed her up for. Ayana collapses to the floor, cursing Lloyd's name. Her thoughts, however, quickly drift elsewhere. As she walks away, she can't help but wonder who will invite Kay to the upcoming ball. Later, at a cafe, Jessica is enjoying some delicious cake, but Daniel notices Ada is totally out of it. Ada confesses she's just nervous about the lottery for the tournament. What if she has to fight Kay? What if her grandpa's faulty magic tools hurt her? Or what if Kay's magic hurts her? The anxiety is real. Her new fan club immediately swoops in to reassure her. Then Jessica asks why Ida and Lloyd have been so distant lately. Ida knows it's because of her confession, but just brushes it off. Jessica is thrilled, because now she gets Ada all to herself. Daniel quickly joins the hug, and the two start bickering over her. It's time for the lottery drawing. The announcer explains the rules. Kay's friends ask who she wants as an opponent, but Kay is confident she can beat anyone. Her friend Caroline warns her to watch out for Ida's grandpa's faulty inventions. She then admits that Ada is a breath of fresh air, which seems to fluster Kay just a little. The first student, Caroline, is called up. Ada is in the background, praying with all her might. Don't get Kay, and the announcer declares Caroline's opponent is Ada Mortimer. Ayaba throws her hands up in absolute victory. She rushes over to hug Caroline, squealing with joy that she didn't get paired with Kay. Kay watches from the side, a storm brewing in her eyes. What's there to be so happy about, she mutters. Next up is Lloyd. He steps up to the mirror and his opponent is revealed, Kay Jones. The two powerhouses lock eyes. Lloyd declares he'll fight her, even if it costs his family's reputation. But Kay just smirks, telling him to be careful not to lose it. Jessica breathes a sigh of relief that she didn't get the Demon Lord. But Ida's attention is snagged by something else. She spots teacher Olivia staring intently at Kay from the back of the room. Ayamba Renan's blood runs cold. This is it, another villain trying to awaken the Demon Lord's power, just like in the novel. She has to warn Kay. She turns to run, but a voice stops her. It's Lloyd. He looks at her with such raw emotion. Ida, I know that I'm not on your mind. He then asks, but if I can win against Kay, will you consider going to the Ice and Snow Festival with me? Our girl is left utterly speechless. Here we go, folks. Our girl Kay is putting her friend on the spot, asking about that spicy date proposal. Ida gets all flustered, admitting she just left the poor guy hanging. Kay, ever the cool cucumber, smirks with confidence. She tells Ada not to worry, because he doesn't stand a chance of winning against her. In a spell tournament, that is. Ida is instantly hyped, grabbing Kay's hands and cheering her on to victory. But then our blue-haired queen drops a savage little bomb. Still, I'm a student of the dark class, so I'm your opponent. She asks Ada which side she's gonna cheer for now. Ada is absolutely short-circuiting. Alright, what to do, she stammers. Kay just walks off, telling her to think carefully as she heads to her advanced spell lesson. As they walk, Ada suddenly grabs Kay's hand with a dire warning. You have to be careful of teacher Olivia. She's the Demon Lord's underling. Kay is skeptical, asking for proof. Lily can't exactly say I read it in a novel, so she just begs Kay to trust her, promising to report Olivia the second she has solid evidence. And just like that, it's time for dance class. The etiquette teacher introduces herself, and it is dun, the very same teacher Olivia. Kay is immediately on high alert, thinking her friend might be right to be concerned. The teacher asks for a volunteer to demonstrate the dance, and of course, Ida's hand shoots up. Internally, our little red-headed nugget is panicking. This is bad, but on the outside, she puts on a radiant smile, thinking it's only natural for an esteemed lady like herself to lead the way. The teacher takes Ida's hands to begin the lesson, instructing her to bow slightly. Ida holds the teacher's hand and is immediately disarmed. Her hands are warm, she looks impeccable, Ida thinks, completely enchanted. Teacher Olivia guides her through the steps, and Ada swoons, thinking Olivia is such a good person. Kay, watching from the sidelines, is having a complete meltdown. No, Lumid, you must not be fooled by appearances, she thinks, mentally shaking her friend. The day of the highly anticipated spell tournament arrives. The first match is announced, Ada Mortimer of the light class versus Caroline Velasquez of the dark class. Caroline smirks, telling Ada she won't go easy on her. Ida, looking a little nervous, just says alright, bring it on. Caroline immediately goes for a big spell, summoning a massive terrifying magic white bear. The beast lets out a ferocious roar, and Ida flinches, looking like she's about to be lunch. But Bear's claw comes swiping down, and then Ada screams for help, thinking her grandpa's protective tool is useless. But, her classmates are swooning, calling her perfect for fending off the attack with her bare hands. Ida looks at her own hands in shock. Why am I so strong? With a mighty wham, she sends the giant bear flying. Caroline is speechless. How could my summoned beast disappear just like that? She tries again, summoning snakes, but Ada just casually smacks them away. Caroline summons a giant wolf, but Ida just flicks it on the nose. A dragon, Adada gives it a few solid slaps to the face. And the winner is Ida. Her fan club goes wild, their hearts bursting with love. So handsome. Our Lady is a killing machine. Kay, however, looks on with a serious expression. The next match is announced. Kay Jones versus Lloyd Edwards. Lloyd looks at Kay's stern face, realizing this will be a serious fight. But Kay is thinking something else entirely. I won't lose, because if I do, that redhead will have to go on a date with him. How funny. The battle begins. Lloyd unleashes a powerful light spell, but Kay just winks. You're quite strong, huh? She says, easily blocking it with her own dark magic. The crowd roars, with students from both classes cheering for their champion. Golden light and icy crystals fly across the arena. Kay counters with a torrent of dark, thorny magic. She realizes this won't be an easy fight. She'll have to use her special move. But as she prepares, her heart lurches. A dark voice whispers in her mind, "Do you want to win? I'll help you." Suddenly her magic spirals out of control. An overwhelming dark energy erupts from her body. Lloyd looks on, stunned and concerned. Kay panics internally. No, things will get dangerous for him if this goes on. She has to control it. I won't let her take over. With all her might, she slams her spellbook shut, severing the connection to the out-of-control power. She grits her teeth, determined. I'll never let the Demon Lord take control of me. But in that moment of distraction, Lloyd launches his final attack. Karen Amalatawan. Eclea is thrown backwards. Defeated, Ida screams her name in horror. The round is over. The announcer declares Lloyd Edwards the winner. The light class erupts in cheers, celebrating their victory. Ayada sighs in relief that she doesn't have to fight, but then immediately rushes to Kay's side. Kay, how are you feeling? Kay insists she's fine, just a few scratches, before apologizing for losing. But then she smiles, reminding Ada what this loss means. I'm from the light class, you know? The horrible realization dawns on them both. But that means you have to go to the ball with that fool. Ida's world shatters. What should I do? She screeches in pure terror. From across the arena, Lloyd approaches. He looks down at them with a cold, confused expression, wondering to himself, she clearly could have won. Why did she suddenly stop? Olivia, the maid, is meeting with a mysterious man in a tavern. He's not happy. You've been here for months. Why haven't you made any progress? He snaps. Olivia just looks at him, cool as a cucumber. How did you know I haven't made progress? She asks. The man reveals their plan. The young master, Lloyd, won a tournament and wants to invite Miss Mortimer, that's our girl, to the dance festival. He pulls out a gorgeous but clearly evil brooch. This is the brooch he'll give her, Olivia says with a wicked smile. Purple, sinister magic practically oozes off of it. You're giving this to the redhead, the man scoffs. Why bother? She doesn't even have magic, he says, taking a drink. Olivia reminds him that he's the one who fled after our little nugget disrupted his plans. She warns him not to underestimate Ida. She might not have magic, but that makes her even harder to deal with. The man reveals that a girl is trapped in a barrel, and Olivia says she needs Lloyd to give Ida the brooch. He gets angry, demanding to know why she hasn't done it already. Olivia gets a little sentimental, reminiscing about her 10 years with the Edwards family. She says they're kind people, but the man is having none of it. Don't be soft-hearted, Olivia, he snarls. He insists this has to be done for Her Excellency Valerie. Olivia clutches the cursed brooch, her expression filled with conflict. She knows that if Lloyd gives this to Ida, he'll be heartbroken to learn he harmed his beloved with his own hands. She calls this the last resort. Then she slyly changes the subject. By the way, how many glasses of wine have you had today, William? He answers, huh? This is the third glass. And bam, he realizes his mistake. He's had 3 glasses and is totally knocked out. Olivia just laughs, mocking his terrible liquor tolerance. It's all for Her Excellency after all. Meanwhile, back at the academy, our girl is getting mobbed. Her friend Daniel is shocked by the crowd. Ada is trying to get through, but her path is blocked. A classmate tries to stop her, but it's too late. She's surrounded by a swarm of hopeful boys. Miss Ada, will you go to the ball with me? They all shout. They're all trying to give her a brooch. Our girl is completely overwhelmed, wondering if she's become even more popular. Daniel explains that after her savage performance at the tournament, half the Light Academy students are now her fans. They're cheering like she's a rock star. One of her friends, the blonde girl, steps in like a bodyguard. Stand back. Where are your manners? She yells, protecting Ida from the crowd. But Ada has her own way of handling things. Well, she says with a smirk, I prefer to be the one giving the brooch. She prefers to make the first move, after all. And then she whips out her own brooch, a stunning red gem. Look, I bought my own brooch. Isn't it the prettiest? She declares. Her friends are stunned. Whoa, a big one. Do you already have someone to invite? Ida just winks, keeping them in suspense. About that, it's a secret for now. Her friends swoon, but she's completely oblivious to the chaos she's causing. Because across the hall, Lloyd Edwards clutches the brooch he was going to give her. His heart shatters. How did this happen? Didn't she agree to go with me? He thinks, dark magic starting to swirl around him. The jealousy consumes him. A dark purple aura explodes from his body. His eyes glow with rage. This is unforgivable. He raises his hand, channeling the dark energy. A beam of pure malice shoots across the hall. It's aimed right at Ida's brooch. Watch out, Miss Ida. Someone screams. Shatter. The beam strikes its target. Ida just barely manages to keep her cool, winking as if it was nothing. But inside, she's screaming, "Noah! My Hepatoa's brooch." She drops to her knees, looking at the broken pieces of the only gift she ever got from Kay. She whips around, furious. "Hui outdid it," she screams. But the attacker is already gone. Later, our poor heroine is heartbroken in her room. "I only have this one brooch, which was given by Kay," she laments, holding the shattered pieces. She can't leave the academy now, but what is she going to do? She stares at the broken gem, her heart aching. Is she still going to end up going to the festival with the male lead? Suddenly, an idea strikes her. Oh yeah, isn't there some kind of magic that can repair things? She immediately thinks of the smartest person she knows, Kay, but then panic sets in. Nope, I can't let her know the brooch is broken. It's the one she gave her after all. Just then, a cheerful voice calls out, "What's the matter, Ida? It's Caroline." Ida's face lights up. "Come here, Caroline," she shouts, beckoning her over. She presents the broken pieces to the little witch. "Please help me repair this brooch, using magic." Caroline examines the shattered gem. "I thought it was a big issue, but it turned out to be so simple," she says with a smile. Adam is relieved, but explains a small piece is missing. Caroline tells her it's no problem. "This brooch is made of ruby. To repair it, we need a ruby," she explains. And Ada, our ridiculously rich protagonist, just casually says, "No big deal. I have a lot in my house. One piece will do." Caroline agrees to fix it, saying it'll take about 7 days. Aya is overjoyed. "Thank you so much. You're a lifesaver." Caroline leans in close, a mischievous glint in her eye. "So, who are you planning to give this brooch to?" Ida blushes furiously. "Nah?" She admits she's never been in a relationship and just wanted to invite a good friend. Caroline's eyes light up. "And who would that be? Kay?" she teases. Ayada doesn't want to talk about Lloyd, since Kay blames herself for his loss in the tournament. Besides, she knows she's been making a mess of the original plot. A few days later, Caroline finishes the repair. "Phew, I finally finished repairing it. I'll return it to Ida during class tomorrow," she thinks, holding the now perfect brooch. Just then, she's called for a meal. "Coming," she shouts, placing the brooch on her desk. A moment later, someone else enters the empty room. It's Kay. "Caroline, have you eaten yet?" she calls out, but no one's there. "I guess I'm too late," she murmurs to herself. But then, something on the desk catches her eye. Her blood runs cold. "Isn't this the brooch I gave Ida?" Her mind races. Did she give Caroline the brooch? She remembers how close Ada and Caroline have gotten this term. She reaches out and touches the brooch, a storm brewing inside her. "What's wrong with me? I expected that redhead to give the brooch to me," she thinks, her voice trembling. What was I expecting? She scolds herself. Why did I expect anything from her? She's just a fool. She clutches her chest, a painful realization dawning on her. Am I jealous? A flood of memories washes over her all the times Ada made her heart race, all their chaotic adventures together. Her eyes widen in shock. Do I flap? She smacks her own face, trying to snap out of it. What the hell was I thinking about? I'm going insane, she cries, collapsing in despair. She decides she needs a distraction. I should do the practice exams 10 times to calm down. As she walks away, trying to bury her feelings, she tells herself she doesn't care who the redhead invites. But from the shadows, a pair of golden eyes watches her every move. Lloyd is still there, consumed by his own dark jealousy. Our little red-headed firecracker is back. She bursts onto the scene looking for her bestie, shouting, "Caroline, I'm back from holiday." But a blue-haired maid intercepts her, explaining that Caroline is busy helping a professor with an experiment. Our girl gets a little flustered, muttering, "Oh, it's Kay." But the maid, Kay, stops her cold. With an icy tone, she asks, "Oh, it's Kay?" Kay's eyes narrow suspiciously. "Why are you in such a hurry to see Caroline? I can pass on the message." Our heroine starts sweating bullets, waving her hands dismissively. "Ahahaha, it's nothing really." But Kay isn't buying it for a second. Her piercing gaze cuts right through the lie. "Are you acting suspicious? That's all it takes for our girl to bolt." "Nothing. I'll go first. Bye-bye." She makes a chaotic exit, leaving Kay standing there completely baffled. Karen caught her precisely below. Kai watches her run off, her expression darkening with suspicion and a hint of hurt. Later, at dancing class, the instructor guides the students. The room is full of couples gracefully twirling across the floor. The teacher smiles, pleased with their progress. Meanwhile, our girl has finally found the actual Caroline. The pretty pink-haired girl apologizes for being busy and presents her with a newly repaired brooch. Our heroine is ecstatic, grabbing her in a hug. "Thank you so much. I went to look for you today, but not everyone is having a good time." Kay sits alone on a gilded chair, arms crossed, radiating pure grumpiness. A boy bravely approaches her, asking, Miss Jones, would you like to practice dancing with me?" Soon, the class comes to an end. The teacher claps her hands, reminding everyone the Ice and Snow Festival is just 3 days away. She announces that it's time for them to give their brooches to their chosen dance partners. She then turns to a handsome blonde boy. "Young master, you should give your brooch to Miss Mortimer." But the young master, Lloyd, looks pained. "I don't think I'll be able to give my brooch." Our red-haired girl, Miss Mortimer, is stunned. She quickly pulls him aside. "I'm sorry, Lloyd. I can't go to the ball with you." She explains that she already has someone else in mind. Trying to soften the blow, she rambles. "Yeah, let's say a nice girl like Caroline. She's the female lead. She'll save the world with you." She flashes a huge, slightly panicked smile, promising to treat him to a meal later. Lloyd is completely frozen, speechless. The dance instructor rushes over, pleading. "Young master, you must not give up. You've been holding on to this brooch for a while." Inwardly, the instructor is fuming. "Curse, darn it, that red-haired girl is going to ruin my plan again." She tries a new tactic. "Why don't you leave the brooch in my care for now, young master?" Suddenly, a tiny demonic-looking familiar appears, absolutely livid. "What are you doing, Olivia? I can't just stand by and watch the young master being affected." He reveals the horrifying truth. The brooch will sap his magic, confuse his mind, then drive him mad. The familiar snaps at her, reminding her that their true master is Valerie, and they owe her their lives. He orders her to use the boy's compromised state to their advantage. Olivia looks absolutely horrified, her compassion warring with her orders. A quick, painful flashback shows a powerful woman performing magic on a younger, crying Olivia. Later, our girl finds Caroline. "Have you seen Kay?" Caroline shakes her head, saying she went out. The redhead presses on. "Have you not given her your brooch yet?" She's getting worried, admitting she hasn't seen Kay in days. Is she? Our girl can't think of anything besides the spell tournament. Then, it hits her like a ton of bricks. Wait, she doesn't think it's her fault. "I have to attend the ball with Lloyd, does she?" Caroline grimly agrees that it might be the case. Determined, our girl decides to find her friend. She spots a book on Caroline's desk. Caroline grins, revealing it's a magic book that can help them track Kay's aura through her belongings. As they set off, our girl cheers, "All hail magic." Destination, the library. They find the library quiet and nearly empty. And there, tucked away at a table, is Kay. She's in a world of her own, drowning in angst. "Whoever she goes to the ball with is none of my business. Why do I doing?" She clenches her fists. "Miserable. We're just ordinary friends." The words echo in her mind, a painful mantra. "We're just friends." A memory from her past life surfaces. Two girls on a basketball court. One of them, a girl who looks just like our heroine, sinks a perfect shot, winning the game. This girl, Yao, rushes over to her friend, Lan, who looks just like Kay's current self. Yao beams with pride, sweeping Lan into a huge hug. "What do you think, Lan? Am I not amazing?" Lan just complains about her being sweaty. Back in the present, Kay slams the book over her face, completely flustered. She thinks about her past life feelings for Yao. Her hand trembles as she finishes the thought. "Would you be upset?" "Kay, found you." Our heroine's voice cuts through the silence. She and Caroline have arrived. "Where have you been lately?" she asks. Kay, still hiding, mutters, "Do you need something?" Our girl gets right to it. "The Ice and Snow Dance Festival is coming up, right?" She takes a breath and asks, "Have you found yourself a dance partner?" From behind the book, Kay's voice is flat. Wham! The word hits our girl like a physical blow. She's literally turned to stone from shock. Kay peeks over her book, a hint of challenge in her eyes. "What's wrong? Are you shocked that I already have a dance partner?" She pushes further, her voice sharp. "Did you think I wouldn't find one? Because I'm not as cheerful and popular as you." Our poor girl frantically waves her hands. "And no, I didn't think that, Antars." She quickly apologizes for bothering her. Kai says nothing, just stares. Caroline shoots Kay a disappointed look before wishing her well at the ball. Kay flinches and hides behind her book again. As they walk away, our girl is heartbroken. "Ugh, I'm too late. She already has a partner." Caroline admits she's also surprised. The despair is real. "I'm done for. I'll be a miserable single girl under the moonlit tree." Caroline sweetly offers to go with her, but our girl refuses Lloyd and then gently turns Caroline down too. She holds up the beautiful brooch she'd prepared for Kay. "This brooch holds a deep meaning for me. She can't just give it to someone else." Caroline looks sad, but understands. "Don't worry," she says, "I'm sure your feelings will reach Kay." The students are all dressed to the nines, but the headmaster has an announcement. "Forget your studies," he says, "and immerse yourselves in the vigor of youth." He gives a special shout-out to the ball's biggest sponsor, the Mortimer family, as couples begin to dance. But not everyone is having fun. Our girl Caroline stands off to the side, biting her nail. She's starting to worry about her friends. "I wonder how Ida and Kay are doing." Just then Jessica and a handsome blue-haired boy show up, asking if she's seen Ida. Jessica snidely suggests that Ada's gown must be so fancy it's taking her forever to get ready. The blue-haired boy, completely infatuated with Jessica, calls Ida a fool, saying he would have invited her if he could. Suddenly, a gasp ripples through the crowd. "Look, it's Lady Mortimer," and there she is. Ida makes her grand entrance, an absolute vision in a dramatic red and black gown that has everyone swooning. Caroline rushes to her side. "You came." Ada explains she heard Kay was in the garden. She leans in, revealing her master plan with a devilish little grin. I'm dressed so gracefully today, so when I find Kay, no matter who her dance partner is, I'll look way better and can just steal her away. Our girl is a certified chaos goblin and Caroline is living for it. But Ida's smile fades slightly. She remembers a crucial plot point from the novel. The original Villainess causes a scene at this very festival. Just as she's about to make her move, a hand clamps down on her arm. Wait a second, my rose. Alvada freezes, a dark, menacing aura washing over her. It's Lloyd, but his eyes are glowing with a terrifying, unnatural light. Why won't you dance with me, he demands. Jessica immediately steps in to defend her. Young Master Lloyd, how could you speak to my lady with that tone? Jessica stands her ground, declaring that Ada will dance with whomever she pleases. Lubue's heart pounds in her chest. This feels familiar. Too familiar. Her eyes widen in horror as she realizes Lloyd is being controlled by a spell, just like she was. Before she can react, Lloyd unleashes a vicious blast of purple magic. It slams right into Caroline, who cries out in pain. Ida screams her name in terror. The ballroom erupts into chaos. Students are screaming, wondering why a fight suddenly broke out. One of them yells at the headmaster, pointing out that his student just went berserk. But the headmaster just covers his eyes, completely unbothered by the violence. Ida snaps, calling him a brat. Stop pretending you're blind. Lloyd is being controlled. The headmaster just smirks, a chilling glint in his eye. So he's being controlled. What should I do? He says coolly. Magic has to be put into practice. Caroline struggles to her feet. Ada, leave him to me. You should find Kay, she insists. She points out the glowing brooch on Lloyd's chest is the source of the magic. It should be fine as long as I break it. She grins, pulling out her spellbook, ready for a showdown. As Ida runs off, she yells one last thing over her shoulder. Please hit him lightly though. Don't overdo it. Our heroine dashes out into the garden, desperately searching for her friend. She finally spots a lone figure standing beneath a magnificent, glowing tree. Kay, she screams. The figure turns, and it's Kay, looking absolutely ethereal, in a stunning blue gown. Aya runs up to her, breathless. Why are you here? Kay smiles softly. To look for you, of course. I didn't want to go to the ball alone. Ida's heart swoons. This lady intended to snatch you away from your dance partner anyway, she confesses. Kay, you look so pretty in that gown. Karen blushes. Thank you, you too. Then she asks, by the way, where's your dance partner Kay? Ada freezes, having just called Kay by her own name in her flustered state. She quickly makes up an excuse about her partner having a stomachache. Kay then asks about Caroline, and Ada blurts out, she's in the middle of a big fight with Lloyd. Kay is shocked. Ida is completely lost. But I didn't. Kay points out that she saw the brooch Ida gave Caroline. The pieces finally click, and Ida bows deeply. Sorry. She confesses she broke the brooch and was too scared to tell Kay, so she asked Caroline to fix it for her. A wave of relief washes over Kay's face. Oh, so that's what happened. Ida proudly presents the repaired brooch. Look, this is the brooch, she says, admitting it's a bit shameless to offer it again. Then, with stars in her eyes, she asks the big question. With that being said, Kay, will you go to the Ice and Snow Dance Festival with me? Kay looks at the brooch in Ada's hands, her expression unreadable, and then she says no. I can't accept it. She explains that a brooch like this is meant for someone important, not just a friend. Ida's face becomes dead serious. I've been thinking hard about it myself, she says, grabbing Kay's shoulders, and I've realized that you're not just an ordinary friend. Kay's breath hitches. Then, is this it? The moment we've all been waiting for? Ayada takes a deep breath, a brilliant smile spreading across her face. Kay, you're my best friend in this world. Oh no. The hope in Kay's eyes instantly vanishes, replaced by a crushing wave of disappointment. Ida, completely oblivious, notices the change in mood. Kay, what's wrong? But Kay shoves her hand away. She clutches her chest, her heart completely shattered. You won't understand, she cries, turning away. Curses? Why am I so unlikable? She collapses into the grass, heartbroken. Meanwhile, back at the party, the fight is reaching its climax. Caroline summons a giant dragon guard to block Lloyd's attack. The dragon lets out a mighty roar and unleashes a massive fireball. Lloyd just scoffs, calling it a nuisance. But Caroline is just getting started. She unleashes a powerful spell that wraps around Lloyd's arm and shatters the mind control brooch. Lloyd blinks, the evil glow fading from his eyes. Huh? The pauper? He asks, dazed and confused. Caroline gives him a saccharine sweet smile. Ah, you're awake. And then wham! She smacks him square in the face with her heavy spellbook. Mr. Edwards, she says with a terrifyingly cheerful grin. I got hurt all thanks to you. She leans in close, her eyes glinting. Say, why don't you think of a way to make it up to me? This girl is an absolute unhinged savage, and we are here for it. In a moment of quiet despair, our girl's past comes flooding back. A life spent standing alone in the pouring rain, utterly drenched in misery. Her phone buzzes, a lifeline in the storm, and she answers with a weak hello. It's her friend Yao, frantic on the other end. Lan, are you okay? Your auntie said you ran out of the house. Lan trudges through the downpour, her voice hollow. I'm outside. I won't come back if they're still fighting. Yao confirms her worst fears, they're at it again, and begs her to go back to the dorm for now, but Lan snaps. I don't want to. Tears stream down her face as she insists she can't go back to school. Not like this. She tells Yao to focus on her match tomorrow, and not to worry. With a sharp beep, she ends the call, clutching the phone as if it's the only thing holding her together. She collapses by a bush of hydrangeas, her mind spiraling. If only there was magic in this world, she whispers, dreaming of a life free from pain and fear. A life where she could be brave and have friends. A life where she could finally be strong. Some people have everything, she sobs to herself. Why is it so impossible for me to have even a single good thing? Suddenly, a voice cuts through the rain. Lan! A taxi screeches to a halt, and Yao leaps out, her eyes wide with panic. There you are! Lan looks up, shocked. Yao, her friend rushes over, soaked and breathless. Why are you sitting here all alone? Yao throws her arms around Lan, pulling her into a desperate hug. I was so worried, she cries. I could only take a taxi and run around looking for you. The dam breaks, and Lan wails into her shoulder as Yao asks the dreaded question. Did they hit you again? It's fine. I won't go back there, Lan chokes out. Yao pulls back, her expression hardening, as she feels how cold Lan is. You're freezing. Yao decides then and there. Since you don't want to go to school, let's find a place to stay for now. A mischievous glint appears in her eyes. Ah, a hotel. Let's rent a room. Inside the warm hotel room, Yao gently consoles her still shaken friend. After Lan takes a hot shower, she emerges in a robe, looking a little more human. What's that? Lan asks, eyeing the bag in Yao's hand. I bought some medicine for bruises. Yao says softly, I'll help you apply it. When the robe is pulled back, the horrifying truth is revealed. Lan's back is covered in angry purple bruises. Yao sees thus, dabbing the medicine on with trembling hands. Damn it, they're the worst. Why do they have to involve you? Lan just sighs, saying she's used to it. But Yao fiercely declares, well, just come find me. I won't let anyone bully you. But, you can't stay with me forever, Lan whispers, her heart aching. Yao just beams. Why can't I? I'll just follow you wherever you go after we graduate. Back in this strange new world, Kay hides her face, tears slipping through her fingers. But I can't go back. The woman beside her cocks her head. You don't want to grow old? That's possible. Since God has bestowed magic upon us, we can make anything come true. Kay looks up, intrigued. The woman nods. In theory, it's possible. Headmaster Noah has lived for hundreds of years. And as for me, my appearance remains the same as it did 50 years ago. She smiles, a hint of sorrow in her eyes. It stopped the moment Her Excellency Valerie passed away. Kay flinches. You really are the Demon Lord's underling. She clenches her fist, ready for a fight, but the woman just laughs. Demon Lord, that's just a title given by humans who wanted to impose their will on her. She explains the hypocrisy of mankind, who label the very goddess of darkness they once needed as a demon lord. Kay is stunned. The goddess of darkness, from the legends. The woman begins the tale of two goddesses who once cared for humanity, until their followers grew too numerous, as humans greedily craved more and more magic for themselves. The goddess of light, Puria, vanished, giving her last power to a human. This tragedy set Valerie on a dark path, teaching her that not all humans deserved salvation. The pieces click into place for Kay. Does that mean the Demon Lord was trying to avenge Puria? She remembers the voice screaming for revenge in her own heart. She doesn't seem to be lying. The woman's voice is earnest. My only wish is that you don't misunderstand her. We were all saved by Her Excellency Valerie. We received her grace and felt her pain. She continues, her gaze intense. You are the reincarnation of Her Excellency Valerie. She reveals that all of Valerie's remaining magic now lies dormant within Kay, and asks her to join their cause. But Kay holds up her book, her resolve hardening. I won't judge your grievance, but now I am me, Kay Jones. I will never live as the Demon Lord. The woman smirks, accepting the challenge as blue magic swirls around her. Then I will show you the strength Her Excellency has bestowed upon me. I've never lost to anyone using elemental magic. Kay opens her book, a powerful aura surrounding her. Freeze. But her opponent is too fast, transforming into a water dragon and easily dodging the attack. Kay Jones, show me all you've got. A torrent of water surges directly towards Kay. Just as it's about to hit, a chaotic voice screams, K-A-A, step aside. Out of nowhere, our favorite redhead appears, riding a massive grinning rocket launcher. Go, my ultimate shiny auto-aim rocket launcher. With a deafening kaboom, the battlefield explodes, and she lands stylishly next to a completely bewildered Kay. Ida spins around, her eyes wide with disbelief. And there stands our chaotic heroine, Kay, winking like she just won the lottery. I saw you fighting with the teacher, she says, so I had my maids bring my secret weapon. The blue-haired girl, Mortimer, is completely unimpressed, stating that Kay clearly doesn't have any magic. The teacher, Olivia, transforms into her terrifying winged form, absolutely seething. She shrieks at Kay for ruining their reputation by lounging around the academy. Do you think the industrial waste produced by ordinary people can surpass our magic? Kay just pulls a face, mocking her. Someone sure talks big. Olivia absolutely loses it. But our girl isn't done. She launches into a savage speech about how humans shouldn't be lazy. When faced with problems, they should find a way to solve them. That way they'll become continuously stronger. She sneers. However, your kind only wants the easy way. With a dramatic flair, she accuses them of relying only on magic when faced with a problem. Pointing a finger down, she declares that they fail to see that ordinary people's accomplishments have far surpassed theirs. Olivia trembles with rage as Ida watches the whole thing unfold. This is the last straw for Olivia. You look down on magic? How foolish of you, she screams. She gathers a massive ball of water magic in her hands, roaring, "Go to hell!" The blast of energy soars through the air. Ada shoves Kay out of the way, shouting, "Watch out," and bravely puts up her spellbook to block the attack. The magic slams into the book with a sickening thud, but Ada holds her ground, gritting her teeth against the force. The spell finally dissipates. Ada thinks to herself, "If I can just get a chance to strike back, I'll be able to win with a single hit." Her friends watch in horror, screaming her name. Suddenly, the young Master Lloyd's eyes go wide. He sees something behind the teacher. "Olivia," he gasps. Olivia freezes, a look of pure shock on her face as a hand lands on her shoulder. Her own magic begins to fizzle out around her. It's Lloyd. He's appeared right behind her. "Young Master Lloyd, why are you?" she stammers as the boy looks on in terror. Ada sees her chance. An opening. She focuses her power on the brooch pinned to her own chest. Olivia realizes what's happening a second too late. With a deafening whoosh, sharp crystals erupt from the ground, impaling her with Lloyd screams her name as she's thrown backwards, their reflections shattering in the magical shards. Lloyd hits the ground, coughing as the crystals retract. He scrambles to catch Olivia as she falls from the sky. "Olivia," he cries, cradling her. "Why is it you? How could you do such a thing?" He looks at her, his voice breaking. "Were you also the one behind the brooch's curse?" With her last breaths, Olivia apologizes. "Young Master, I betrayed you. I've let the Master and Madam down." She fades away, remembering a promise she made as a child. "I won't deny what I've done, but I don't have any regrets." She coughs. She looks over at our girls with a faint smile. "I would expect nothing less from Her Excellency." Kay is outstanding. But she offers a chilling warning. "You must be careful. The Demon Lord's underlings will still have their eyes on you." Her body glows, and Kay and Ada can only watch as she disappears into particles of light. Lloyd lets out a heart-wrenching scream, "Olivia," as the last of her essence vanishes into the night. In her place, a magnificent glowing tree materializes. A memory surfaces, a young Olivia, with a mysterious hooded figure. The figure told her, if two people confess their love under the moonlit tree, they'll be together forever. Little Olivia asked if it was true, and the figure just smiled, a knowing, gentle smile. "Oh, does our Olivia have someone she likes?" The little girl blushes furiously, admitting, I do." Back in the present, the two girls stand under the magical glow. Ida turns to Kay. "Are you all right? You're not hurt, right?" When Kay says she's fine, Ida looks down, ashamed. "I'm sorry about what happened back then," she admits. "I was too rash." Kay looks utterly confused. Aya continues, "Everyone called me the Demon Lord's reincarnation, but you never did. You've even saved me a few times." She looks up, her eyes full of regret. "And yet, I got angry at you just because you think of me as your best friend. I overreacted." She smiles sadly. "After I calmed down, I really don't know why I did that." Our little nugget gets completely flustered, waving her hands frantically. "Aya, it's fine. It was rude of me to suddenly claim you're my best friend." Haha. Ida sits down, her gaze fixed on the tree. She reflects on Olivia's words about the dark and tempting side of magic. And yet, for some things, the more dangerous it is, the more tempting it becomes. She admits that she seeks that power too, but then looks at Kay. "But what you said is right. We shouldn't rely on magic." She stands and takes Kay's hands in her own. "The power of humans is what shapes this world." Kay's eyes light up, a huge smile on her face. Ida takes a deep breath. "That's why, Ida, I'd like to be your best friend." Ida turns into a blushing, stuttering mess. "Thank you, my friend." Kay is momentarily speechless, before a bright, happy smile spreads across her face. Standing under the beautiful weeping tree of light, Karen caught her precisely below. "Thank you, my friend." The phrasing feels a little weird, even though they're friends now. Something about Ida's response. It feels so distant. Later, in the headmaster's office, Kay is laying down the law. The headmaster says he'll hold on to the cursed brooch for now, but she's not having it. "This is the second time this has happened. Can you please do something?" She reminds him of his duty to keep students safe, but he just dismisses her concerns. "Oh, really?" she snaps, threatening to pull her family's funding. Just then, a teacher steps in, assuring Kay that everything is under control. "We'll definitely protect the students if something happens," she promises. Kay pouts but relents. Fine, she says, adding a cheeky condition. "If I fail the final exam, you have to give me a bit of leeway." The moment she leaves, the teacher's demeanor shifts. "We've successfully gathered 2 of them, Headmaster," she reports. The headmaster holds up 2 glowing cursed artifacts, the brooch and another piece. He chuckles. "Who would have thought that the students could resolve this without our help?" The items float, radiating a sinister purple energy. The teacher warns that their enemies will be more vigilant now. But the headmaster just smirks. "We have Kay with us after all. They won't miss the chance to meet her." He instructs her to prepare for the student exchange. Meanwhile, our newly minted best friends are off to the cafeteria. Ayatha is dying to try the desserts, and Kay recommends the cream puffs. Of course, I like cream puffs, Ayatha exclaims. They happily order too. As they wait, Ida thinks to herself, although Kay is my best friend now, something feels different somehow. The server hands them their treats, and they thank him. Suddenly, Ada spots a familiar face. Isn't that Lloyd? She waves him over. He turns, looking exhausted. He gives them a tired smile. Ah, you too. He apologizes for his appearance, explaining he just came from Olivia's funeral. Kay tries to offer her condolences, but he cuts her off. No, please don't apologize. I should be the one to apologize. He turns to Ida, his eyes filled with a deep sadness. Ida, at that time he reaches for her hand, his voice trailing off. She looks at him confused. If you what? Lloyd doesn't answer, just offering a small, heartbreakingly gentle smile. She stares at the paper in her hands, her world absolutely shattering. She failed the written exams. The professor confirms her worst fears. You failed 2 out of 3 written exams. She then drops the bomb that in most cases, this means she'll have to drop out. But Ida isn't most people. She snaps back, well, I'm not your typical lady after all. She immediately pivots, asking what her father can do to smooth things over. The sweet sound of money. The professor's whole demeanor changes, a greedy smile spreading across her face. She offers a special makeup exam after summer break, as long as the Mortimer family keeps those generous donations coming. Ada instantly agrees. Deal. Back at the ridiculously huge Mortimer mansion, our girl bursts through the door, yelling for her dad. I'm home. She stands there proudly, flanked by her maids, ready for her grand entrance. Her father's voice echoes through the hall, overjoyed. My little darling Ida is back. This absolute smoke show of a dad opens his arms wide, ready to scoop her up. But Ida dodges the hug, protesting that she's not a child anymore. He just chuckles, insisting she'll always be his little cutie. Suddenly he freezes, his eyes locking on something behind her. Standing there is Kay, who gives a polite little greeting. She smiles sweetly, calling herself Ida's best friend. But our girl feels a positively murderous vibe coming off her. The tension is real. Ida's dad, completely oblivious, gives Kay a warm welcome. Aya quickly spins a story about flunking her exams and inviting Kay over to tutor her. She also invited Kay's father, because why not? They have rooms to spare. Just then, Kay's equally handsome blonde dad appears and shakes hands with Ida's father. The two men immediately start gushing about how amazing their daughters are. Ada is so over this dad bonding moment and literally drags Kay away to her room. They step into Ada's bedroom, which is basically the size of a small palace. Kay is stunned, asking if it's a bit excessive. Ida just shrugs. I know, right? I felt that way at first, but I'm used to it now. Ida holds up 2 pillows, making Kay ask if she sleeps with both. With a mischievous grin, Ida says, nah, this one's for you. Let's sleep together. Kay is completely flustered, her face turning bright red. What? I'll sleep with you, she stammers, pointing out that there are plenty of empty rooms. She's shocked at how defenseless Ada is being. Shouldn't you be more wary, she asks, clutching her chest. Ida just laughs it off. Why would I need to? It's not like you're a man or anything. Oh, the sweet, sweet irony. Kay is having an internal crisis over Ida's legendary stupidity. She snatches the pillow and declares she's sleeping in another room until Ada gets a clue. As she storms out, a blushing mess, Ada just gives a clueless little goodnight. Meanwhile, the dads are hitting it off over drinks. Karen caught her precisely vine, thanking his host for the hospitality. He spots a portrait on the wall, commenting on the woman's beauty and asking if it's Ida's mother. Ida's dad confirms that yes, that's his wife and Ida's mother. His face grows sad as he explains she's a famous model who is rarely ever home. He confesses that he raised Ida almost entirely on his own. This strikes a chord with Kay's dad, who looks misty-eyed, but reveals that he shares the same pain. His own wife has been gone for years, and he raised Kay all by himself. In a wave of shared single dad emotion, they embrace, calling each other comrade and brother. Karen peeking around the corner is just later. Ada asks Kay if she remembers her mom. Kay says she doesn't have many memories of her. As they sip their drinks, Ida thinks to herself that the original novel never mentioned the villainess's mother either. Kay then notices a mountain of gifts and asks what the occasion is. Ida casually drops that it's her birthday tomorrow, and she wanted to celebrate with her. She looks so shy and adorable about it. Karen immediately panics. Your birthday? Why didn't you tell me sooner? I didn't get you a gift, before adding that it's not her real birthday anyway. She then cheerfully announces she also invited Jessica and Daniel. Kay's smile falters for a second. Ah, so I'm not the only one she invited. The scene shifts. We see Kay's father, Jack, staring at a portrait of his long-lost wife, Madeline. A storm rages outside as he whispers her name. He paces anxiously, wondering why she isn't home yet. We flash back to that very night. Jack paces in the rain, calling out for Madeline, sick with worry. Finally, she appears, apologizing for being out so late. But she's holding the hand of a tiny blue-haired child. Who is this child? Jack asks, stunned. Madeline explains she's an abandoned girl she found. The little girl whispers her name is Kay. Jack welcomes her into their home as Madeline suggests they adopt the child. Jack is hesitant. Are you sure? He asks. Madeline insists, saying it's safer for Kay here than in the perilous world outside. She smiles, saying she feels at ease leaving Kay in his care. What do you mean, perilous? Jack asks, confused. Madeline then reveals the truth that sends a chill down his spine. The child has incredibly strong magic. Jack is speechless. Madeline just smiles that mysterious smile. Later that night, after tucking Kay into bed, Jack searches for his wife, but Madeline is gone. All that's left is a single letter on the windowsill. Back in the present, Jack lets out a ragged cough. It's been 10 years since she left. He coughs again, this time spitting up blood. He knows that if she doesn't come back soon, he won't have much time left. The next day, the mood is much brighter at the Mortimer estate. Jessica and Daniel arrive, bearing gifts and wishing Ida a happy birthday. Our birthday girl, dressed to the nines, gives a dazzling smile and a regal wave. Ida graciously accepts, saying a simple thank you. She gets an adorable pink teddy bear and a pair of killer red shoes, gushing over how cute they are. She clutches her new treasures, beaming with pure, unadulterated joy. But the party grinds to a halt when Kay, the queen of buzzkills, shows up. She snaps that the birthday celebration is on hold because Ada still hasn't finished her practice exam. Our poor heroine whines that Kay is being way too strict. Kay doesn't even flinch, retorting that it's a given. "You don't want to fail the makeup exam too, do you?" she asks, shoving a piece of paper at her. But wait, it's not just paper. Kay hands her a stunningly beautiful feathered pen. Ida is mesmerized by how pretty it is. Kay explains that Ada never told her it was her birthday, so she didn't have a gift prepared. Blushing, she admits it's her personal favorite pen, but Ada can have it. Our little nugget is absolutely sent into orbit. "Is this my birthday gift?" she squeals, literally floating with happiness. Cloth, completely flustered, just yells at her to get the exam done already. Later, the real party starts, complete with a cake so massive it could feed a small army. Her new family tells her to make a wish. As Ida closes her eyes, she reflects on the years that have passed since she came to this world. Her first wish is a silent, heartfelt prayer. She wishes for her parents in her old world to stay healthy and happy. And then her thoughts turn to her best friend, Lan, imagining her graduating soon. She pictures Lan as the top student, proudly receiving her diploma and a trophy. But the sweet memory turns heart-wrenching. She remembers their last bike ride to the library, realizing with a pang of agony that it was their final goodbye. The thought is too much to bear, and she breaks down. She starts wailing, crying out Lan's name in despair. Everyone is completely stunned. Why is she suddenly crying? They wonder, utterly bewildered by the sudden emotional storm. But Ida steels herself. She vows to survive this strange world and find a way back home. For her final wish, she closes her eyes and prays to meet Lan again, blowing out the candle with a soft foo. The room erupts in cheers of happy birthday. But while everyone celebrates, Kay is having an internal meltdown. She thinks, what is she crying for? I'm the one who wants to cry here. She's panicking about not getting her academy recommendation if she can't get back to her own world soon. An awkward, tense silence falls between the two friends, both drowning in their own anxieties. Just then, a glowing white bird swoops into the room, carrying a letter. It drops the magically sealed envelope right in front of them. The other kids gasp, "Look, that letter is glowing." Kay looks up, startled, wondering if the letter could possibly be for her. It is. One of the kids exclaims, "Senior Jones, are you going to be an exchange student at Vangrave Magic Academy?" The little blue-haired informant explains that Vangrave is one of the top-ranked magic academies and a major rival to their own. Every year, a limited number of students are chosen for an exchange program. He announces that Senior Jones has been selected as the most outstanding student of the year. She'll be heading to Vangrave next year, and she can't help but feel a little smug about it. The others immediately start protesting. What? Only Kay gets to go? What if someone there has evil intentions? But the blue-haired boy isn't finished. "Oh yes," he says, a mischievous glint in his eye. "There's a new rule this year." And he explains that in addition to the best students, the bottom-ranked students will also be exchanged for a special makeup exam. And with a dramatic flourish, he points directly at our girl and her blonde friend. Ayacha freezes in absolute horror. Is that her? A cold sweat breaks out as the realization crashes down on her. This is trouble. Major, world-ending trouble. What is she going to do? It's not just the exam she's worried about. She realizes with dawning dread that this event aligns perfectly with the book's original plot. In the story, the characters went to Vangrave as exchange students. The villainess, Ada, used her family's wealth to secure a spot just so she could follow the male lead, Lloyd. But in a shocking twist, neither the male lead nor the female lead were chosen. Instead, the spot went to the Demon Lord's reincarnation. The villainess was completely crushed, and the Demon Lord's reincarnation used the opportunity to gain followers. First, she beat the ever-loving Daylight out of the villainess and threw her in a dungeon. Then she led her new followers in a counterattack against Wingfield Magic Academy. The original male and female leads had to step in just to stop her rampage. After that chaotic event, the Demon Lord's reincarnation left the academy and became the most wanted villain in the entire magic world. Ayamna clutches her head, spiraling. It's over, she thinks. Why is the plot still following the original story? And why is it happening so much earlier? She sees her future flashing before her eyes, getting beaten to a bloody pulp, locked away, and watching her best friend become an evil supervillain. She collapses to the floor. I'm doomed. That night, Kay finds Ida mumbling in her room, wide awake. She needs to talk. Ida grabs her, tears in her eyes, begging her not to go to the exchange program. She tries to explain, it's a spot only the #1 student can get. Why give it up? Kay asks, confused. I just have this feeling that something bad will happen. Ida pleads, clutching her chest. Kay looks at her, a hint of a smile on her face. Weird. Why do you always have this strange sixth sense? Adi insists she's genuinely worried about her. That Vangrave Academy is suspicious. There are bad people in there. Kay sighs, trying to soothe her friend. All right, don't panic. She pulls Ida into a gentle hug. I'll write a letter to the headmaster tomorrow and ask if someone else can go, she promises. Ida's face lights up. Great. Kay then asks softly, are you this worried? Because I'm your best friend. Ida gets flustered, stammering that her mind's a mess. Kay watches her, a fond look in her eyes, realizing how slow her friend is. Yeah, she whispers. Then she grins. You really are a fool. The next day, Professor Jack finds Kay packing. You're not going for the student exchange, he asks, surprised. Karen explains that Miss Mortimer pleaded with her not to go, and she can't let her down. But as she holds a book, a new resolve forms. She wants to know what's so special about Vangrave that made Ida so terrified. Later that night, Kay pores over a book about the academy, but it seems perfectly ordinary. Then she flips to a group photo from a recent awards ceremony. Her eyes stop on one of the figures. Why does this person look so familiar? She mutters, leaning in for a closer look. Jack walks in, asking what's wrong. Kay is frozen, staring at the picture. Yeah, it's the same person, she breathes. Why is she in Vangrave Magic Academy? Jack leans over, confused. Look, Jack, Kay says, her voice trembling as she points to the photo. Jack's face drains of all color. Madeline? He's in shock. Kay tells him Madeline never said what she was doing. Jack sinks onto the sofa, completely devastated. No, she never did. Madeline, why didn't you tell me you were going to be a teacher? It's been so long, what is she hiding from me? Seeing Jack so utterly destroyed, Kay makes a decision. She places a hand over her heart, her eyes burning with determination. Don't worry, Jack. I'll go, she declares. I'll go to Vangrave. Welcome to Vangrave Magic Academy, a school that looks like it was ripped straight from a fairy tale, with a huge focus on nature. Here, magic comes from natural elements, and students enhance their abilities through meditation and harmonizing with all the adorable and majestic magical creatures. The country is practically a sanctuary for endangered magical species, but our girl Ida is already over it. What's the use of coexisting harmoniously? She scoffs. She's got the inside scoop from the original story, and let me tell you, it is not a fairy tale. The so-called heroine, the Demon Lord's reincarnation, is supposed to burn this entire beautiful place to the ground. And yep, that's our little nugget, Kay, looking absolutely unhinged as she cackles and sets the world ablaze. The story says she'll even slaughter all the cute endangered magical creatures. Back in the present, a teacher introduces Ida as the new exchange student. Ida puts on her sweetest smile. Hello everyone. She's just so relieved that Kay, the future agent of chaos, didn't come with her as an exchange student. Her relief lasts for all of 5 seconds before she spots a familiar blue-haired girl in the library. Ada absolutely loses it, stomping right up to her. Kay, why are you here? Kay just gives a vague answer. It's a bit complicated. I'll tell you after class. A heart-stopping realization hits our poor heroine. Crap, so I can't stop the story from progressing after all? After class, Ida corners her. So, what happened? You seem restless. I'm the one who should be. Kay drops a casual bomb. My mom is here. Ida blinks, completely baffled. Whoa, your mom? Which one? Who else? Jack's wife, of course, Kay says, explaining she saw her in an old academy photo. This just raises more questions. Didn't you say your mother was away from home? Becoming a teacher here just doesn't add up. Kay admits she thought the same thing. Jack truly cares about her, so I had to come here to figure it out. Anita's expression softens, and she grabs Kay's hand in a sudden, protective gesture. Don't worry, I'll protect you. Kay looks surprised, then a small smile plays on her lips. Haha, then I'll wait to see how you'll do that. A smooth voice interrupts their moment. Oh my, having a secret date already on the first day in Vangrave? The guy with striking white hair leans over a blue-haired girl, teasing them. Are you an item, perhaps? The girl stammers, totally flustered. But our girl Kay pipes up, defending her. Yeah, Kay is the top student in our academy, she says, shamelessly praising herself. The blue-haired girl just mutters, you're such a dumbass. The smug guy introduces himself as Sterling, the student council president. And the girl is Nina, the vice president. Ida is completely starstruck. Whoa, Kay is so famous that even foreigners know about her. Sterling's smile turns predatory. Of course, right down to the rumor that she's the reincarnation of the Demon Lord. The temperature in the room drops about 30 degrees. The air is thick with an unspoken challenge. Anita whispers, Kay, why does this academy feel so unfriendly? Then she snaps, you said you'd protect me. What are you doing hiding behind me? Sterling scoffs. Your overall strength is still lacking. What, a mere title of Demon Lord's reincarnation is enough to scare you? He smirks. Whoa, hold it with the big talk. First, have a look at this. He whips out a scroll. The welcoming ceremony for the exchange students will be held tomorrow. And here's the savage twist. In order to test the strength of the exchange students, the two of you will be challenged by all the students in the academy. This isn't a welcome, it's a public beatdown. He grins. We'll see then if Miss Demon Lord is as capable as she sounds. The VP Nina actually bows. I'll be in your care, earning a sharp rebuke from Sterling. Our girls are stunned. A welcoming ceremony? Which part of this is welcoming exactly? They are both absolutely fuming. Ida declares that since her grandpa isn't here, she's counting on Kay to handle this mess. Then, her mood does a complete 180. Yay, I can finally stay in the same room with Kay. You gotta love her priorities. She quickly gets back on track. Right, I didn't get to ask you yet. Have you found your mother at this academy? Karen caught her precisely below. Kay's expression turns grim. She's asked around, but everyone is either too busy or just plain rude. No one will help. Ida's rage flares. The students here are so petty. We have to earn respect on our own. She turns to Kay, pumping her fists. Kay, you have to win them over with your fists in the duel. When Kay asks what she'll be doing, Ida's response is perfect. I'll be cheering you on, of course, she chirps, already in cheerleader mode. Kay sighs, but she's smiling. Thanks. Well, just keep yourself safe. Ida is touched by her concern and happily climbs up to her bunk bed. She lies back, a picture of peaceful determination. I won't let Kay worry about me. The next day, the so-called welcoming ceremony begins. Our girls are led onto a grand stage. They stand before the entire student body, who look less like welcoming peers and more like a lynch mob with wands. Without warning, a massive wave of fire magic erupts from the crowd, heading straight for them. Aida screams, "What? They're actually using ardent magic. How friendly," she says with dripping sarcasm as Kay throws up a protective shield just in time. This is the final straw. Kay's eyes flash with fury. So infuriating that she unleashes a terrifying vortex of dark magic, stunning the entire hall into silence. The crowd gasps in fear, but some moron tries a sneak attack from behind with a sword. Ayana whirls around. Are you trying a sneak attack? She effortlessly blocks him and sends him flying with a massive bam. Karen, surrounded by an aura of pure unadulterated power, glares at the survivors. Who's next? She is a terrifyingly beautiful sight to behold. Her icy gaze lands on the last one standing, Vice President Nina. Nina trembles, her face a mask of utter terror, and then she does the most unexpected thing imaginable. She drops to her knees and screams, Kay, let me be your follower. She clings to Kay's leg, sobbing with admiration. You're so strong. Karen is completely and utterly bewildered. Nina is having a full-blown fangirl moment. She immediately whips out a notepad. If you don't mind telling me, may I ask what kind of magic you used? I'll note it down. She starts scribbling away like the world's most dedicated fan. Kay is just speechless. Are you interested in this kind of thing? She gives a dry textbook answer, referring Nina to a chapter in a book, which the VP enthusiastically jots down. Meanwhile, Ida isn't done. She spots the guy who tried to sneak attack them and lands a satisfying kick. Sneaky bastard. A battered Sterling yells at her to stop. That's enough. It's just a duel. He then points frantically at Kay and Nina. Look, your partner has left you behind for another woman. Ada glances over, confused. She sees Nina clinging to Kay and lets out a cry of pure dramatic betrayal. Kay, my partner got snatched. Through it all, Kay just smirks, clearly enjoying this chaotic turn of events. The remaining students are in awe. Such powerful magic. How devastating. Watching from the wings, a beautiful woman smiles proudly. She's not my daughter for nothing. Kay's head snaps up as she spots her in the crowd. Her eyes widen in shock. Madeline, but her new #1 fan is still clinging to her leg, completely lost in her own world of admiration. The moment Madeline drops the D word, daughter, the entire class collectively loses their minds. She stands with Kay, announcing to the shocked students that while they're not blood-related, Kay is her most important daughter. She hopes everyone will get along with her. The whispers turn into frantic shouts. Professor Madeline is the adoptive mother of that demon lord? But Madeline's attention has already shifted. She turns her icy gaze on our girl, Ida, and you are. Ida's brain completely short-circuits. Panic sets in, her mind swirling with confusion as she blurts out the first thing she can think of. Realizing her catastrophic mistake, she fumbles to correct herself. My name is Ida Mortimer. I'm Kay's, her best friend. She finishes lamely, and you can practically feel the daggers Kay is staring into the side of her head. Madeleine's expression is unreadable. Oh, so it's you, she says, a strange recognition in her eyes. Kay is completely bewildered by this. How on earth does her mother know Ada? Madeline leans in, her smile soft and intimate as she looks at Kay. Later, when they're alone, she tries to explain her long absence, simply saying she left Kay with Jack and called it a day. Karen, spy Karen. His voice is thick with unshed tears. You never came home to see him after all these years. The memory is a fresh wound, her face a mask of pain. She tells her mother how much Jack missed her, how he's been searching for her this whole time. But Madeline just smiles, completely unfazed. Kay presses on, her voice filled with concern. Is he doing all right? There seems to be a problem with his health. Madeline promises she'll see him soon. But Kay points out the obvious. You can't just leave the academy now. What keeps you so busy? Madeline simply pats her head, offering a cryptic reply about the wonders of Van Grave. Desperate, Kay makes one last plea. Then, can you at least write a letter to Jack? Madeline's smile returns. Warm this time. I will. We cut to the students gathered in a forest clearing for their next class. The teacher unveils a tiny, winged, unicorn-like creature. welcome to your magical creatures class. The adorable little beast sits on a pedestal while the teacher, Nina, begins the lesson. A blue-haired student answers a question correctly. Suddenly the cute little rabbit starts to glow, transforming into a massive, menacing beast. The student calmly explains that this magic rabbit Braca is actually a scavenger that likes to eat rotten things. But our girl Ida is completely smitten blind to the danger. Such an adorable creature, she thinks. She reaches out, cooing, "Come little cutie, let me pet you." This was a terrible idea. The creature's wing slams into her as it expands to a terrifying size. It towers over her, eyes glowing a demonic red, letting out a ground-shaking roar. It opens its massive jaws, lined with razor-sharp teeth, ready to devour her whole. Just as Ida lets out a blood-curdling scream, she's yanked backward to safety, the teacher scolding her for being so reckless. She finds herself pulled straight into Kay's arms, blushing furiously. The blue-haired girl explains that the Braca sees beings with weak magic as food. Ada freezes in horror. Living beings with weak magic? She's talking about me, right? Another student scoffs at her ignorance, but the blue-haired girl defends her, saying they don't have these creatures at their academy. The teacher moves on, introducing a majestic Pegasus. Now let's form groups of 2. We'll learn how to ride and fly. Kay looks determined, ready to ace this challenge. She confidently grabs the reins, but the blue-haired girl, Nina, jumps in. "Let's fly together, Kay." Nina hops on the Pegasus right behind a flustered Kay. And before Ida can even process what's happening, they take off into the sky. Our poor heroine is left standing alone on the ground. What about me? She's stuck with the last Pegasus, all by herself. The teacher yells at her to hurry up and use her magic to tame the creature. Ida panics. "But I don't have magic." Just then, a snooty voice pipes up from behind. "Hey, give me a ride. Let's catch up." It's the silver-haired guy from before, and he looks incredibly smug. He grabs her collar, clearly not taking no for an answer. Whoosh! Kay and Nina soar through the air. And a moment later, Ida and the silver-haired dude take off right behind them. Kay glances back, wondering what on earth they could be talking about. Her new flight partner is grilling her. "Hey, you're a bottom ranker who came here to take the makeup exam, right?" Ida just glares back. "Beats me." He warns her that if she fails, she could lose her permission to use magic. Ida is completely baffled. Permission? To use magic? He calls her an idiot for not knowing about the Magic Council's rules. He explains that while minors are supervised, adults require official permission to use magic. Anyone who breaks the rules gets arrested. Ida just smiles smugly to herself. That's one rule she'll never have to worry about breaking. They finally arrive at a breathtaking location, the Cloud Ranch. A series of islands floating in the sky. They land their Pegasus and dismount. Ida sighs in relief. This class is fun, as long as she's not on the menu. She immediately starts looking for Kay, and what a sight she finds. Kay is sitting in a lush meadow, completely surrounded by adorable fluffy magical creatures. A little horned cat is even sleeping at her feet. Kay is laughing as a tiny cloud sheep licks her cheek, and Ada's heart does a little flip. She's absolutely captivated. Her snarky partner smirks. "So you two are a couple after all." Ayana turns beet red, frantically denying it. "SS who? We're not." Meanwhile, Nina and Kay are admiring the creatures. Nina asks if Kay knows why these creatures disappeared from their own academy. Kay's face darkens. "Because of the Demon Lord." Nina explains that these creatures are pure magic power, cute little walking batteries. Her eyes turn cold as she continues. Demon Lord Valerie absorbed their power to replenish her own. An image of a brutal massacre flashes in Kay's mind, with Valerie at the center of it all. Nina explains that because of this, the people here will naturally be hostile towards Kay, who shares Valerie's blood. But Kay's gaze is firm and unwavering. "I won't," she states. "I won't become like Valerie." Nina smiles, convinced. "Yeah, I'm sure. I can feel you're a good person." Their sweet moment is shattered by a loud ahem from Ida. She stomps over, plopping down between them. "Goodness, you flew so fast," she says, forcing a smile. "What are you two talking about?" Kay, with a savage deadpan expression, replies, "We're talking about the magical creatures that see you as food." Ida laughs nervously, clinging to her. "Oh, well then Kay has to protect me." Nina watches them, asking, "Are Kay and Ida close?" Just then, the teacher announces class is over. As they're told to pair up for the flight back, Nina blurts out, "Yes, we're very close." But Ada is quicker, grabbing Kay's arm. "Let's go, Kay." On the Pegasus, Kay asks Ada why she's so upset. Pot. And Kay leans in with a teasing grin. "Are you jealous?" Ida snaps, demanding to know why she's so attached to Nina. "I'm worried about your safety." Kay's expression softens. She explains that she and Nina have a lot in common. "I've never had a lot of friends," she confesses, "but Nina befriended me on her own." This sends Ada into a frenzy. Kay just smiles gently. "You're different." Ada is sputtering. "Different in what way?" Kay looks at her, her eyes full of a deep unspoken emotion. "Maybe we're naturally compatible," she says with a huge goofy laugh. But the professor's stern voice cuts in, reminding Cappy to stay alert. "I didn't want you here in the first place," she says. Which he clarifies that it's because she's worried our little nugget will face danger. Cappy is taken aback by this sudden show of concern. The professor then gets serious, asking if Cappy's adoptive mother, Lan, can be trusted. Kay admits she isn't sure, but she has a gut feeling that Lan is hiding something big. She promises to be careful, then cheekily asks Cappy about her so-called sixth sense. As they fly on their magnificent winged steed, our girl just laughs it off. But Kay's internal monologue is pure savage. Do fools even know they're fools? They arrive at the academy, where the professor stands before a massive ornate mirror, introducing it as a rare magic tool. The students, including Kay and her friend Nina, stare up in absolute awe. The mirror itself seems to hold a swirling, living galaxy within its golden frame. The other students gasp. It's the legendary Aquila magic mirror from the books. Our girl, however, is completely clueless and just wonders what the big deal is. Her only thought is, can it take me back home? The professor then quizzes the class asking if anyone knows the mirror's characteristics. Of course, the two star pupils, Nina and Kay, immediately shoot their hands into the air. The professor calls on Nina, who excitedly explains that the mirror can reveal what's most important to a person, and even show them their most probable future. She continues, explaining that it's a legendary tool, far more accurate than any crystal ball, created by the goddesses of light and darkness. The legend says the goddess of darkness used it to foresee the tragic death of the goddess of light. The vision came true, and the goddess of darkness was powerless to change fate, left only to weep over her fallen friend. Correct, Nina, the professor says. Now who can explain the taboos? Chua smoothly raises her hand, ready for her turn to shine. She explains the mirror's dark side. It feeds on the user's magic, and can cause people to become obsessed with its predictions, trying to force a different outcome. The thought alone is enough to make one of the other students look absolutely terrified. Kay finishes with a chilling warning. Either way, the user descends into madness as their magic is completely drained. But a light bulb goes off in our heroine's head. I don't have magic, so there's nothing to deplete, she thinks. This could be her ticket home. The professor announces this is a rare, safe opportunity to try the mirror under her guidance. When she asks who wants to go first, our girl's hand shoots into the air without a second thought. Me. And just like that, she's chosen, walking toward the legendary artifact. The professor instructs her to close her eyes and think of the person who matters most to her. Cappy comforts herself, knowing only she can see the vision. Magic mirror, she prays, please let me see Lan. But when she opens her eyes, it's Kay. Our girl is completely baffled. I was praying to see Lan, but the mirror is showing me Kay. Her brain short-circuits as the horrifying realization hits her. The person that matters the most to me is Kay. Before she can process this chaotic revelation, the image in the mirror begins to move. Karen caught her precisely below, Ontulabo Ashen circular platform. Then Cappy sees it cold, hard handcuffs clamped around Kay's wrists. Three ominous, hooded figures appear on a balcony above, their voices booming. Kay Jones, the Magic Council, will now issue its final judgment. The verdict comes down like a guillotine. You are guilty. The vision is too much. Cappy stumbles back in shock, and the professor rushes to catch her. I've removed the prediction, the professor says, trying to calm the trembling girl. But Cappy is frantic. Professor, she stammers, will whatever is shown in the mirror become true? The professor's answer is a single chilling word. It will. Her voice is barely a whisper. But Kay was close enough to hear. Her voice is ice. Keep whatever you saw to yourself, she snaps. Mortified and terrified, our girl can only stare at the floor. Breaking the tension, Nina and Kay ask for their turn, and the professor agrees. Nina goes first, closing her eyes to focus. Her vision is a happy one. She's on a winner's podium, getting first place again with her proud parents cheering her on. From the sidelines, Kay scoffs, that's totally impossible. Next, it's Kay's turn. The professor places a hand on her shoulder as she approaches the mirror. She stares into the swirling galaxy, her expression a perfect poker face. Now the professor says, let's see the truth in your innermost heart. A burst of dark purple magic erupts from Kay. The professor's eyes widen in shock. So it's her, she thinks. The moment it's over, Cappy bounces over. So, what did you see? Kay, looking flustered, lies through her teeth. I saw myself graduating with the highest score and becoming chief of the Magic Council. But as she walks away, she glances back, a thought nagging at her. Something in the mirror changed, because what she really saw was horrifying. It was our girl Cappy trapped behind prison bars looking utterly broken. She was battered and bruised, but her eyes blazed with a desperate, untamed fire. Later, as they walk down the stairs, other students are still buzzing about the mirror. Cappy is still worried, but Kay tries to dismiss it, saying the mirror is probably a fake. Huh? Cappy retorts. Didn't you just see yourself becoming the chief? Kay scoffs that it'll happen anyway, but then her expression softens. Maybe, I should have listened to you, she admits. Our girl, ever the optimist, grabs her friend, puffing out her chest. Well, don't you like my strong body? Kay is not amused, but they're being watched. From above, the mysterious dark-haired man points them out to the professor. It's that red-haired girl again. The professor's gaze is cold as ice. She calls our girl, the incident that gets in the way of our plan, holding up two little dolls representing them. She notes that this incident has now become the person Kay cares about most. Not only that, but she senses a strange power within Cappy, a power that resists magic. The man is confused, but the professor explains the prophecy only ever showed Kay's fate. But who, she wonders, could have foreseen this outside force interfering? Her eyes drift to a sinister-looking boy with silver hair sitting on a throne. Could it be that Noah? The man flinches at the name. The professor smiles, holding the dolls. She muses that this unexpected bond might just stimulate a hidden power. If only, she whispers. She stands in a vast hall, arms outstretched. Gather everyone. She commands the shadows. We must not fail this time. The man bows his head. Yes, your grace. Fear is your manhwa recap script. Our story opens with a blue-haired pretty boy giving a very intense lecture to our other blue-haired lead, Kay. He explains that elemental power in Vangrave comes from nature itself. A wand of Principia is best for earth magic, while one of volcanic stone is perfect for fire. He continues, saying if you want to use water magic, you need a different tool entirely. Karen caught her precisely below, but our poor heroine Ida is about to lose her mind, peeking from behind a wall. She wonders why these two nerds are always talking about stuff she doesn't understand. Later, the students are gathered in a cemetery for Spirit Memorial Day. They're told to close their eyes and honor the souls lost in the last magic war. Ida, however, is completely freaked out. She whispers to Kay, terrified that ghosts are about to jump out at them. She grabs onto Kay's arm, asking if she isn't scared at all. But Kay, ever the pragmatist, just smiles. She says there's nothing to be scared of, since spirits are just another source of magic power. In fact, she muses, defeating ghosts might make her even stronger. Ada is speechless. A professor steps in, telling the exchange students not to be afraid. The professor explains that they all have someone they wish to see but can't, because they've left this world. She says Memorial Day is a wonderful ceremony to pray and offer blessings to these spirits. Think of it like this, she says gently. If the person you love hears your blessings, they'll certainly be delighted. And just like that, something clicks for Ida. Her eyes widen as the words sink in. Ida turns to Kay, suddenly looking serious. She tells Kay to head back to the dorm without her. Kay looks at her, confused. With a blush and downcast eyes, Ida admits she wants to pray for someone. Kay understands immediately. She tells Ada she'll wait for her at the dorm. Alone now, our girl sits down by a lone tree amongst the graves. She gently places a bouquet of flowers on a simple headstone. Lan, she whispers, this is the only way I can cherish your memory. The stone reads, Lan's grave. Ayada closes her eyes, her thoughts drifting back to her best friend from her old life. I miss you so much, she thinks, praying that Lan is okay. She prays that if Lan also passed away, she was able to transmigrate into a good story too. I know you're smart, she says with a sad smile. You'll be fine. She makes a promise that if they ever have a chance to meet again, no matter where or when, Lan has to come find her. But a voice cuts through her thoughts. Ada Mortimer? It's the professor, smiling down at her. Meanwhile, back at the dorm, Kay is pacing back and forth, fuming. It's almost dark, and she's been waiting since noon. She sighs, a blush creeping onto her cheeks as she worries. That fool is always so careless, she mutters, but you can hear the fondness in her voice. Deciding she can't wait any longer, she heads out to find her. She searches the dark, empty cemetery, but there's no sign of Ida. Where on earth did that fool go? She cries out in frustration. Just as she's about to give up, a hand lands on her shoulder. Karen caught her precisely below. She pulls out her magic book. Help me track Ada Mortimer's trail, she commands. A stream of glowing blue energy shoots out from the pages, zipping through the night sky and leading her across the graveyard toward a small hill. A small hill? She wonders, confused. What's she doing in a place like that? Elsewhere, Ida is facing that very professor. The woman reveals she was the one who approved Ada's makeup exam. Then her expression turns icy. I heard rumors that you don't have magic, she says, so I'm here to inquire about that. She holds out a shimmering blue orb. Hold this. Ida hesitates, asking what it is. The professor explains that if she has magic, the light inside will grow. If not, the vessel will break. Ida's heart plummets. It's over. There's no way she can keep faking it. And just as she thinks it, a loud crack echoes through the air. The orb shatters in her hands. She hangs her head in despair as the shards fall to the ground. I knew it, she thinks. The professor looks down on her. So you actually don't have magic, she says coldly. I'm sorry, but I must report this to the Magic Council. Ada panics, grabbing the professor's arm. Wait, is there no other way to solve this? The professor scoffs, reminding her that her family's wealth means nothing here. But then something impossible happens. The broken shards begin to glow, reforming into a floating blue crystal. Ada stares, asking, what's this? A small ball of light emerges from the crystal, and before Ada can react, it shoots forward and flies right into her chest. She gasps, clutching herself in shock. Professor, what's going on? Impressive. A man's voice says from the shadows. William steps out, a sinister smile on his face, as he addresses the professor as Your Grace. Ida's blood runs cold. William, Your Grace? The realization hits her. Are you the villain who goes by the codename Leader in the book? She blurts out. The professor just smiles. You know who I am? How amusing. Suddenly, Ada collapses, clutching her chest as a sharp pain shoots through her. The villainess seems fascinated. Not only does this girl lack magic, she thinks she also has some power that prevents my magic from intruding. She summons a ball of dark energy, but Ada's own power seems to resist it. This power doesn't exist in this world, the villainess realizes, her eyes boring into Ida. You're not from this world, are you? Ada freezes. What? William smirks. This girl is more useful than he thought. She has an unknown power and can predict the future. Cornered, Ada snaps. That's right, and I also know that the male and female leads will soon beat you guys to a pulp. She glares at them, her eyes blazing. And in the end, you'll die a tragic way. William is unfazed. Take her away and lock her up for now, he orders. I'd like to see. The villainess smiles, her eyes glinting with a dangerous light. Just how Her Excellency Valerie will respond to this. Back in the quiet cemetery, ethereal lights float through the trees. Kay has followed the trail to Lan's grave. She sees the flowers Ida left and her eyes fall on the name carved into the stone. Impossible! How could this be? Her world shatters in an instant. Isn't this my gravestone? A memory flashes through her mind. Her name in her past life was Lan. The pieces violently click into place. Don't tell me, why has this possibility never crossed my mind? If I'm not the only one who transmigrated, then… Her breath hitches. Another memory surfaces of her best friend, Yao, with bright red hair. Is she Yao? The truth is both wonderful and heart-wrenching. Her best friend is here. Tears stream down her face as she asks the empty night. So where is she now? She knows Ida, Yao isn't at the academy. Panic sets in. Kay looks around wildly, her voice cracking as she calls out her friend's real name. Yao, where did you go? Our poor heroine's eyes snap open in a dark, cold place. Chains hang heavy on her body. Where am I? She cries out, pure panic in her voice. She takes in the stone walls and iron bars, a chilling realization dawning on her. Shoot, it's just like in the novel. They actually imprisoned me. Our girl rushes to the cell door, shaking the bars with all her might. Hey, is anyone there? Let me out. But her cries are only heard by her captors, watching from afar through a magical projection. A man in a white hood asks, that's the girl you were talking about? The one with magic immunity? Professor Madeline coolly confirms, yes, that's her. Madeline smiles, a hint of malice in her eyes. What makes her more interesting is that she formed a bond with Kay. The hooded man is confused. How did this happen? When I looked in the fabled mirror, there was no mention of such a minor character. He presses her, his voice sharp with suspicion. Are you sure you saw her in Mallory's fabled magic mirror? Madeline just smirks, holding up a small dark-haired doll that looks exactly like Kay. Well, the proof is right before your eyes, she says, as the doll begins to glow with an ominous purple magic. Back in the dungeon, Ida is trying a different tactic, bluffing. You bunch of jerks. My father is the wealthiest person in Wingfield Academy. If he finds out about this, he'll… She collapses, weak with hunger. With her dad abroad, she realizes her only hope is Kay. She clings to that thought, a small spark in the darkness. She's so smart, so she must have noticed that I'm missing. Just then, a calm voice cuts through the silence. Aida Mortimer? A familiar figure emerges from the shadows, standing right outside her cell. Aida's eyes widen in disbelief. Kay, you're here, she gasps, relief washing over her. She scrambles to her feet and grabs onto the figure through the bars. Great, you came earlier than I expected. Please help me. But the response is icy. Speak. Who in the world are you? Ida freezes, staring at the cold, unfamiliar expression on her friend's face. She stammers, completely bewildered. I'm Ayada, of course. You don't recognize me? The girl's eyes are empty as she delivers a chilling verdict. You are not Aida. Our girl's heart plummets. Damn it, did she find out? But she quickly reasons that this is just Kay being her usual hyper-observant self. Putting on a brave, slightly chaotic smile, she decides to come clean, sort of. It's a long story, but trust me, I'm just trying to change our original fate. Watching from their magical mirror, the hooded man leans in, intrigued. Changing our fate? What fate? He murmurs. The fake Kay echoes his question, her face a blank slate. Ayada explains earnestly. You'll turn evil, become wanted by the Magic Council. She looks down, her voice trembling with genuine sorrow for her friend. And in the end, you'll be killed by the male and female leads. The fake Kay presses. Who are the male and female leads? Ida starts to explain, but then something feels wrong. They've been talking for a while, but Kay hasn't even tried to get her out. A horrifying thought strikes her. Wait, you're not Kay. You're a fake. Before she can scream, a hand clamps over her mouth, silencing her completely. The imposter leans in, her breath hot against Ada's ear, and whispers the most random, terrifying question. Do you like me? Ada's brain short-circuits, her face exploding in a blush. Huh? You're a fake. Of course, I'm not interested. The fake Kay just smirks, leaning in closer. Watching this bizarre interrogation, the hooded man has had enough. That's enough, he snaps. We must figure out who these male and female leads are. Madeline muses, a boy and girl who are good at studying and have powerful magic. A sly smile spreads across her face. I might have an idea who they are. Meanwhile, at the academy, the real Kay is having a complete meltdown. She collapses in front of a tall, white-haired man, her body trembling. She's gone. Ada is gone. Madeline is nowhere to be found either. Her voice cracks with desperation. Even tracking magic couldn't trace their aura. You've got to help me. The man tries to remain calm, though his expression is grim. He processes her frantic words. You're saying Professor Madeline kidnapped Ida? Kay explains that Ida's aura was last tracked to Madeline's office. After that, their aura just disappeared into thin air. She insists, her eyes wide with fear. I can say for sure that they're not in the academy anymore. Another student tries to soothe her. Don't worry, Professor Madeline is a good person. She is, the girl continues. She teaches the mysticism class, and she also nurtured many adorable magical creatures. The white-haired man cuts in, his gaze sharp. Isn't she your mother? You should know her better than us. Kay flinches, avoiding his eyes. It's a long story. We should focus on finding them for now. He nods, taking charge. Follow me. Perhaps you can try using mirror magic. Kay looks up, confused. What's mirror magic? They stand before a large ornate mirror on the wall. You haven't learned this. It's a kind of divination magic, he explains. The other girl adds with a hopeful smile. If Ida's reflection has recently shown up in any mirror, I could use magic to recreate the scene. The mirror begins to shimmer with rainbow light. An image flickers to life, showing Ida passed out on a cold stone floor. The group gasps in shock. Something actually appeared. Kay stares, her heart pounding. Hold on, isn't that? Her breath catches in her throat. Just as another figure walks into the reflection. Isn't that me? How is that possible? You're clearly here with us, the man says, baffled. The other girl declares that Kay is obviously a fake. They watch in horror as the imposter leans down toward the unconscious Ida. The fake reaches out a hand to touch Ida's face, but IM's hand shoots up, slapping the phonies away with a sharp slap. The real Kay's face contorts with rage. That phony. How dare she? Her friends are just utterly confused by the drama unfolding in the mirror. She failed to confess, so she threw a fit. Kay is done watching. Her eyes blaze with fury. We have to find her now. Where is this place? Inform the Magic Council at once. The white-haired man looks grim. My father is a member of the council. Why does this prison look inside the council? The implication hits Kay like a physical blow. Back in her cell, Ida is bruised but defiant. They even pretended to be Kay and tortured me. They're totally inhuman. The good news is my body is strong enough to endure this. She looks at her scraped hands, a wave of despair washing over her. The bad news is that even with my strength, I still can't escape this magic prison. She slumps against the wall, defeated. The plot is moving forward, and now the next part should be Kay's judgment by the Magic Council. The horrifying truth dawns on her. Don't tell me, will Kay be sentenced because she'll try to save me? But even in this dark moment, a spark of hope remains. It's fine, there's still hope. This time I must change Kay's fate. Her thoughts drift to her friend. Lan, if my role as a villainess will end here, then I'd like to at least see you again. Suddenly, a frantic voice cuts through her thoughts. Imp Aya, wake up! Are you all right? It's Kay, the real Kay, peering through the bars. Ada looks up, dazed. Kay? But she's been burned once before. She cautiously holds up her fingers in a secret sign. Are you the real one or fake one? Kay explodes. You fool, stop playing dumb. That's her Kay. All right, I'll think of a way to get you out of there. Come here now. But just as Kay reaches for the bars, a dark crackling energy appears behind her. It's Madeline. Ida screams, don't go with her. Madeline grabs Kay from behind. Caught off guard, Kay can only gasp. You phony, and we're back. Our girl Ida is face to face with not one, but two of her best friends. The imposter is internally panicking, thinking, how did she get here so fast? I've been found out. Our real Kay tries to grab Ida, telling her they don't have much time, but the fake one snaps, what are you trying to do, you fake? The real Kay reaches out a hand, her voice pleading. Ida, come to me. She screams, now, as both of their faces glare with terrifying intensity. Poor Ida is completely frozen, her mind short-circuiting from the chaos. The real Kay pushes, stop hesitating. Can't you tell she's a fake? But Ada thinks to herself, with my strength, I really can't tell. How could someone without magic tell the difference between two people who look exactly the same? The real one insists, you're giving yourself away, but the imposter claps back with savage confidence. Of course I know her. I know her much better than you do. She points accusingly, who do you think you are, trying so hard to imitate me? Ada is stuck in the middle, about to have a full-blown panic attack, yelling, why don't both of you tell me how you found this place? In perfect, creepy unison, they both answer that Nina found a mirror in the Magic Council. Ida, sweating bullets, asks where Nina and Sterling are. They both reply that their friends used teleportation magic, but had to stay outside the barrier. Ida realizes they're saying the exact same thing. Alright, time for a pop quiz. Meanwhile, in the shadows, the puppet masters are watching. The hooded figure frets. Aren't we going to be exposed if she keeps asking questions? But the mastermind, Madeline, is cool as a cucumber. She reassures him. Don't worry, my replica is flawless. It can read all of Kay's memories. She holds up a tiny adorable doll of Kay, adding that William is also making his move. Back at the showdown, Ada starts the interrogation. My score for last term's final exam is both answer 27 points, you fool. Then Caroline's birthmark is on both answer the left side of her belly button. The imposter immediately gets defensive. How do you know? Have you seen her belly? The real Kay just smirks. I could say the same to you. Aya presses on. What about my dorm room number? The fake one answers with smug certainty. Dormitory 101, the deluxe single room for an esteemed lady. But our real Kay just smiles. Finally, she thinks. Something a fake can't answer. She looks the imposter dead in the eye and says simply no. The truth is revealed with a confident glimmer in her eye. My dorm room is 405. The fake Kay absolutely loses it, screaming nonsense. 405 is in the boys' dormitory, and Ada just stares completely shocked. The real Kay continues her savage takedown. The teacher I hate the most is Professor Britton, because she always calls you to do magic demonstrations. The imposter tries to correct her. No, it's old Chi. But the real Kay shuts that down instantly. No, you said he always looks at girls with a weird gaze. Ada asks the next question, her voice trembling. My birthday, the imposter proudly declares. January 20th. I went to your house to celebrate your birthday before. The real Kay shakes her head. No, it's April 15th. You're an Aries. Anything else you want to ask? She leans in close, her reflection captured in Ada's wide, hopeful eyes, and whispers the final test. Say, the fake one snaps, screaming, you're Ida Mortimer. Do you even need to ask? What the hell is wrong with you? But the real Kay just smiles, because she knows. And in that moment, Ada's world lights up with relief and joy. Her eyes fill with tears as she whispers, it's you. The imposter is stunned, asking what they're talking about. Ida whirls around and tackles the real Kay in a hug, screaming at the imposter, shut up, you fraud. The words say my name were a secret code, something only the two of them knew. Ida sobs with relief. You're alive, and you came here too. They cling to each other, a heart-wrenching, beautiful reunion. But suddenly the imposter bursts into flames. It burns away in seconds, revealing it was nothing more than a paper man. Ida is stunned. Someone must be controlling this fraud from somewhere, she realizes. She grabs the real Kay, her best friend Lan, and the truth comes spilling out. Do you remember the day we transmigrated? We were riding a bicycle to the library. Kay's eyes widen. I do. Weren't you reading that book with a terrible plot? Where the princess and prince were fighting the demon lord? Ida grabs her, the horrifying realization dawning. Hold on, are you telling me that we've transmigrated into that book? Kay nods grimly. Unfortunately, yes. I only skimmed through it, so I don't remember much of the plot. But Ida continues, her voice filled with desperation. I do know that the demon lord will be killed by the male and female leads. So I've been trying to change Kay Jones's future. Kay grabs her hand, ready to run. We can talk about this after we get out of here. My main goal is to rescue you. Let's go. But Ida pulls her hand away. No, I can't go. She explains that releasing a prisoner is a serious crime. While the Magic Council will judge Kay, Ida is just a villainess, a side character with no magic. She puts a hand on her chest, her expression resolute. My body is strong against physical attacks, and my family is rich. She pushes Kay towards the exit. Leave this place with Sterling and Nina. This time I'll face the trial in place of Kay Jones. With tears in her eyes, she vows. Kay is speechless, utterly moved by her friend's sacrifice. She finally relents. All right, I'll listen to you this time. We'll find a way to save you next time. But as she turns, she stops. Where are you going, Kay? A sinister voice cuts through the air. The villain Madeline appears, a flame dancing on her fingertip. You should have told me if you wanted to find her. There's no need to break into the Magic Council's prison. Kay whirls around, furious. Madeline, why did you do this? Ida recognizes her instantly. The big villain, codename Leader. Ida warns Kay that Madeline is trying to resurrect the Demon Lord, but Madeline drops an absolute bombshell. Kay, the reason Mom saved you back then, it was all for today. She reveals a twisted truth. Mom placed you in a safe space and calmly waited for you to grow up, until the day you became her. Kay accuses her of using Jack, screaming, aren't you a couple? Madeline's reply is icy. That's not true. I'm not your mother. And Jack and I aren't a couple either. She leans in, her voice a cruel whisper. Don't you know that Jack hasn't been feeling well lately? He's longing to see you. She holds up two glowing dolls, one of Kay, one of Ida. Look at these cuties. They'll act like humans, as long as they're imbued with magic, right? She muses. That's also true for Jack. She then reveals a third doll, a doll of Jack himself. To put it simply, he's just a cute little magical being. Kay's world shatters. Madeline continues. Still, I find it surprising that a magical being could develop such strong feelings and self-awareness. She adds casually, though, he has gradually weakened since I stopped imbuing him. As if on cue, the real Jack begins coughing violently. Karen Bars explodes. You're the worst, she screams, summoning a ball of holy magic. But Madeline blocks it with a flick of her wrist. A dark, powerful aura erupts around her. It appears that Her Excellency Valerie has been slumbering long enough inside your body. She has enough magic. It's about time, but Kay stands her ground, defiant. Keep dreaming. I will never ever be controlled by the Demon Lord. Madeline just smirks. Well, what about this? She holds up a tiny doll version of Ida. With a casual flick, she torments the doll. Ida cries out in pain. Kay screams her name in horror. It hurts. Fight me directly if you dare. Madeline smiles, holding the little doll hostage, her voice dripping with poison. Come to our side, Kay Jones. Here we go. Kaylan grabs our girl from behind, her eyes burning with a savage blue light as Ada winces in agony. Ada, tears streaming down her face, begs her not to leave, but the villainess just smirks with an icy, oh, is that so? A brooch on the woman's hip glows, and suddenly our poor heroine is engulfed in holy fire. The villainess reaches for the power, and Ada screams as she's lifted into the air, writhing in pain. Kaylan roars, stop it. Her face is a mask of pure, unadulterated rage. But then she sways, a strange acceptance washing over her as she whispers, yes. A chaotic purple energy erupts from the ground around her. She can feel it, this power. The dark magic surges, striking her right in the chest. As she cries out, the blonde woman recognizes the aura instantly. It's Her Excellency's power. A cruel smile plays on her lips. It seems like this little redhead is really important to you. Karen collapses, her strength failing her as she whispers Ida's name. She tries to fight it, to hold on to her own mind. No, I mustn't. She struggles with everything she has not to be controlled by the demon lord. A spectral image of the woman appears, calling her Pariah. The spirit confirms, yes, it's me. The spirit, Madeline, takes her hands, and Kaylan's power explodes in a violent purple flash. A powerful heartbeat echoes through the dungeon. Ida screams, watching in absolute horror, and then Kaylan's eyes snap open. A glowing crescent mark appears on her forehead as she smiles serenely. Ida is frozen in terror for a split second before she lunges, shaking her friend. Kaylan, wake up, she screams. You're not Kaylan Jones, you're the demon lord. But the girl who was once Kaylan just stares down at her with cold, empty eyes, effortlessly pushing her away. Madeline rushes to the demon lord's side, caressing her face. I'm sorry, Puria, she coos. Everything I've done was all so I could meet you again someday. She touches a scar on her own cheek, saying it was worth it. The demon lord, now called Valerie, simply states, I need more power, as Madeline leads her away. A desperate voice cries out from behind them. Stop right there, you bastard. It's an Ida, somehow floating in a magical aura, reaching for her friend. She can't lose her, not after everything. The commotion alerts the priests locked in a nearby cell, who sense the massive magical fluctuation. Valerie and Madeline turn back, unimpressed. One of the priests recognizes the terrifying power. Is she the demon lord, Valerie? Meanwhile, in a forest far away, Sterling and Nina are waiting anxiously. Nina spots a teleportation circle forming. Oh, it must be Kay teleporting back. A brilliant purple circle illuminates the forest floor. But it's not just Kay who appears. It's Kay and Professor Madeline, and something is very, very wrong. Sterling rushes forward, his heart sinking. Kay, what's wrong? Why do you look like that? Madeline puts on a sweet smile, thanking them for their help before dropping a bombshell. From now on, she's no longer Kay Jones. Her name is... Valerie raises her hand, a massive spell array appearing above her. All the magic here shall return to me. Vicious purple tendrils of energy lash out, ripping the life force from the innocent magical creatures of the forest. The beasts cry out in pain as their power is violently siphoned and absorbed by the demon lord. But even with all this stolen energy, she closes her eyes, frustrated. There's not enough power. Sterling is aghast. Stop! What are you doing? You're hurting the magical creatures, he shouts. Nina frantically holds him back, her voice trembling. Careful, she's not acting like herself, but Madeline just scoffs. The magical creatures I've been breeding over the years have finally proved useful. Nina's world shatters. The professor's mask of kindness melts away, revealing an ice-cold fanatic. She claims what she's doing is justified. Her eyes narrow as she remembers Ida's words about the heroes destined to kill the demon lord. She glances at Sterling protecting Nina, and a dangerous idea forms in her mind. Looks like we'll have to take them with us, she declares, unleashing a blast of magic to capture them. In another part of the forest, a group of dark mages bow before Valerie. Your Excellency, is it really you? Their leader, a man with haunted eyes, looks at her with utter devotion. Yes, it's been so long, but thankfully everyone's still here. But their reunion is cut short as Madeline looks back, a flicker of concern on her face. She's cut to a grand hall, where our girl Ida is on trial, absolutely roasting the priests. How dare you irrational bunch lock me up as you please? The priests are sweating bullets under her savage tirade. She stands before them, shackled but defiant. The onlookers whisper among themselves, calling her the demon lord's reincarnation. One of her accusers spits back that they're the ones who've been dealt with from the start. Ida is so furious she's literally vibrating with rage, letting out a string of curses. She stands at the podium, her small hands bound in heavy chains. The head priest finally gets a word in, officially beginning the trial of Ida Mortimer. Ida takes a deep breath, steeling herself. She can feel Kay's spirit with her, giving her strength. When asked to justify her actions, she stammers for a moment. Then she switches tactics flawlessly, bursting into crocodile tears. Call my father over, she wails. He's the one who gave me the admission letter. But when they charge her with aiding the demon lord, her tears vanish. Her eyes flash with conviction as she declares, I'm not her underling. I'm her friend, and I'll do whatever it takes to vouch for her. He points a bony finger at our girl, adding that she even helped the villain escape. Ida panics. Okay, she can't deny the evidence looks bad, but this is a total misunderstanding. Wait, this isn't about me, she shouts. The problem is that Kay is innocent. Her body was controlled by the demon lord. The priest gives her an icy stare. Do you have any evidence to back up your claim, he asks. Our poor heroine flinches. I don't, she whispers, defeated. With a dramatic flourish, the priest projects a massive image for the entire court to see. It's Kay, transformed, absorbing dark magic. The crowd absolutely loses it. Someone in the audience screams, the demon lord is resurrected. We need to catch and seal her immediately. But the priest isn't done dropping bombshells. He announces that Kay has also taken 2 students from the academy hostage. Wenda's blood runs cold. In the novel, it was the main leads who fought the demon lord. How did Nina and Sterling get captured? The plot is spiraling out of control. The priest bangs his gavel, shouting silence. I will hereby announce the verdict. The council has decided to pursue the demon lord, but as for Ida, with no one to vouch for her, she's to be thrown in prison until the demon lord is sealed. She snaps, demanding they call her father or even the headmaster, but the priest just scoffs at them. This old fart is deliberately cornering her. Just as the guards move in, a clear voice rings out. It's the young master and his aide, standing up for her. But the priest is unimpressed. It's merely 2 students vouching for her, he sneers. The guards grab our girl, and despair crashes over her. Is she really unable to change this tragic ending? Her heart aches as she thinks, what will happen to Lan then? But just as all hope seems lost, the massive doors swing open. Hold on, a sultry voice calls out. A stunningly glamorous woman steps into the light. I wonder if I, Pearl Cecilia, am qualified to vouch for this girl, she says with a killer smirk. The priests are absolutely shook. The Pearl Cecilia, the most famous star in the empire? The judge tries to regain control, screaming for silence, but it's no use. The trial devolves into a chaotic fan meet, with everyone begging for an autograph. With a crisp snap of her fingers, a mare of bodyguards in slick sunglasses appear, instantly corralling the crowd. Pearl smiles at her adoring fans. My beloveds, once I've vouched for this pitiful little girl, I'll happily give everyone autographs, she purrs. Wanda is so stunned she starts to ask, are you my Mo, but gets a swift bonk on the head for her troubles. Pearl turns back to the council, her expression deadly serious. I, Pearl, will use my reputation to vouch for Ida Mortimer. Will this be sufficient? She declares, radiating pure power. Meanwhile, in a dark, swirling void, a voice calls out to Lan. He jolts awake in a classroom, where a friend is begging for help on an exam. He groggily takes her paper, but his eyes widen in confusion. The questions are about the history of magic. This isn't the English exam. Every question is about the demon lord Valerie. He realizes with dawning horror that he's not in his own school. The world around him shatters into nothingness. A sinister presence merges with his own, and he understands. He's being swallowed by the demon lord's consciousness. The real Kay, the original owner of the body, is trapped inside, screaming and crying to be let out. But on the outside, the newly awakened demon lord is calmly enjoying a feast with her followers. Her subordinate asks if she's all right. The demon lord replies coolly that the original soul is just causing a fuss, and that she'll simply ignore her. She notes that her new body is still unstable, but is reassured that as her power grows, the old consciousness will simply fade away. All they have to do is wait. The conversation turns to Ada Mortimer. The demon lord's expression darkens. Just the memory of our girl agitates the soul trapped inside her, a testament to Ida's massive, uncontrollable power. One of the followers gestures to the 2 students tied up in the corner. The male hostage starts shouting threats, boasting about his council member father. The demon lord's followers realize with a chill that Ada's prediction about the hostages came true. The girl can see the future. The demon lord, feeling tired, decides to rest. Her loyal follower, Puria, escorts her to her chambers. After helping her change, Piran turns to leave, but the demon lord grabs her hand, a flicker of vulnerability in her eyes. Why do you call me that? She asks softly. Why are you so distant with me? Puria's heart breaks. She explains that while the demon lord may have her memories, she is not the same person. The soul she loved is gone. The demon lord pulls her into a tight embrace, promising they'll never be separated again once her power is restored. It's a strangely tender moment. But their embrace is violently interrupted as Kay's original consciousness surges forward, screaming in protest from within the prison of her own body. Alright, let's dive right back into the chaos. When we last left our girl, she was face to face with the demon lord herself, who's currently possessing her adopted mother. The air crackles with tension, but just as the demon lord leans in for a kiss, Kay snaps out of it. With a surge of adrenaline, she shoves the woman back. Kay collapses to the floor, panting and horrified. That was a close call, she trembles. I almost lost my first kiss. She glares up at the demon lord, her voice shaking with rage. You freak! How could you do this? I'm your adopted daughter. The demon lord, however, just smirks, completely unbothered. How amusing, she purrs, impressed that Kay could break free from her mind control. But our girl isn't having it. She points a trembling finger, laying down the law. I'm warning you. If you dare try anything again, I'll self-destruct. This threat only seems to delight the villainess. Oh dear, she says with a chillingly sweet smile. I've somehow raised my daughter to be such a fine person. Then she goes in for the kill, her voice dripping with poison. So tell me, who do you want to give your first kiss to? Is it for that lady of the Mortimer family? Kay's face explodes in a blush. What does that have to with you? She stammers. The demon lord's expression softens slightly. Kay, am I the bad guy in your eyes right now? Before Kay can answer, the woman pulls her into a sudden gentle hug. I brought you home, she whispers. Trust me when I say I'm not just using you. My heart is filled with warmth when I look at you. She strokes Kay's hair with a surprising tenderness. I always feel as though you are truly my child, but this touching moment is a total lie. As she tells Kay to rest, her hand begins to glow with a sinister purple magic. My Kay, she whispers, putting her to sleep. My demon lord. Even as she succumbs, Kay fights back. "Stop your false kindness," she mumbles. "Jack is still waiting for me. She won't just leave me here." Meanwhile, at the Mortimer mansion, a message arrives by a magical bird, and the recipient is none other than our fiery heroine, Ida. Her friends gather around as she holds the official scroll from the council. With a triumphant grin, she announces the verdict. "I'm cleared of all charges. Her only punishment? A 2-year suspension from the academy." To her, it's a dream vacation, but her friend is absolutely floored. "What about the classes you missed?" her pink-haired friend cries out. But Ada isn't worried about school. She has bigger fish to fry. "I'll have plenty to do within these 2 years," she declares with a steely glint in her eyes. Her friends immediately rally around her. They're going to use this time to figure out how to save Kay and seal the Demon Lord. Aya knows the clock is ticking. The council will be watching her, and she's terrified Kay can't hold on for 2 whole years. She makes a silent, desperate promise. "Lan, please wait for me. I'll definitely rescue you." In another part of the mansion, Ida's parents are having a moment. Her dad is dramatically clinging to her mom, weeping about how proud he is. Her mother, the famous celebrity Pearl, is mortified. "Be quiet. Don't you know there are paparazzi outside?" she hisses. "How could a world-class celebrity like me get married and have a child?" Her dad, a total simp, immediately backs down and asks for an autograph right on his chiseled chest. Ayada's friend stares, dumbfounded. "Have your parents always been like this?" Aya just face palms. "Yup." Getting back to business, Ada asks her mother if there's any news from the council. Pearl's expression turns serious. The negotiations to get the other hostages back aren't going well. The Demon Lord has made a single, chilling demand. In exchange for the hostages, they want Ida. Before anyone can even process the shock, Ida stands up. "May, I can do it." She volunteers without a second of hesitation. "I'll go as a hostage, and I can rescue Kay while I'm at it." Her mother's eyes narrow. "Why are you so agitated? Who is that Miss Kay Jones to you? Is she worth putting your life at risk?" Ida flushes, stammering that it's a long story. "Then make it short." Cornered, Ida looks down, her cheeks bright red. "In short," she admits softly, "she's someone important to me." Pearl looks at her daughter's earnest face and smiles knowingly. "I see," she says, but advises against it. The Demon Lord has taken over her consciousness. She points out the harsh reality. Even if Ada goes, she has no plan and no way to actually rescue her. Ada panics, worrying about her other friends, Nina and Sterling. Pearl reassures her the council will handle the hostages, and their lives aren't in immediate danger. She explains the Demon Lord's group is likely trying to reclaim all magic from the world, returning it to a mundane state. Her simp husband chimes in. "That's right, my wife is the best." Pearl then grabs Ada's face, her gaze intense. "My darling, you're the key to solving this entire problem," she declares. The words hit Ida like a punch to the gut. 2 years? By then, Kay's consciousness could be gone forever. Suddenly, a new voice chimes in. A mysterious boy with white hair floats down on a bubble, asking for Pearl's autograph. "Moncor." He then turns to Ada with a calm smile. "Rest assured, Ada, it's just 2 years. Kay's spirit won't be defeated so easily." Lita snaps. "Where the hell were you, the headmaster, when we were faced with problems?" He just shrugs cheekily. "I had no idea, after all." The headmaster insists they're special, and that Kay will hold on. Their friends surround Ida, promising to find a solution together. Taking a deep breath, Ada clenches her fists. A new resolve settles over her. "I understand." That night, Ida is tormented by nightmares. She dreams of Kay slipping away, and she reaches out desperately. "Kay, wait for me. Don't go. Give me 2 years. I know I'm dumb and I don't have magic, but I will definitely save you." In her dream, a smiling Kay looks back. "Dummy," she says softly, "I will be waiting for you." Their spirits connect, promising each other, "We won't lose." The dreamscape is a blur of flowers and light. Ida wakes with a start, the words still on her lips. "Won't." And just like that, a shooting star streaks across the sky. 2 years pass in the blink of an eye. Ida stands before a professor from the academy, looking more mature and graceful than ever. The professor hands her a letter. "Congratulations, Ida Mortimer. Your 2-year suspension has ended, and you can return to the academy this term." She eagerly asks if this means she'll be in the 7th grade now. The professor lets out a little chuckle. "Oh no, you'll be repeating from the 4th grade. Anida's world comes crashing down. She collapses to the floor in comedic despair. "Why are both this world and my previous world so cruel?" It's a bright and sunny day, perfect for our girl's triumphant return to the academy. As her maids fuss over her, one asks if she's happy. "I've been wanting to see my friends," she chirps. The blue-haired maid smiles, telling her they're already waiting outside. Ada's eyes sparkle with excitement. "They're here?" She looks absolutely stunning in her new red and black dress, ready to take on the world. She rushes downstairs past the ridiculously lavish chandelier, where her 2 besties are waiting to greet her formally, but formalities are for strangers. Ida pulls them into a massive group hug. "Oh, my friends, we've finally overcome this calamity," she cries. She gives them a sly, knowing look, reminding them that in the original story, they would have been long dead by now. The fact they're all alive is proof they've successfully smashed the plot to pieces. Her blue-haired friend just looks at her, completely smitten. Suddenly, a voice calls out her name. It's Jack's father, looking pale and gaunt. Our girl immediately scolds him. You haven't been well, so why are you here instead of the hospital? He smiles weakly, explaining he just had to see her before she left. With a heavy heart, he tells Jack's friend to take care of Kay, our girl, and she quickly promises to do so. She puts on a brave face, her smile radiating confidence. Just as she's about to leave, the head artisan stops her. He proudly shows off 4 massive chests he's packed for her. These aren't just full of clothes. Oh no. He reveals they contain 37 custom-made magic-resistant weapons and armors. He's sure they'll help her, but Ida, now rocking a cool lab coat, holds up a crystal artifact. Don't forget this, she says. The soul extractor tool. She looks like a total boss, ready for some magical science. The artisan explains that to create the core for the tool, she'll need help from her friends back at the academy. Ida's eyes harden with determination. She's thinking about Valerie and Professor Madeline, ready to show them the true power of humanity. Meanwhile, in a lavish, lonely room, Professor Madeline is asleep. A woman with fiery orange hair brings her a tray of food, remarking that she slept a lot today too. With her eyes still closed, Madeline murmurs, "Let me guess, is it Her Excellency Valerie, or Kay today?" At the mention of Kay's name, the woman's smug facade cracks. Madeline's eyes snap open, a blush creeping up her neck as the woman leans in. "Sure enough, it's always Kay whenever I get close," she sneers. She calls Madeline out for being so guarded, and Madeline just clutches her head, feigning a headache. But inside her mind, a war is raging. The other soul, the one possessing her, is in disbelief. "Why? It's been 2 years. Your consciousness should have been devoured, but you're even competing with me for this body's magic?" The entity seethes, having never lost a competition in its life. It recognizes that the magic truly belongs to the original owner of the body, and that's when the real Madeline fights back, her expression fierce and unbroken. "Let's make it a contest. Bring it on," she declares. She promises that she will come for her soon, and warns the imposter not to use her body for evil, or to get romantic with a certain someone. Back in the room, the orange-haired woman gives up and leaves, slamming the door. Once she's gone, Madeline sits up. She's gone. "You can come out now," she says to the empty room, and from behind the curtains 2 figures emerge. Her friends praise her convincing fake sleep act. They've been searching for 3 days and have finally found the book they need. Madeline takes it, her eyes scanning the pages. "Indeed, this is the book," she confirms. They're trapped by a magic barrier, unable to contact the outside world. The blue-haired girl tries to be optimistic, at least the food is good, and the library is huge. But Madeline cuts her off. They're running out of time. It's getting harder to suppress Valerie's consciousness at night, and she needs their help again. They gather around the glowing book, and her white-haired friend gives her an encouraging smile. They all place their hands together, pouring their magic into the ancient tome. Madeline marvels, thinking this must be creation magic. And then, chirp, a tiny star-shaped yellow bird pops out of the book. Her friends are stunned. "Why is it a bird?" they ask. Madeline, trying to play it cool, just coughs and says they should see if it can pass through the barrier. She holds the little creature up to her lips. "Go now. Find her," she whispers. The bird takes off, flying free from the window. It worked. They cheer in triumph. Madeline figures they can use a magic mirror to see what the bird sees. Even if, as her friend points out, it can't exactly talk. The little magic messenger soars over the Wingfield Magic Academy. Down below, an entrance ceremony is underway. As a teacher welcomes the new students, our poor Ida sulks, wondering if she really has to attend. While other students are laughing and excited, the teacher calls the top students from the light and dark classes to the stage. First up is the representative of the light class, Lloyd Edwards, foiled by a graceful pink-haired girl. Ida could just die from embarrassment. "My friends have such fine people, and here I am, still repeating the first grade," she thinks, wishing a hole would swallow her whole. Just then, the little yellow bird zips in through an open window. And where does it land? With a little chirp, it plops right down inside Ida's uniform jacket. Our girl flinches, her face turning beet red. "Did a bird just fly onto my chest?" she shrieks in her mind. "Get out. Alright, hit that subscribe button because we are diving right in." A man with a suspicious look on his face calls out to our girl. He leans in, asking if there's a problem. Olungsvane, sweating bullets with a literal bird hiding in her uniform, stammers that everything is perfectly fine and tells him to please continue. Meanwhile, in a secret location, our captive heroes are watching through a magic portal when suddenly their vision goes dark. Sterling, the white-haired pretty boy, explains that the perverted bird must have flown onto Ida's chest, blocking the view. He then teases Nina, saying, "You sure you're not the one who wants to get on there?" Nina snaps back, completely flustered, as the little yellow bird peeps from its hiding spot. The light returns, and they can see the entrance ceremony in full swing. But our girl Ida is frantically trying to shove the little stowaway back into her jacket. "You stay in there," she hisses, "or people will notice you." And just like that, the view for our watchers goes dark again. They're left completely in the lurch. The long-haired beauty, Kay, just smiles, glad to see his friends are doing okay. He turns to his companions, thanking them for their help with his magic experiments. Sterling just gives him a deadpan look, reminding him, "We're hostages here, remember?" But Kay's eyes are filled with a steely resolve. He knows he can't just sit around and wait to be rescued. His own consciousness is growing stronger, and he tells Nina, "You can take my memory now." See, to keep the evil soul Valerie from discovering their plans, Nina and Sterling have been sealing away Kay's memories of their secret meetings. They bottle up the memories, keeping their plot under wraps. With the deed done, they prepare to leave. but decide to listen in on Ada's group just a little longer. But inside Kay's mind, a war is raging. The evil spirit, Valerie, is fuming. I truly have underestimated you, she snarls at Kay's soul. She's furious that she has to fight for control of the body she reincarnated into. She declares that the body belongs to Kay Jones now, and that the original soul is the one trying to steal it. But our boy Kay isn't having it. I won't let you have your way that easily, he yells back. Valerie sneers, calling him the reincarnation of the goddess of darkness. If you have someone you love, she pleads, then you should understand my pain. But Kay is savage. I understand your feelings, he says coldly, but that doesn't mean I agree with you. He schools her on the laws of the world, explaining that humans are meant to have flaws, that light and darkness must coexist. This just makes Valerie angrier, and that's why we need to retrieve the magic and return the world to its original order, she shrieks. Kay's soul simply reflects on this. He realizes that even characters from a book can have their own thoughts and will. They are not just puppets in a story. He smiles, knowing that if he hadn't come to this world, the characters would have been doomed to repeat the same tragic ending forever. We flash back to a formal event where Kay is being greeted, a sad memory of his past life. Back in the present, Ida is complaining to Caroline and Lloyd about the little yellow freeloader. It won't leave no matter how hard I try, she grumbles. This perverted bird, I swear. Lloyd, ever the menace, smirks and says, let me see. He pokes the bird, and it immediately pecks him hard. He yelps, clutching his finger in agony. Caroline wisely notes that it's probably a magical being. Then she drops an absolute bombshell. I've discovered a way to detach the demon lord's soul from Kay. She explains they need to find the skeleton of the previous demon lord and mix it with Kay's blood to create a special potion. This potion will separate the souls, and they can seal the evil one away in the soul extractor tool Lloyd made. Ada is over the moon. That's great news, she cheers, the little bird popping out to celebrate with her. Lloyd, however, is hung up on the name of his invention, but Ida quickly shushes him. Through the portal, our captive audience sees everything. This is it. This is their chance. Karen smiles. If what they said is true, we'll have to get her followers to reveal the location. He's found a way to help his friends. He quickly tells Nina to take this memory before Valerie finds out. But Sterling suddenly shouts, hold on. The portal's view has shifted to Ida, wrapped in a towel, about to take a bath. The whole room erupts in chaos. The guys avert their eyes while Nina panics, telling them they mustn't watch. Sterling teases a beet-red Nina for peeking herself as she gets the memory bottle ready. Meanwhile, our unsuspecting heroine is blissfully humming in the tub. But she's not alone. The little yellow bird is there too, tweeting away. What's the matter with this bird? Ada exclaims, it even followed me to the bath. Back in the other room, Nina is having an aneurysm watching the scene unfold. Ida, completely done with this little creature's antics, grabs it. Why are you grabbing me? The bird seems to chirp. How can I tell if it's a male or female? She wonders aloud, a mischievous glint in her eye. She begins a thorough inspection, flipping the poor thing over to check its butt. The bird lets out a terrified scream for help, finally taking pity on it. Ida relents. Fine, I won't tease you anymore, she laughs, deciding that since it's glued to her, she might as well raise it. She decides on the perfect name for her new pet. You're so perverted, so how about I call you Perv? The bird chirps back in absolute furious refusal. All right, buckle up my beautiful recap fam because we're diving right back into the feels. Our girl Yao is hard at work drowning in a sea of letters. Her adorable little sidekick, Perb, is chirping up a storm. She just smiles, calling him a clingy little bird. She explains she's writing a letter, trying to record her daily life for her beloved Lan. She sweetly admits she's not the sharpest tool in the shed, so she has to write everything down before she forgets. Suddenly, the little bird demands to see what she's written. Yao raises an eyebrow, surprised he wants to read them, but she shrugs it off. Sure, go ahead. You're just a bird anyway. Oh, if only she knew. And the letters. Oh, the letters are gold. She writes, Lan, I'm currently confined, and the Magic Council is monitoring me. So I decided to learn some high-tech skills from Grandpa. When the time comes, I'll blast the villains to ashes with a laser. Look at this adorable, chaotic little scientist. She even adds a postscript. I might be a villainess in this book, but I won't let myself die. The next letter is more serious. She tells Lan the villains must have a magic barrier up, since even the council couldn't find her. Grandpa looks worried, knowing something is deeply wrong. Yao drops a bombshell in the PS. I deeply suspect there's a spy in the council. The little bird stares at the words, his expression grim. With a massive yawn, Yao declares she's done for the day. She stretches dramatically. I'm going to bed. She tells the bird he can read all he wants, because this lady is hitting the sack. The bird just lets out a little tweet. And moments later, our girl is passed out, snoring her heart out. And now, with her asleep, the little bird can finally read her true feelings. He scans the next letter. Lan, the council has been circulating images of you committing evil deeds, trying to ruin your reputation. We see a horrifying projection of Lan being framed in front of a crowd. But then a savage PS. Fortunately, Big Sister Pearl's new movie was released early, so no one's paying attention to you anymore. You gotta love the priorities here. Another letter details how their classmates Jessica and Daniel came to visit, worried sick about Lan. Yao wrote that she assured them Lan is strong and just needs to hold on. But the happy facade begins to crack. In a postscript, she confesses, "Today I did an experiment with Grandpa that exploded. My arm got burned, but some of my skin got restored with magic." The little bird's face falls. The name Yao echoes in his mind, and then comes the heart-wrenching truth. "It's raining today," she writes, staring out the window. "I lied to them. Where are you now? You're doing well, right?" Her fear pours onto the page. "I'm scared. I'm really scared. Why does 2 years feel so long?" She finally breaks, hiding her face in her hands, her body trembling. The last words are a desperate plea. "Please tell me if you're all right, Lan. I'm so scared." A single tear splashes onto the paper, followed by a whispered confession. "I really miss you." A spectral figure appears in the dark room. It's Lan. She watches over her sleeping friend, her expression filled with sorrow as her bird form looks on. She gently rests a hand on Yao's leg, whispering, "Thank you, Yao. I'm doing great. In fact, I'm right by your side." Leaning in close, she promises, "Don't worry, we'll be reunited very soon." And then, a ghostly kiss on the forehead. "I miss you too," Lan whispers. As Lan's spirit watches over her, a single silent tear escapes Yao's eye in her sleep. The scene shifts dramatically. A mysterious man with black hair smirks at a stern-looking woman with blue-streaked hair. He calls her K. Jones and offers his help. "Weren't you trying to reclaim magic from humans? I can help you." She scoffs, but he just smiles slyly. "You simply need to give up on your cook scones." "Okay." Translation's a bit weird, but the vibe is tense. She glares back. "Is that so?" He leans in, taunting her. "Retrieving magic might sound easy, but why haven't you succeeded yet?" He reveals the truth. She and someone named Madeline are no longer the powerful goddesses they once were. They need a new vessel for the magic. And he sneers, "You can't find that vessel, can you?" And we're thrown into a breathtaking flashback. Once there were 2 divine flowers. One grew on a sunlit mountain, the other in a sunless abyss. The flower from the abyss slowly took on a human form. Trapped in darkness, she looked up and saw a glimmer of light. A strange new power stirred inside her. Black wings sprouted from her back, and she took flight, soaring towards that distant light. When she arrived, a girl with hair like spun gold greeted her with a smile as dazzling as the sun. "Hello, who might you be?" the golden girl asked. She was stunned, admitting she didn't know who she was. The golden girl then asked, "You don't have a name?" The dark-haired girl looks back at her, completely lost. The golden girl just beams, "I don't have a name either." She explains she's lived on the mountain forever, but has never met anyone. The dark-haired girl asks, "Then what are we?" "I don't know," the golden girl replies. Then she gets a brilliant idea. "Then we should give each other names." She takes her new friend's hands. "We'll have an identity by having a name." And from that moment on, the girl of light was named Puria, and the girl from the abyss was named Valerie. With tears in her eyes, little Puria begs, "Valerie, stay and live with me on the mountaintop, please. It's so lonesome by myself." Valerie's heart melts, and she smiles gently. "Then, we'll need a home for the 2 of us." Using their incredible magic, they build a house from nothing, and make the gardens bloom with life. One day, Valerie asks Puria if she's ever considered going down the mountain. Puria's face saddens. She tried once, but magic doesn't exist in the world below. The humans saw her power and, out of fear, they drove her away. She looks down, her heart heavy. "Perhaps it's better if I stay on the mountain." She leans against Valerie, content. "Living with you like this is just as wonderful." Valerie holds her close, promising, "Yeah, if you don't want to go, then we won't go." But their peace was shattered. One day, a terrible disaster struck the mortal world. A furious storm raged, and humans were drowning in a flood. Watching the chaos, Puria declares, "Let's go and help them." Valerie is horrified. "You're going? Then you'll use your magic?" Puria looks at her, her eyes filled with resolve. "I have no idea if this is the right choice, but I have a feeling that I'll definitely regret it if I don't go." As Puria turns to leave, Valerie reaches out in desperation. "Puria, don't go, Puria." She screams into the storm. Her voice is filled with anguish as she pleads, "You'll regret it even if you do go." A vision floods Valerie's mind. If they save the humans, they will be worshipped as goddesses, and magic will become a miracle. But then, the vision turns dark. The humans will slowly drain their power away, and eventually the 2 of them will be torn apart, separated forever. The vision ends with a heartbreaking cry. "I want to go back to our home, but everything is gone." The flashback ends. We see a shattered statue of the goddess Puria. Valerie's voice, now cold and full of rage, echoes in the darkness. Now that the goddess is dead, the demon lord will descend upon the world. Horns sprout from her head as dark energy swirls around her. "We will correct that mistake, and they will pay the price." The final image is the cracked, weeping face of the goddess statue, a symbol of a promise broken and a love lost. Let's dive right back into the story. We open with a quick history lesson. Thousands of years ago, magic was a gift from the goddesses. This incredible power gave rise to the noble profession of the mage. But there's always a catch, isn't there? Whether human or animal, every living thing has a limit to the magic it can hold. Exceed that limit, and the vessel literally shatters, the magic scattering back into nature. This little problem has remained unsolved, until now. Our girl's captor, the fiery redhead, is getting impatient. "And your point being?" she snaps. She leans forward with an icy glare, reminding Puria that she made a huge fuss to negotiate. "Surely you must have a solution." Her mind flashes back to her past life. to her best friend, as she reveals her master plan. What if this uncontrollable magic could be the very thing that brings them home? The redhead's eyes widen in understanding. I see, so you actually came from another place, she muses, realizing why Ada's soul felt so unusual. Puria lays out her plan. Since there's nowhere to store the excess magic, they might as well use it directly. She reveals a complex magic circle, the product of 2 long years of research into forbidden books. With a triumphant gleam in her eyes, she places her hand on the drawing. And today, the magic is finally complete. The deal is simple, and absolutely savage. Once the spell activates, Puria's soul and Ada's soul will be separated. Then the redhead's beloved demon lord can take over this body, and stay with her forever. How does that sound? Puria asks with a smirk. A win-win situation, don't you think? The redhead is speechless, completely taken aback by the offer. After a tense moment, she agrees. All right, I accept your proposal, she says, a slow smile spreading across her face. But she has one condition. In exchange, Puria must convince Ida Mortimer to give up the Academy's protection and willingly take the place of the current hostages. Puria's smile is dazzling. Of course. Ada always listens to me. And then in a heartbeat, her entire demeanor shifts. She pulls out a blade, and without a single moment of hesitation, slices open her own wrist. The redhead and her subordinate absolutely lose their minds. What are you doing? Puria holds up her bleeding arm, her eyes glinting with terrifying resolve. If you try anything funny, she begins, her voice dangerously low, or hurt Ida, her smile is pure ice, then I'll take your most beloved demon lord to die with me. The redhead flinches, a blush of fear and shock dusting her cheeks as Puria's threat hangs in the air. Contact the Academy, Puria commands, then come find me again. As they leave, she waves them off. I'll be waiting for the good news. The subordinate looks nervously at his mistress. Your Grace, should we She lets out a shaky breath, finally feeling a sliver of hope. You heard her. Contact Wingfield Magic Academy. Meanwhile, our chaotic heroine has turned back into a tiny chibi, pouting about her wound. Ouchie, what a deep cut. I'll need Yao to kiss it to make it better. The next morning, our other heroine, Ida, is sleeping soundly, drooling all over her pillow. She stirs awake to the sound of chirping. Something is sitting on her chest. Perv, she mumbles, still half asleep. The little yellow bird on her chest chirps back. Perv, Ayaba bolts upright, horrified. That's not for eating, you rascal. She then notices her letter to Lan has been absolutely demolished. What did you do to my letter? She cries, holding it up. The little monster has pecked heart-shaped holes all over the paper. Are you some high school girl with a decorating hobby? The bird seems insistent, wanting her to look at the letter again. It hops on the desk, tapping the paper with its beak. Ida is confused, but as she looks closer, she starts piecing together the words that weren't pecked out. Her eyes go wide. A vision of Lan appears behind her, his voice echoing in her mind. I am doing Lan. The pieces click into place. Ida whirls around, staring at the little bird in disbelief. You're Lan? The tiny yellow bird puffs out its chest and lets out a proud little chirp. It's him. Ida scoops him up, hugging him tightly, tears in her eyes. That's great, Lan. I missed you so much. Then, a horrifying realization dawns on her. She remembers that strange little bird that was always around the academy, even when she was taking a bath. Her face explodes in a blush. So basically, you've seen everything, Lan? A flashback shows Lan blushing, admitting they used to bathe together anyway. Ida pokes the little bird, finally understanding all its strange behavior. Panic sets in. Don't tell me the Demon Lord's followers did this to you? They turned you into a bird? The bird Lan chirps frantically, trying to explain. A vision of his human form appears, panicked. Wait, Yao, let me explain. Ada's expression softens. She laughs. A genuine happy sound. Just kidding. Lan is Lan no matter what you turn into. She holds him close. It's been 2 years. I really missed you. Lan is overwhelmed with emotion. Yao, he just has to hold on a little longer. Meanwhile, Puria and her group are ready to make contact. Karen caught her precisely below. Kay begins the incantation, pouring his magic into a crystal orb. An image of Ada flickers into existence. Can you hear? Karen caught her precisely below. Can you hear me? Puria has no patience for this, and delivers a swift smack to the back of his head. She shoves him aside and shouts, I can hear you loud and clear, Ada, as Kay goes flying. The two friends reach for each other's projections, their faces streaked with tears. I missed you so much. Kay grumbles from the sidelines. You wicked girls. But before he can complain more, the redhead bonks him on the head. Don't cause trouble, she warns. Ida expresses her worry, but Puria reassures her. The redhead watches them, her expression unreadable. Her mind drifts back to another time, to another friendship. She remembers being inseparable with a girl named Valerie, who called her Paria. They were once just like Ida and her friend, having only each other. A vision of her lost friend reaching for her flashes through her mind. She snaps back to the present, her face a mask of cold resolve. Alright, reminiscing time is over. She turns to the projection. Since you've agreed to negotiate, I assume you're already prepared. A cunning smile plays on her lips. Amata Mortimer, when will you come to our side and reunite with cute little Kay? Puria chimes in, her eyes sparkling. We made a win-win deal with Madeline. She extends a hand towards Ida's image. Come to my side, Ida. Trust me, okay? Ida's face lights up with a brilliant, trusting smile. Watching this display, Madeline lets out a soft, cynical sigh. Ah, what touching affection. Welcome back my loyal subscribers to another heart-pounding manhwa recap. Last time our heroes were split up, and things were getting intense. Now let's dive right back into the chaos. Elsewhere in the castle, a certain professor is being escorted. Two shadowy figures drag his unconscious body through the halls, complaining about how heavy he is. The door creaks open as they shove him into a secluded room. With a heavy thump, they dump him unceremoniously on a couch. The two little minions can't believe it. He fainted just from being kicked twice? How useless. But as they leave, the door peeks open again. Two new figures slip inside, and they are not here to play nice. It's Yao and Nina. Yao gives a sharp okay, and with a swish, they're in position. Lock the door, Nina, he says, his voice dangerously low. We're short on time. And with that he begins tying up the poor professor. Nina watches, her mind racing. She knows their plan is insane, but she has to trust Kay. Their captive begins to stir. Who's there? So noisy. Professor William's eyes flutter open, and pure shock washes over his face when he sees his captors. It's you? What are you doing? He sputters, completely bound in ropes. Yao leans in, a savage grin on his face. Nice, just in time. You're awake, Professor William. He gets right in the professor's face, holding a glowing purple orb. I know you buried her. Where are the remains of the previous demon lord? William's face twists in fury. You little brats. He struggles against his bonds, his voice dripping with venom. Coveting the esteemed demon lord is a capital offense. He actually threatens them. I'll execute you right here, right now. But as he thrashes, a hand grabs his leg with an iron grip. Yao slams his foot down, pinning the professor with a heavy dun. Professor William freezes, a tear of pure frustration and pain rolling down his cheek. His face contorts in agony. That hurts. Let go. He tries to scream for help, but it's no use. Yao glances at Nina. Did you cast the silencing spell? She gives a tiny, adorable thumbs up. Yup. Yao turns back to the professor, his eyes cold as ice. Listen up. But William is a fanatic. The demon lord's remains are the purest thing in this world. I'll never let you defile her. Nina just smiles, a chillingly sweet expression on her face. Since you're being uncooperative, my apologies. She pulls out a vial filled with a swirling blue liquid. This is a newly developed potion from the Mortimer family. She holds it up for all to see. The label is clear. Truth serum. She lunges, trying to force the potion down his throat while he gags and struggles. By the mouth side, the two minions hear a muffled noise, but just dismiss it as the wind. A moment later, a completely drugged Professor William is drooling on the couch. Nina gets straight to the point. Where did you hide the remains? But the answer is a gut punch. The professor mumbles that he has no idea. He reveals that Madeline buried the remains herself, and no one else knows where. Yao and Nina are stunned. The truth serum means he isn't lying. It's a dead end. But then Nina's eyes light up. She remembers something Kay told her. Professor William is an expert in divination. A wicked smile spreads across her face as she pulls out a crystal ball. Let's have this expert borrow some knowledge from the future. Red energy swirls as she begins the spell. The orb reveals a cryptic poem, a slumbering treasure, hidden beneath iridescent clouds. The message is sent. We see our girl Ida, lying in bed, reading the note. She groans. Why is he writing a cheesy poem for divination? But despite her grumbling, she holds the note close, a small smile on her face. Through a mirror, Lan watches her friend, but her mind is on the ticking clock. The hostage exchange is in a week, and they're still stuck trying to unravel this riddle. Yao's voice cuts through her thoughts. Lan, you're worrying about something again, aren't you? He points out that her little chick, Perv, flaps its wings wildly whenever she's agitated. He offers a heartfelt reassurance, telling her there's nothing they can't do together. Lan is touched by his words. She thinks he's either carefree or Wait a minute. The words echo in her mind. Fly around wildly, passed by iridescent clouds, the pieces of the puzzle suddenly click into place, leading her back to a memory of a lush forest. It's a flashback to the chaotic flying race. Ida stares at a ridiculously useless map. Is the headmaster deliberately messing with me? Her spirit guide apologizes profusely. It was all a setup by that troublemaker, Professor William. Ida seethes at the memory. What a persistent troublemaker. Back in the present, her friends try to cheer her up. Ida smiles, agreeing to enjoy the trip down memory lane. She muses on how much has changed since she and Kay were enemies. This prompts her to ask a seemingly innocent question. Did Caroline win the race that year? Bad move. Both Kay and Caroline stiffen. Caroline puffs out her chest, declaring her perfect victory. Can't resist a savage jab. It was by just a touch of your finger. And just like that, the friendly banter explodes into a full-blown argument. Ida watches in horror, hoping they're joking. It's not a joke. Let's go. They both scream, rocketing into the sky for a rematch. Our poor girl is left in their dust, yelling for them to come back. Her angelic companions sigh. It seems you've touched on a sore spot. My bad, Ida mutters, already forming a new chaotic plan. She needs to stop them. She pulls out her old broom, remembering the modifications she made. She finds a little button. Next thing you know, she's blasting through the sky with her two terrified companions in tow. Their faces are pure shock. She zooms past her bickering friends, cackling like a mad woman. Does it feel nostalgic? Even her little chick is feeling the G-force. But then, Ida's eyes widen. She recognizes the mountain below. Stoop, hold on, I know this mountain. It's the place Lan rescued me from. I found it. Her friends shout for them to stop, but it's too late. The souped-up broom goes boom. A massive explosion lights up the sky. Adia emerges from the smoke, covered in soot, but grinning triumphantly. Like I said, I modified it. This is the plus version. Her entire crew is fried, their faces blank with shock. They land in a familiar cave. This is where Kay and I rested, Ada explains. All the clues from the poem line up perfectly, but where's the skeleton? Ida's eyes gleam with that signature chaotic energy. Well, we can just blow up the cave if we can't find it. Stop right there. Caroline snaps, stepping forward to prevent more destruction. With a flash of pink light, she begins to cast a spell. Look, we found the path hidden by an illusion. Ida is impressed. Just what you'd expect from the top student. The group peeks into the dark passage, and Ada bravely volunteers to scout ahead. Her friends warn her to be careful. She steps inside and immediately recoils. The place is disgusting, not fit to live in, but then she sees it. But what she finds is a heart-wrenching sight. A woman with long black hair sits in a pool of murky water. Ida is horrified and calls out for her friends, but they're gone. A quiet voice calls her name. Ida. She looks down and sees an unconscious body on the floor, a body that looks exactly like her. Ada's blood runs cold. She looks up, her voice trembling. Lan? And there she is. The woman in the pool, her eyes a piercing blue, is Lan herself. A haunting voice echoes through the dreamscape, beckoning our girl. Come here, Yao, come to my side. But it's not Yao who answers the call. It's our red-headed heroine, Lan, who looks back in distress. A pair of arms wrap around her from behind in a hazy, ethereal embrace. The mysterious woman whispers in her ear, "Sweet dreams, Yao. You don't need to worry about anything with me here." Lin's eyes grow heavy, a deep drowsiness taking over. Sunlight streams into a plain, unfamiliar room. A groggy mind slowly boots up, staring at the ceiling light. What time is it? When did I fall asleep? The room isn't hers, but it feels familiar. Ugh, so sleepy. A figure with long, flowing blue hair stretches awake. My head feels funny. I had a very unusual dream. I was with Lan. Her thought screeches to a halt as she catches her reflection. Her eyes go wide with absolute shock. This is me? Why do I have Lan's face? She stares at the mirror in pure, unadulterated panic. The reflection isn't hers, it's Lan's. Scrambling out of bed, she frantically searches for her phone. There! Just as she grabs it, a call comes in from Yao. A voice, her own voice, shouts from the speaker. Len, you're late. Her blood runs cold. This voice sounds so familiar. Her own voice continues. Did you forget we had a meeting with our seniors? We're waiting for you at the cafe. She stares at the phone, horrified. This voice is me? Her mind is a chaotic mess as she bolts out the door. What is going on? Is that her on the phone? Or is that Lan? She sprints through the crowded campus, a frantic thought flashing through her mind. Lan would never talk to her like that. She spots a group of friends near the gate, and among them, she tries to calm her racing heart, deciding to just head to the meeting first. But she can't look away. Is that me? She's frozen, just staring. She's kind of dazzling, so this is what she looks like to other people. Suddenly, the heart in this new body starts hammering against her ribs. What is this feeling? Her original body turns, a brilliant smile on her face. Lan, she calls out, waving cheerfully. Her old self runs up and throws her arms around her in a massive hug. Geez, Lan, you kept me waiting. Before she can process the hug, her old self grabs her face, checking for a fever. I don't think you have a fever, but your face is really red. She flinches back, completely mortified. So close. Am I usually this enthusiastic? Her old self just laughs and pulls her along. Come on in, we got seats. Stunned, she mumbles. Oh, okay. She clutches her chest, which won't stop pounding. She's been feeling so strange. Meanwhile, the real Lan, trapped in the ether, wonders what's happening. Lan's heart has been pounding so wildly. Could she be sick? They sit down in the cafe, and a wave of déjà vu hits her. She remembers this. This happened a few years ago, right before graduation. This was the meeting about their job prospects. How did I end up here, she thinks. I don't have time for this. Her old self sighs. I don't know why, but I'm feeling anxious just sitting here. What do you think, Lan? Her old self asks, snapping her out of her trance. Sorry, I spaced out. She replies quickly. A senior student with them smiles. It's fine. Yao is suited to explore the big cities. As for you, Lan, I suggest you stay at school and start researching TSK. A sharp sound escapes her lips as she slams her hands on the table, face burning red. An internal voice, not her own, screams, I won't consider it. I won't be separated from her. The table goes silent. Everyone stares at her shocked. She stammers, trying to recover. A cold realization washes over her. This is exactly how Lan reacted back then. And it's exactly what she and Lan's body just did now. The senior reassures her it's okay to have her own thoughts, and goes to get a refill. Her old self turns to her with a mischievous grin. You don't want to part with me that much? How touching. I'm really happy to hear that, from Lan. Her old self continues. But what's up with you today? You seem restless. She freezes. That was her exact reply back then. This body, it's been on edge, heart pounding. ever since they sat down. What is going on? Suddenly, her old self grabs her hand. Don't worry, Lan. We'll never be apart. I promise. You're my best friend after all. The words best friend hit her like a lightning bolt. A memory floods her vision. The real Lan seeing her old self as a radiant angelic being. And in that instant, everything clicks. She finally understands. So that's why my heart is racing. This is truly karma. I finally understand that Lan has always looked at me with these feelings. Lan, what's wrong? Her old self asks, pulling her from her thoughts. She looks up, her eyes filled with a new painful understanding. Why are you helping me? Her old self is confused, but she presses on. I might not be as smart as Lan, but I've figured out your true identity. She leans in, her voice low and certain. Puria, goddess of light, a blinding, divine light erupts from her old body, shattering her glasses. The world dissolves into gold. The real Lan, back in her own form, is enveloped by the light. A radiant, golden-haired figure appears before her. So you're Puria, the late goddess of light, and the owner of this grave. The goddess smiles gently. You, who have experienced the feelings of your loved one, are now qualified. She offers Lan a gift of gratitude, a request for help. Lan looks down at the skeletal hand she's been holding and smirks. What a willful goddess, forcing her way through. Still, I accept your request. Where is this? She wonders, completely lost in the abyss. A glowing window reflects in the depths below her, and a faint sound reaches her ears. There's light and singing. Who's there? Suddenly the scene shifts to a moonlit forest, and another woman stands before her. The mysterious blonde turns with a sly, chilling smile. I see you felt my resonance and accidentally came here, she purrs. Madeline gasps, a horrifying realization dawning on her. It's you. She trembles, identifying the figure before her, the true goddess of light. The goddess just smiles sweetly, telling our girl not to be nervous, but her smile is anything but reassuring. The goddess goes straight for the jugular, exposing Madeline's deepest insecurity. Deep down, you've always thought of yourself as an imposter, she whispers. The words hit our heroine like a physical blow. After all, the goddess continues, as glowing petals fall around her. You look much more lovely than I do now, don't you? And then the beautiful illusion shatters, revealing a horrifying skeleton beneath the flowing hair. The goddess is nothing but bones. Madeline screams in terror, jolting awake in her bed. Don't come any closer, she cries out. Realizing with a gasp, it was just a dream. She clutches her chest, her heart pounding. How embarrassing, she thinks, cheeks flushing with shame. She stares out the window into the night sky, a deep sense of dread creeping over her. Could it be an ominous sign? Needing to clear her head, she decides to get some fresh air. She steps out onto the balcony, the cool night air doing little to soothe her frayed nerves. But she's not alone. She spots a figure in the shadows and calls out, "Who's there?" A woman with stunning midnight blue hair turns to face her. It's Valerie. Madeline's voice is barely a whisper. Your Excellency. Valerie's expression is somber. The hostage exchange is drawing near, she states, her voice low. And then, in a swift, desperate motion, Valerie closes the distance, wrapping her arms around Madeline from behind. She presses her face against Madeline's back, whispering with a tremor in her voice. It's really you. It truly is your Excellency, Valerie. Lately, I've felt like you're becoming so distant, Valerie confesses, her voice thick with worry. Madeline freezes, the nightmare's words echoing in her mind. Is it because I'm an imposter that I feel this way? Valerie pulls back with a small, gentle smile. It's rare to see you act so spoiled, Madeline, she teases lightly, thinking she was just being tested. She tenderly cups Madeline's face, her touch a soothing balm. You did well, Madeline, she says softly. Our girl just swoons, her heart melting at the gentle reassurance. Valerie begins to explain a heart-wrenching story from the past. The original goddess, Puria, vanished because of human greed, and Valerie exhausted her magic just to preserve her memory. However, memories are fragile, she explains. They will quickly fade with time, if not stored in a body. And that's when you appeared, Madeline. Valerie's eyes burn with intensity. You are the successor I personally chose, she declares. A brilliant light surrounds Madeline as Valerie reveals the truth. You accepted Puria's memories, and your souls merged as one. The two of you have long been one and the same. Leaning in close, she delivers the final soul-healing words. Madeline, you were never an imposter. Tears well up in Madeline's eyes as she covers her face. Do you feel relieved now? Valerie asks. Madeline nods, then steels herself. I have something to discuss with you, Your Excellency, and our girl drops a bombshell. She's breaking the promise with the Mortimer family. I will destroy Kay Jones's soul, so that this body belongs only to you forever. Valerie is absolutely stunned. What do you plan to do? Valerie asks, her voice laced with disbelief. Madeline explains her plan involves dangerous, theoretical magic, like soul separation. But Valerie immediately shuts it down. Is it absolutely safe? She demands. No one can guarantee that. When it comes to Your Excellency, I refuse to take any risks whatsoever. She leans in, her eyes searching Madeline's. Despite that, are you still willing to do it? Madeline's resolve is unshakable. If it's for you, I'm willing to do anything, Your Excellency. The devotion is real. She thinks back to Valerie's tragic past, chained and condemned for trying to protect Puria. Madeline grabs her hand, her voice filled with passion. Back then you stood alone against the world, but now you won't have to bear the burden. Valerie realizes she already has a plan in mind, and what a savage plan it is. As long as we find a way to kill Ida Mortimer, K. Jones will go berserk. Intense emotions will make one's soul waver. Madeline explains with a chilling smile. When that time comes, you can completely devour her soul. She's planning to take over Ida's body and get rid of two problems at once. Our girl is absolutely glowing with pride over her diabolical scheme, and Valerie is impressed. It's truly a plan that kills two birds with one stone. Well done, she praises, pulling Madeline close. Madeline flushes, completely flustered by the compliment. Valerie herself seems a little shocked by her own boldness. Madeline immediately starts apologizing, thinking she overstepped, grabbing onto Valerie's coat. But Valerie just strokes her hair. Once the plan is complete, she promises, I'll grant your wish. Meanwhile, in a completely different corner of the world, chaos reigns. Ida is shaking the daylights out of a sobbing Caroline. Wake up, you're supposed to be the female lead. Caroline is having a full-blown meltdown, calling herself the most useless creature in the world. Little has had enough and just bonks her on the head. We see flashbacks of their usual brand of insanity. Ida decides extreme measures are needed. I didn't want to use Grandpa's unreliable tech weapons, she sighs, pulling out the big guns. She brandishes a potted sunflower wearing shades and holding a saxophone. Little sunflower, maximum volumed, wake them up for me. The sunflower lets out an unholy blast from its sax. The sound is earth-shattering, a sonic assault. Everyone is clutching their heads in agony. It works. A completely frazzled Caroline finally sits up. I'm awake, I'm fully awake. Just then, Edward rushes in, holding up a skeletal hand. Wake up, we have a mission. It's the remains of the goddess of light. Ida's eyes turn into literal stars. We found it, she cheers. And they're off, flying through the night sky while Caroline desperately tries to get Ida to stop waving a skeleton around like a party favor. And elsewhere, a mysterious woman named Yao sighs at a glitching blue screen. Apparently, she's low on energy and almost got kissed by a weirdo. And after everyone's relentless efforts, the soul separation potion is finally complete. The precious bottle is handed to our little nugget, Kay, with a critical instruction. It's enchanted, and only she can open it. Her mom explains the plan. One drop of Lan's blood, and they can finally expel the demon lord's soul. But our girl has other plans. She nervously asks if there's any way she can secretly see someone tomorrow. Mom and Grandpa are stunned. Kay insists, saying she just can't feel at ease otherwise. Her grandpa sighs, calling her a handful, but he's already got a gadget for that. He hands over a magical aura receiver. With her secret mission set, Kay falls into a deep sleep. Her mother whispers, Go, my child. Go meet the person you've been longing to meet. Her astral form lifts from her body and she's falling through a bizarre dreamscape filled with floating doors. She tumbles through the void, spotting a dark figure in a reflection. Lan, I'm coming, she calls out. She lands with a clumsy thud. Grandpa's inventions are always so extreme, she groans. But then she sees her, a beautiful woman with long dark blue hair, fast asleep in a grand bed. Lan, Kay whispers, her heart pounding. She starts blushing furiously, realizing Lan is so deeply asleep she didn't even notice her arrival. What if she was some kind of creep? She can't help but lean in for a closer look. Lan is absolutely breathtaking. Our girl gets sentimental, thinking this is the first time she's ever seen Lan sleeping up close. She recalls how Lan was always the responsible one, waking up early and taking care of everything. Lost in the moment, she stares at those long, perfect eyelashes. She won't notice if I sneak a touch, right? She thinks, reaching out a trembling finger. Bam. Busted. A pair of sharp blue eyes snap open. Huh? The woman sits up, but her vibe is different. I see. So you're the girl K. Jones has been thinking about, she asks, introducing herself as Ida Mortimer. Oh, this is bad. Ida grabs Kay's wrist, her eyes sharp and predatory. A wicked smirk spreads across her face. Aren't you afraid I'll take you down in one hit, she purrs. And suddenly her hand phases right through Kay's. Kay looks down in utter shock. I see, Ada says, her eyes gleaming. You're not the real thing. A projection. How interesting. She leans in close, her voice a menacing whisper. Why are you avoiding me? Don't you want a good look at this face? Our girl is absolutely petrified. Ada cups her own cheek. No need to be scared, she says with a chilling smile. Whether you succeed or fail, this face will be mine forever. Kay trembles in pure fear. I could simply wish to rip your hearts and stomachs out. The threat is so vile that Kay screams the only name she can think of. L-A-N. The demon lord seems to enjoy her terror. But then, a flash of frustration. Ayeta clutches her head. TSK. So stubborn, she snarls, clearly fighting an internal battle. Do you care about this girl that much? She sighs, relenting. Fine, I'll let you have your way one last time, K. Jones. But as the demon's control slips, our heroine sees a vision of her true self in danger, and screams her own name. The projection flickers. A tearful Kay is holding on to Lan, who's finally back in control. Are you alright, she cries. Yao, I'm fine, Lan manages to say. But Kay is not fine. She's furious. Yao, I can't believe that jerk had the audacity to treat you like that. The projection, Yao, tries to calm her down. I'm fine, Lan, she insists, admitting that even as a projection, her legs went weak from fear. It was scary, but I'm kinda happy now. She leans her head on Lan's shoulder. I feel like I understand a bit more about your life and feelings, Lan. Lan's expression softens, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. They share a heartfelt, desperate hug. Thank you for coming to see me, Lan whispers. Sitting together on the bed, they catch their breath. Yao confirms the potion is ready, and confesses she came because she needed reassurance. For the last 10 years, Lan has been by her side for every major moment. I don't want it to be any different this time, she says, holding Lan's hands tightly. Lan gets a teasing glint in her eye, reminding Yao of all the times she'd stay up all night reading horoscopes and palms before big events. Yao blushes, telling her to stop, but then Lan's expression turns serious. Because, on those nights, I couldn't sleep either. She admits her calm demeanor was just an act. I was really terrified when I found out she was planning to harm you. She was even willing to be devoured by the demon lord, just so Yao would be safe. Tears stream down Lan's face. I want to go back home with you right now, she sobs. But I'm more afraid you'll be mad at me. She can't even touch her friend's projection, so she just asks her to look up. And in that moment, Yao leans in and gives her a soft, tender kiss. Lan is completely stunned. Yao, ever the protective one, immediately asks if that awful Madeline tried anything. Lan stammers that she stopped her just in time. Yao explodes. That scoundrel. But her anger quickly turns into a smug grin. Heh, but I've bested her. Lan's first kiss is already mine. She looks so proud of herself, while Lan is just a blushing, adorable mess. Don't my friend me, Lan says softly, finally connecting the dots. I was slow and didn't understand what you meant, but now I've figured it out. Their eyes lock. That's proof that our feelings have always been the same. Yao's face lights up. So when everything is finally over tomorrow, let's make this a real kiss, okay? Lan can only manage a soft as they lean in for another kiss, sealing their promise. As the night winds down, Yao notes that it's almost dawn. Lan looks weary. The demon lord is restless, she admits, but reassures Yao she can handle it for a few more hours. So do you remember everything I've told you? Lan asks. Yao confidently replies, of course. Stop jinxing yourself. Lan says playfully, don't worry, we'll see each other again soon. They share one last lingering kiss before Yao's projection fades, leaving Lan alone. A knock sounds at the door. Lan, composed and ready, calls out, come in, I'm already up. Kay enters with her companion. Kay, it's almost time, let's go. Lan stands, a fire in her eyes, but don't let the scenery fool you. The tension is so thick you could cut it with a knife. Karen caught her senses at first. It's almost time, he murmurs. Our girl. Lan looks up, her eyes wide with alarm. She can feel it too, the distinct hum of a teleportation spell. Just as she says it, a massive, glowing magic circle erupts on the grass. They're here, and in a flash of light, they appear. A whole squad, led by a fiery redhead with a determined smirk. It's Ayada. Her eyes lock onto Kay's group. Kay, finally, I can see you again. But her friend quickly puts a hand on her shoulder, a quiet warning. Just hold on a little more, don't act rashly. Ayada nods, all business. Don't worry, I know. She then projects her voice, making a grand entrance. I am the real Ida Mortimer, the one you wanted. Now let me check on the hostages' safety. The supposed hostages look completely unfazed. Lida's friend, Madeline, steps forward, her wand at the ready. Oh magical spirits, please make everything that's concealed disappear, she chants. Her spell confirms it. All good, they're safe, she reports. There are no signs of curses or mind control cast on them. Suddenly, there's a rustle in the trees, and the hostages break rank. It was all a setup. They rush towards Lan, crying her name, and pull her into a massive, tearful group hug. The real Ida watches this chaotic, heartwarming reunion with a soft, knowing smile. Lan pulls away from her friends and shouts, Ada Mortimer! The two girls run towards each other and collide in a hug, so powerful it could shake the heavens. Ida cups Lan's face, her voice trembling. It's really you. Lan, I can touch you. Lan is sobbing now, pure relief washing over her. Yes, it's me. I'm here. But the beautiful moment shatters in an instant. Ada's eyes fly open in shock, her face contorting in agony. A brutal purple blade of magic has pierced right through her chest. Lan can only watch in absolute horror as her friend is impaled. The attacker is revealed. It's Madeline, the orange-haired friend. She scoffs, a cruel smirk on her face. How foolish. Did you really think, she says, revealing a strange magical device. Blood splatters onto the pristine grass. But wait. Ada's face, shadowed and bleeding, twists into a savage grin. In that case, she says, and in a flash of light, her entire appearance changes. The wound is gone, replaced by gleaming golden armor. Madeline freezes, her jaw on the floor. Our heroine, now in her true form, whips out a dagger. You sure underestimated me. And then she does the unthinkable, she stabs herself, screaming Madeline's name as blood flies. The armor vanishes as quickly as it appeared. Our girl, Yao, smirks through the pain, explaining that the armor and dagger were anti-magic tech she spent a week making. Holding up a potion, she drips her own blood into it. I'd like to thank your blade, Madeline. Now I just need to add my blood to this soul separation potion. Madeline's eyes narrow. Is that so? So it was you that night. Suddenly Lan gasps. A strange, creeping purple mark appears on her hand as she holds the potion. What? She cries out. Madeline absolutely snaps. You've done the one thing you absolutely shouldn't have, K. Jones, she roars, her face a mask of pure fury. We get a quick refresher. The Demon Lord's 3 followers each have a unique magic technique. There's William's mind control, Olivia's soul-stealing puppet mastery, and then there's Madeline's long-hidden secret technique, which turns out to be summoning thorny vines from the ground. They erupt and wrap around Lan, trapping her instantly. The vines tighten, binding her completely. Yao screams a warning. Don't come any closer. She has a trick up her sleeve. But Madeline is already on the attack, launching crackling purple orbs of energy. You guessed it right, K. Jones, she snarls. Your body is an important vessel for the Demon Lord. We can forgive you for anything. Her eyes blaze with hatred as she turns to Yao. But you, Ida Mortimer, I'll make you pay with your life. She unleashes a blast aimed right for Yao's head. Lan, still trapped, screams, dodge it now. Why Yao? A massive explosion rocks the clearing. But as the smoke clears, Yao is standing there, completely unharmed, a smirk playing on her lips. She parried the attack. Madeline is stunned speechless. How could she have blocked that? The orbs were deflected by a golden shield. Lan realizes it allowed. Yao's athletic skills are top-notch. Yao just grins. Hey, even Kay is surprised. I'm not an idiot. Who would take such a risk unprepared? Her friends cheer her on. Impressive. That's my defense magic, one says, while another adds, my rebound magic is clearly stronger. Ada, strike back. Yao closes the distance in a heartbeat, grabbing a stunned Madeline by her collar. But it's a fake out. Yao, where's the stuff I asked you to prepare? She yells to a tiny paper version of herself, who pops up with a blindfold. And then she turns and plants a massive kiss right on Lan's lips. The entire audience, friends and foes alike, are completely shook. Madeline struggles with the blindfold, cursing up a storm. The kiss deepens as Yao thinks the magic replenishment has been delivered. She finally pulls back, grinning cheekily at a blushing, sputtering Lan. Geez, can't you just give it to me normally? Yao just winks. A reunion kiss after a long parting has to be dramatic. She then turns to her mini-me. All business again. We'll be watched tomorrow. Prepare it. Meanwhile, back in the vines, Lan smirks. I can't believe you're still so clueless. I'm forced to be the protagonist, so I have no choice but to win. Time for a counterattack. The vines around her begin to wither and dissolve, shooting up into the sky. Suddenly, a new voice echoes through the forest. What a spectacular drama. An orb appears in the sky, showing a chained creature. The climax would be quite boring without a twist, don't you think? A man appears, sitting on a throne, floating on a massive magic circle. Thanks to you, I've finally gathered all 3 artifacts. Yao and Lan stare up in shock. A new, devastatingly handsome villain with mismatched eyes smiles down at them. Let's begin the next grand chapter. A colossal magic circle engulfs the entire academy. A shimmering purple barrier snaps into place, sealing it off from the world. Students on the grounds look up in shock. What's that? A barrier? Are they fighting? The ground trembles violently. On a battlefield far away, our girls are stunned. An earthquake. Is it related to those vines? The blue-haired girl asks, but her pink-haired companion knows better. No, it's that acting young old geezer who's scheming in secret, she seethes. And look who it is, floating majestically in the sky. The headmaster himself, the teacher, Ada, snaps, what do you plan to do with our artifacts? He strikes a pose, all smiles and sparkles. It's all because my students and staff are so stubborn. He sighs dramatically. Both girls just give him the side eye, completely unamused, whether it's Miss Jones and Miss Mortimer wanting to return to their original world. Ayada clenches her fist, absolutely furious. They're all fatal blows to my academy, he declares, lounging in his floating chair. After all, mages would be doomed without magic. He explains that the protective magic is now enhanced by the Demon Lord's artifacts. He smiles, looking utterly serene. No matter what great changes happen, it won't be a problem anymore. He gestures, explaining how the barrier will protect the academy's magic, and even graduates. I can't take care of this whole world, he says with a faux humble expression. So I'll focus on protecting the peace of the academy. That's all that matters. He then has the audacity to cheer them on. Lan, Yao, I'm cheering you on. Do your best. Yao is just, we didn't plan on going back though. The headmaster is just as confused. She puts her hands together, beaming. I still want to graduate successfully. I won't be able to face my parents back at Jiangdong if I don't get my diploma. Ayada grits her teeth, her patience completely gone. How dare you treat me like I'm not here? She swoops in, grabbing Lan. Don't worry, K. Jones. I won't let you off either. Lan looks absolutely shocked as she's pulled along. Yao, cover me. Give me 2 seconds to drink the potion, she shouts, holding her friend close. Yao looks determined. Got it. She whips out her giant masked weapon, ready for a fight. Lan is stunned. Where did you pull that out from? Yao leaps into the air, deflecting multiple attacks with a savage grace. Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, the other students sense the chaos. The Demon Lord's followers have made a move. Then we should. But before he can finish, his friend Sterling stumbles. Nina collapses to the ground, weak and pale. Sterling, Nina? Their friends cry out in alarm. They can't figure out what's wrong. There are no signs of a curse, but it's too strange that both of them fell ill at the same time. The student leader sees the distant battle. Ida and Kay are in a fierce battle. We must rush to their aid. Let's go. We'll leave those two to you, he commands, helping his friend up. Elsewhere in the slums near Kay's house, her parents have arrived. My dear wife, are you all right? Her father asks. She leans on him. I'm fine. I just suddenly feel a bit dizzy. We don't have time to worry about that now, she says, regaining her composure. We have to find Kay's father quickly. They approach the door. Excuse me, Jack, are you home? We're coming in. They open the door to a horrifying sight. Jack is lying unconscious on the floor. Jack, they scream. His wife rushes to his side, her face a mask of terror. Ada said that after Madeline, his magic would keep depleting. His husband suggests a special magic supplement. She pulls out a glowing pink potion. Perhaps it can. But suddenly, the magic in the bottle vanishes with a fizzle. She stares in disbelief. How could this be? The magic in the potion disappeared. Her husband holds her tight. Could it be related to the earthquake just now? All they can do is pray. Dear goddess, please protect our children. The chaos escalates. Explosions rock the battlefield. But pink-haired girl dodges another blast. Be careful. Random explosions could hurt our own people, her companion warns. Suddenly, an ambush from the shadows. She whirls around just in time, but her companion is knocked to the ground. Ugh, just sleep tight. The attacker sneers. He's so weak. The Demon Lord's followers only have this much power. The attacker is knocked out cold, and the pink-haired girl stands over him. But she feels a deep unease. Something feels off. Did we overlook something? She looks to the sky, a dreadful feeling washing over her. I hope I'm just being paranoid. Back to our main fight. Yao's masked weapon slams down with incredible force. Avida is thrown back, skidding across the ground. She groans, struggling to get up. She glares up at Yao, who stands over her. You really are persistent. Ida grits out. But Yao is all smiles, patting her weapon. So, how is it? Now you understand the power of technology. Surrender obediently and you might just get a lighter sentence, she says with a cheeky grin. Ada is in shock. Her internal monologue is a frantic mess. My defensive magic failed. Is that girl's weapon really that strong? No, it's not the weapon. I'm the one getting weaker. Her magical power is rapidly fading. Is it because my artifact was stolen? No, it's not just that. A sinister smiling face flashes in her mind. It's that damn old geezer's scheme, she realizes with horror. Yao looks down at her defeated opponent. You still won't give in. She summons magical restraints. I'll tie you up first, just to be safe. The headmaster watches from his perch, still smiling that infuriating smile. Yao turns to her friend. I've taken care of it, Lan. Now, but she's cut off by a scream. Lan? Dark purple energy is wrapping around her friend, who's collapsing to the ground. Yao, Lan whispers, her face contorted in pain. Something is terribly wrong. Lan, Yao screams, rushing to her side. Lan, what's wrong? Don't scare me. Lan clutches her chest, gasping in agony. Ugh, magic. The Demon Lord's soul is wailing in anguish. Yao frantically pulls out the potion. She holds the bottle, trembling. The bottle hasn't been opened yet, so this isn't a side effect of the potion, she realizes. Looking around, she sees the other Demon Lord's followers are also in pain. Seems like only the Demon Lord's followers are affected. Why is that? The headmaster's voice rings out from above. Oh dear, I have been found out. He floats down, looking completely unbothered. This was a mishap, Mortimer. According to my original plan, all mages from Wingfield Magic Academy shall be protected by the barrier, he explains calmly. But Miss Jones has lost her student status for too long. How unfortunate. Yao's face twists in rage as she holds her suffering friend. What the hell have you done? She screams at him. He's draining the magic from everyone outside the barrier. Ida looks on in horror. He's absorbing magic. He's targeting every living being not from Wingfield Magic Academy. He wants to drain all the magic outside the academy. The headmaster's face is a mask of pure, unadulterated evil glee. His plan is revealed. Wingfield Magic Academy will become the only organization in the world that can control magic. Our boy Mortimer is all smiles, trying to downplay the absolute chaos he's causing. Come on, it's not that serious, he says with a laugh. He paints a pretty picture of mages, simply losing their goddess-given powers, claiming they're just humans after all. He frames it like a favor, saying he's just taking back what was bestowed by the goddess. He insists that losing magic just turns them into ordinary people, that it won't endanger their lives. But our girl Yao isn't buying it for a second. Looking at the collapsed mage on the ground, she snaps. That's quite an understatement. Mortimer actually has the audacity to look confused, asking what? Yao holds her friend Lan, seeing Professor Madeline also weakened on the ground. Mortimer turns his back on the carnage he's caused. The two of you, he scoffs, don't think you have the least right to criticize me? He points a finger at the furious Professor Madeline, and then at our heroine, Yao. One wants to reclaim magic, while the other wants to deplete magic. He spreads his arms wide under the massive terrifying magic circle in the sky. Aren't the three of us essentially the same? Yao is left completely speechless. He gives them a smug look over his shoulder. Besides, isn't it good to return to being ordinary people? He even uses Yao's own family against her, reminding her that her non-magical brother lived happily. He promises that magical beings won't go extinct, envisioning a world where they can thrive peacefully. But Lan sees right through his twisted logic, her face a mask of horror. Mortimer continues his grand speech. Can't you see? It'll be such a wonderful new world. Lan just breaks down, sobbing in Yao's arms. That's the last straw for our girl. Stop babbling, she roars. I don't know. Thinking isn't my forte. Leceptus Fatswort. All she knows is that her friend is hurting, and she has to do something. She whips out a tiny vial, and in a move that leaves everyone stunned, she kisses Lan, forcing the potion down her throat. Yao pulls back, sticking her tongue out in disgust. Ugh, so bitter. The goddess's bone decoction should work, right? Lan's eyes fly open in pure shock. The potion's effects hit her hard, and she starts panicking, screaming for Yao to help her. Yao holds her tight, trying to soothe her. Lan, hang in there just a bit longer. It's all right, it'll be over soon. Suddenly, backup arrives. A pink-haired boy spots them and says, they're on the move. As more mages approach with wands at the ready. Meanwhile, Mortimer is still floating in the sky, powering up his insane spell. Another figure aims a wand directly at our girls, and Mortimer clicks his tongue in annoyance. Your Excellency Valerie, someone shouts. The pink-haired boy gives the signal. Now, Valerie doesn't hesitate, gripping her wand and springing a magic trap right under Mortimer. It's a coordinated attack. The two of them channel their power into a dark orb. The boy, K, grabs the dark energy and merges it with a strange little cat doll. Their plan worked perfectly. Yao watches this unfold with a smirk, just as Lan groans. Coming to her senses, Lan sits up. Indeed, Yao? Yao asks her if she's okay. Lan weakly replies, I'm fine, but then she clutches her chest. Her face falls. My magic has disappeared, but just as Yao starts to panic, Lan gives her a sly, devilish grin. Now, it's up to you to protect me, Yao. Mortimer is seething. You keep ruining my plans. The two girls share a look. It's go time. He launches another attack, and Yao's eyes widen, but she just laughs it off. Hey, leave it to me, she says, effortlessly lifting Lan into her arms. I've never lost to Lan when it comes to athletic skills. And she's not kidding. Explosions erupt all around them, but Yao dodges every single blast while carrying Lan bridal style. She sprints across the field as the ground detonates behind her. Mortimer is getting seriously ticked off. Tisk, it's not over yet, he snarls. Gathering a terrifying amount of golden energy, he prepares a massive spell and leaps into the air to get a better angle. Lan, now recovered, gets serious. Lloyd and Caroline are in danger. We need to help, but Yao is already one step ahead, pulling out a whole arsenal from somewhere. Lan is flabbergasted. Where did you hide all that? Yao grins. My grandpa and I made various enhancements just in case, she explains, handing over protective charms and firearms. She tries to reason that they can just live normally with technology, but Lan looks horrified. Do we still have any reason to keep fighting? Yao asks. Lan snaps back to reality. He's lying, Yao. In this world, magic holds overwhelming power. She holds up enchanted bracelets, her voice grim. If the Academy monopolizes it, mages will become the special social elite. She cocks a pistol. Resources and knowledge will become exclusive to them. Yao's face pales as Lan delivers the final chilling blow, and those without magic will become mere laborers. Lan's eyes burn with fury. That damned headmaster. I got almost brainwashed by him. She brandishes a massive sniper rifle. We need to stop both him and Madeline. She reveals the headmaster is absorbing magic using the Demon Lord's artifacts, but they're too far away to stop him. Just then, a new ally appears, creating an ice shield. Don't worry, the blonde boy says, we can get to the root of the problem. He holds up the cursed doll. Lan immediately understands and takes aim with her pistol. Mortimer spots them from above. They're using the Mortimer family's weapons. So annoying. Valerie makes her move, launching a pink energy blast. It strikes the blonde boy Lloyd, who cries out in pain and drops the doll. Professor Madeline screams in terror as it falls, and the doll explodes in a massive blast. In a flash, Yao is there, shielding Madeline with her own body and a rifle. She sees the doll is still intact, and without a second thought, she grabs it with her teeth and flings it away from them. Madeline, now trapped in chains, can only watch in shock. She collapses to the ground. As Yao lands nearby, Mortimer sees his chance. Now's the chance. Blow up that doll. Lan takes aim, her face a mask of conflict. Yao clutches the doll, a voice echoing in her mind, pleading for help. She hesitates, torn. And in that single moment of weakness, Mortimer is there. Thank you for your kindness, Mortimer, he says, appearing right behind her. His smile is pure evil. He looms over her, his hand reaching for the prize. He snatches the doll. And Yao lets out a heart-wrenching scream. The magic circle flares to life. Wow, Lan cries out. Mortimer looks down, triumphant. Finally, things are back on track. He raises his wand, and a sun-like sphere of energy crackles into existence. The power is immense. He floats above them, doll in hand, the picture of a villain who has won. Yao can only look up in despair. But then a new voice calls her name. It's the headmaster, smiling down on the chaos. Are you ready to face the consequences of defying the headmaster? He asks calmly. As the world begins to rumble and fall apart, Lan is pulled into a dark void, reaching desperately for her friend. Yao, she screams, before everything goes black. Here is your GOAT YouTube manhwa recap. A dark memory flashes before her eyes. A desperate reach into the abyss. A chaotic explosion rocks the battlefield. Back in the present, our heroines Ida and Kay stand against the evil headmaster. The headmaster's golden protection shatters into a million pieces. Ayada looks on in horror, and Lan holds her friend, trying to keep her steady. The headmaster clicks his tongue in annoyance. You no longer have any defensive magic left, he sneers. He calls out to his minion, Jones, who prepares a devastating lightning spell. Our girls look up, seemingly helpless, but a voice cuts through the tension. Don't forget about us. And just like that, backup has arrived. A massive shield deflects the attack with a heavy thud. The spell bounces off harmlessly, revealing Lloyd and Caroline, looking absolutely savage and ready for a fight. They stand together, wands glowing with immense power. From the sidelines, another familiar face grins with manic glee. I certainly can't miss out on this great occasion, she cackles. She unleashes a furious slash of pink magic right at the headmaster. He dodges just in the nick of time, grunting as he narrowly avoids the hit. But he's not out of the woods yet. Suddenly, he's startled by a strange sound. A tiny, angry-looking bird swoops down from the sky. Where did this stupid bird come from? He shouts. Before he can react, magical chains erupt from the ground, wrapping around him tightly. The spell was cast by none other than Caroline and Lloyd. The headmaster is completely caught off guard. What? He snarls, bound and furious. The other redhead cheers them on. Perv, great job, keep it up. The headmaster seethes, his face a mask of rage. You little brats. He struggles against his bonds, pure fury in his eyes. The chains strain to hold him. With a roar, he unleashes a torrent of magic. Know your limits. Golden energy blasts across the sky, and the onlookers gasp in terror. But the little bird is on the move. It chirps as it dive bombs the headmaster's creepy little doll. It slams into the doll with a decisive blast. The headmaster can only watch in horror as he's thrown back, reaching desperately for his power source. And that's not all. The other girl launches a literal magic missile. It hones in on its target, and bam! A massive explosion engulfs the villain. The blast lights up the entire field. Right on target. Ida cheers, while Lan looks like she's seen a ghost. Caroline and Lloyd aren't done yet. They shout back, "You're the one who should know your limits." Their eyes glow with righteous power. They channel their magic together, weaving an intricate and powerful spell. The combined magic forms a blinding seal, surging forward in a brilliant beam of light. The spell strikes the doll, releasing the dark spirit trapped inside. A serene, ghostly figure emerges, the corruption fading away. The spirit floats down to the fallen girl from the vision, a sad piece on her face. Her form begins to dissipate into light. She gives one last gentle smile to a young Lloyd, her duty finally done. Our girls, Lan and Ida, watch the scene unfold. Lan holds Ida close, and Ida gives a small, relieved smile. Just like in the book, the male and female leads defeated the demon lord, restoring peace to the world. Other mages celebrate their hard-won victory, including another happy couple. Ada lies in the grass, finally able to rest. And what of our villain? He's completely chained up and absolutely fuming. It's all because of you, you pesky brats. He continues to rave. I could have had a more comfortable life without lifting a finger. The chains even gag him as he whines. Why did it turn out like this? Caroline and Lloyd are having none of it. You should shut up now, Lloyd says coolly. Prepare yourself for the trial by peers, headmaster. They look down on the pathetic villain. Justice finally served. Later, in a quiet moment, Ada looks at Lan with a soft, knowing smile. Lan, we've come to this point. Haven't you forgotten something? She asks slyly. Ida's smile is absolutely radiant. Lan blushes, but her eyes sparkle. Of course I haven't forgotten, she replies. They lean in close, the world fading away around them, their lips just about to meet. The scene shifts to Ada's courtyard. Sometime later, Ida calls out, "Come on, Kay, are you ready?" Kay sounds a little nervous. Are we really gonna try this? Ida is all confidence. Of course. Hold on tight, okay? Karen agrees, and with a shout of "Let's go," they push off. They go soaring into the air on a broomstick, screaming their heads off. The broom zooms across the sky. Two women watch from a balcony as a shooting star zips by. Have they left? The other confirms, looks like they won't be late today. And so the world returned to normal. The headmaster was dismissed, and Lan, having lost her magic, joined the science group. Now they're returning to the academy. We're here, Lan, Ida shouts over the wind. They need to make a gentle landing, but Ada is panicking. The off button seems to be broken. Lan looks absolutely terrified. Someone inside screams stoop, but it's too late. Our chaotic duo crashes right through the window. Boom, the grand entrance is completely shattered. They land in a messy heap on a very expensive-looking bed. We managed a rough landing. I swear, Grandpa, you're so unreliable. Ada groans. A terrifying, shadowy figure looms over them. You, too, a cold voice says. They freeze, looking up in terror. The woman snaps, "How many times do you plan to crash into my office before you're satisfied?" It's Professor Caroline, and she is not happy. Our girls can only bow their heads and apologize profusely. Caroline rants, "I told you, I'm not cut out to be the headmaster." But there's another surprise in store. The new headmaster is none other than Lloyd Edwards, and he is buried under a mountain of files. Caroline points a stern finger at the girls. In that case, your task for today is to help the headmaster with his work. Our heroines are shocked. Huh? But we're still students. They object in perfect chibi form. Objection. This is a dictatorship. Caroline snaps, her face framed by flames of fury. You don't have any magic, yet you want to learn magic. Are you planning to blow up the classroom? She has a point. Get to work. Now, she roars. The girls, along with the overwhelmed Lloyd, immediately get to work, looking utterly miserable. The three of them are absolutely swamped with paperwork, their faces showing the strain. Finally, hours later, a voice announces, "We're finally done." Lloyd's soul is literally leaving his body. Being the headmaster is tough. Ayanu laments. Lan tries to comfort him. "Professor? Lloyd, it's time to stop." Caroline clears her throat. "So, this is the last document for today," she says, holding up a paper. The girls look up, confused. Caroline reads aloud, "Miss K. Jones, Miss Ada Mortimer, you have completed all the credits required to graduate." They stare in shock. Lloyd smiles warmly. "Today, I bestow this certificate upon the two of you." He wishes them a bright future as Caroline cheers, "Ada, Kay, you did it." The girls are overwhelmed with gratitude. Outside, Ada clutches her certificate, overcome with emotion. "We've graduated just like that. I feel so emotional." Lan agrees it feels unreal, then asks a serious question. "Don't you feel any regret? With your previous abilities, you could have left a more remarkable legacy." They walk through the courtyard. Lan smiles softly. "And what would that do?" "To protect us from rumors and criticism," she explains. Caroline and Lloyd became the heroes who slayed the demon lord. A statue of the two heroes stands proudly in the academy grounds. It's exactly like it was written in the novel. Ada says. Lan adds, "I finally got what I wanted too." Ada smirks. "He yao yao, you're still shy even now? This is the cutest." Lan flushes bright red. Lan, stop teasing me. You know I can't resist you." In her fluster, she stumbles backward with a cry and bumps right into someone else. Ouch! The person cries out. It's a young boy with vibrant purple hair. "Sorry, I didn't watch where I was going. Are you hurt?" The boy's eyes go wide with recognition. "Ah, it's you," he exclaims, pointing a shaky finger. "It's the hero Ida Mortimer," he shouts for all to hear. Our two graduates just stand there, completely stunned by the sudden fame. Our story opens on a strange scene, with our girl Ida looking utterly baffled. "Hero? Me?" she asks, completely lost. A gaggle of kids suddenly surrounds her, their eyes sparkling with pure adoration. Karen caught her big sis and begged to see her magical tools and transformation, leaving Ada even more confused. One of the kids shoves a book in her face called Magical Girl Mortimer, gushing that it's the most popular story right now. Oh, he declares that she's a real hero of justice, who defeated an evil witch. Ida's face drains of all color, as she realizes her chaotic friends, Jessica and Daniel, actually published a fanfiction about her bind. The two culprits even appear as smug little chibis, promising her achievements will never be forgotten. Just as another kid asks for an autograph, Ada is suddenly yanked backwards. An arm wraps around her waist with a dramatic flare. A voice cries out, "Oh my bad." The hero is about to be captured by the evil witch. And who else could it be but Lan, sporting a devilish grin and a playful forked tongue. The crowd of kids erupts, screaming, ah. It's the witch. The hero needs support." Lan smirks, dragging the flustered Ida away from the chaos. She turns back to the audience, playing her part to perfection. "Evil witch, let go of the hero," she declares dramatically. Back to reality, Ada is clutching the book, absolutely mortified by her friend's secret project. Lan leans in, her voice a low, teasing whisper. "You're now a hero who has fallen into the hands of the witch, Ida Mortimer." Ada blushes furiously, as Lan gets impossibly closer. Playing along, Ada asks if the Great Witch plans to devour her completely. Lan's eyes gleam. "Not only that, I'll devour your very soul." The two are lost in their own little world, just inches apart. Lan chuckles softly. "Heh, you're so cute when you're jealous. No matter how many times I see it." Aya huffs, denying it completely, but Lan sees right through her. She reminds Ada she was even jealous when they were just talking about graduation plans with a senior. Ada snaps, pulling Lan into a fierce possessive hug. "No one in this world loves you more than I do," she declares with fiery passion. They walk on, hand in hand, the picture of happiness. Suddenly, Lan stops, looking at something with a nostalgic smile. "This place, huh? It's been a long time," she says, as Aida points out a beautiful gemstone brooch in a shop window, calling it their token of love. Ayaba then turns to Lan, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "This is my gift in return," she says, her smile absolutely radiant. She presents a small box revealing a stunning silver and blue brooch inside. "For me, it's a token of our love." Lan is speechless, remembering how Ida once bought her a brooch even when she had no money. So this time, Ayada says gently, pinning the new brooch to Lan's clothes, "I did my best, too." The moment it touches her, a massive surge of pink magic explodes from Lan. She gasps, feeling her power partially restored. "I can use magic," she says in disbelief. Aviada proudly explains that it's like a magical battery she and her grandpa made, though it needs to be recharged periodically. Lan is overcome with emotion. "Yao, you're always so good to me," she whispers. her heart full. She clutches the brooch, completely touched by the gesture. But Aida just grins. "This isn't the only gift I have for you," she says, playfully booping Lan's nose, leaving her girlfriend adorably confused. Elsewhere, a shirtless man named Jack jolts awake. "Did I fall asleep?" he wonders, then looks down to see a glowing red magic crystal embedded in his chest. "Yup, it's another magic power crystal," Ada's voice explains, as we cut back to a shocked Lan. Ida says it's the same tech as the brooch, and Jack needs to remember to recharge it. Lan rushes towards him, screaming his name in relief and joy. With a chirp, a tiny, glowing bird creature materializes. Lan did it. Ida explains that as long as she injects magic, their old friend Perv can be revived. With his revival, they decide he no longer needs his communication function. He's just a mascot now. The girls look absolutely savage. The tiny bird chirps angrily, calling Lan clingy as ever, but then nuzzles her cheek, making her giggle. The reunion gets weird when the bird tries to crawl into Lan's pajamas. She yelps as the little perv chirps happily from inside her nightgown. Suddenly, a hand snatches the misbehaving bird. "Alright, the pet's back in its nest," Lan says with a terrifyingly sweet smile that makes Ada flinch. Jack, now fully dressed, reassures them he'll take good care of the pervy little bird. Later that night, the girls are snuggled in bed. Ida is still processing things. "I really didn't expect Mr. Mortimer to hire Jack as your butler." Lan explains that with her mom on a world tour, her dad needed help at home. Ida fills her in on the family drama. Her mom is a famous star, and her dad is taking care of Grandpa. Lan then reveals the biggest surprise. Jack actually became her mom's assistant and went on tour with her. Ida is floored, realizing Jack is a huge fan of her mom. Lan adds that Daniel also went along, and despite his weird personality, he's surprisingly reliable. We see a quick shot of Daniel absolutely head over heels for Jessica, and it's just adorable. Lan sighs contentedly. Everyone is starting a new chapter in their life. Ayada leans over her, a playful glint in her eye. "Do you feel envious, Lan? Do you want to start a new chapter too?" Lan is intrigued by Ada's mysterious tone. Ida leans in, her voice a husky whisper. "I'll tell you if you give me a kiss." Lan melts completely. "And you say I'm the jealous one. You're always the one flirting with me." She gives in, pulling Ada into a deep, passionate kiss. They break apart, gazing lovingly at each other. "Sometimes I think, being in this world isn't so bad," Lan murmurs. Ayad agrees. "Anywhere is fine, as long as we're together." Ada then reveals her grand plan. She and her grandpa have been researching Lan's teleportation magic. Lan realizes she's thinking of using the stored energy from the crystals. Ida confirms it, but says it would be cruel to drain the newly recovered magical ecosystem. It might take decades to store enough power to return to their world. Lan's heart swoons. Spending decades together in this world, and then a lifetime together in the other. Sounds nice. They lovingly tease each other, knowing they're bound for life, in both worlds. But their sweet moment is shattered by a frantic shout. "Ida, wake up. Something's happening." Grandpa bursts into the room, freezing when he sees them in bed together. Ayame shrieks, "Grandpa, how can you just barge in like that?" He stammers an apology before yelling, "Something's happening. Come to the lab quickly," and rushing out, leaving the two girls blushing and bewildered. In the lab, they stare at a monitor displaying a massive unknown energy signature. Grandpa explains his instruments detected a huge wave of magical power, but the origin is unknown. Ayada stares intently at the screen, her mind racing. Antida is completely starstruck. They stand in awe of the magnificent tree, and Kay immediately senses something is off. "Is this tree the source of the magic fluctuations?" she asks. Ida turns to Kay. "Was it this magnificent the last time you guys visited?" Kay is completely shook. "Nope, there wasn't even a withered branch last time." Ida whips out her trusty analyzer. "Let's see," she says, and the device immediately gets a reading. The two huddle together, looking at the screen. The results are in. "It looks like the source of magic is coming from the grave inside the mountain," Ada reads. They know what they have to do. "Let's head down and take a look." They approach the base of the tree, its roots gnarled and ancient, looking like something out of a fairy tale. Kay stops dead in her tracks. "It didn't look like this the last time I was here," she says, a hint of suspicion in her voice. Suddenly, a gentle, ethereal voice echoes around them. "There you are. We've been waiting for you. Let's have a cup of tea," the voice continues, as Kay instinctively pulls Ida into a protective embrace. But another icier voice cuts in. A protective one. "Do you think we're going to eat Kay Jones or something?" The voice continues. "Are you, Her Highness Puria, and Her Highness Valerie?" And just like that, two stunning women appear before them. The blonde one smiles warmly. "Good to see you again, Ada. Nice to meet you, Kay." Next thing they know, they're sitting at an elegant table in a magical garden. The blonde goddess, Puria, giggles. "You sure are living well, my reincarnation," she says, while Valerie just smirks. Puria explains. "This is just an illusion, but I've simulated the aroma of tea. How is it?" Ida takes a sip, and her eyes light up. "It's delicious. I can't believe it's a simulation." But Kay is more observant, staring at the flower floating in her cup. Valerie notices her gaze. "So you've noticed, little girl," she says with a knowing look. "It's the flower from this tree," Valerie explains. "Legend says that if you make a promise under this tree, you'll be together forever." Puria beams. This is the legend that people gave to this tree species. So we chose this tree. She looks directly at Ida, her eyes filled with gratitude. Ida, you fulfilled your promise to me, Valerie adds. This tree's presence is our gift in return from Puria and me. She smirks. I prefer to call it the goddess's last kindness to humanity. Now take it with gratitude. We're done after this. Puria reveals the tree's incredible origin. Madeline and the demon lord's souls transformed into this tree. Green energy swirls from her hands as she explains. So it has enough magic to traverse time and space. The goddesses created this as a final gift, a power that will protect the balance of magic in this world. They watch as the goddesses' spirits bless the tree, bestowing their gift upon humanity. As for how humans will use this gift, Puria muses. Valerie finishes her thought with a chillingly neutral tone. Whether they'll use it as a weapon or a new hope, that's up to them to decide. Kay cuts in, her voice laced with concern. Then, what about Madeline and the demon lord? Have they completely disappeared? The goddesses appear in their true radiant forms. They came from our memories and have now merged back with us. Valerie clarifies. Puria extends her hands, a small sapling of light forming between them. I called you here today to give you this gift in return. Ida's face falls as the truth sinks in. Now that you've finished the tea, it's time to say goodbye. I guess we won't meet again in the future, right? The goddesses begin to fade, their forms becoming transparent as they float away. Farewell. May your journey be safe, they say in unison. Valerie turns to her partner. Do you feel lonely? She asks softly. Puria absolutely loses it, flailing dramatically. How could I be? I've been waiting for so many years. Just having you with me is enough, she cries, tackling Valerie in a hug. The two begin to playfully wrestle in the grass. Time for revenge. Hiya. Puria leans in close, her expression softening. Instead of feeling lonely, I might have a bit of regret. Valerie's expression turns somber. My bones will soon turn into magical power and disappear, and the legend will soon fade. She continues, after hundreds of years, people may no longer remember the legends of Puria, the goddess of light, and Valerie, the goddess of darkness, but perhaps they won't forget. I heard that little girl say we actually exist in a world within a book and its story. The two goddesses hold each other one last time. As long as the book and the story in it exist, our story will be remembered by someone, right? The vision fades into the image of a closing book. Really? That's wonderful. Good night, Puria. Back in the lab, Grandpa is freaking out over the data. What incredible data. This is the first time I've seen such massive magic reserves. If we have this, traveling through time or to another world wouldn't be a dream anymore. Awada and Kay exchange a look of pure, unadulterated hope. This is it. In that case, we can actually go home. Grandpa snaps them out of it. Hurry, get moving. I'll handle transporting the magic. You two draw the teleportation circle. But there's a problem. Ida is at a desk, struggling with a quill and paper, letting out a frustrated sigh. Ah, I failed again, she groans, looking at another botched attempt. Kay enters the room, arms full of scrolls. You're still as clueless about magic as ever, she teases. Ada sinks in her chair. I've never succeeded even once, so please let me do it, at least once. Karen, Lope smirks. In that case, I have no choice but to help you out, she says, suddenly appearing behind Ida. Ada flinches as Kay leans in close, their faces just inches apart. Here, I'll guide your hand. Kay gently takes Ida's hand, her own wrapped around it as she guides the pen across the paper. With expert precision, she helps Ida draw the incredibly complex magic circle. Ada is blushing furiously, completely flustered. Your hand is so steady and fast. Of course, just look at how long I've practiced, Kay says with a proud smile. So do you like it? Kay asks softly. Ida is practically glowing. I like it, she exclaims, admiring their work. My very first magic circle is drawn so beautifully. But then Kay's tone shifts, becoming serious. Once the device is complete, we'll go back. Are you prepared for that? Ida looks up, confused. What do you mean? Kay explains. We'll leave this world, and if all goes well, we'll return to our original world and continue our old lives. A vision of their past selves, happy and carefree in school uniforms, flashes before their eyes. But the versions of us in this world will probably disappear, right? Kay continues, her gaze distant. She thinks of Jack, who now has a life of his own. He has a place to stay without me. I have no more attachments. She turns her piercing gaze on Ada. But, what about you? Ida hesitates, her eyes wide with uncertainty. Let me think about it a bit more. A sudden interrupts the heavy atmosphere. It's Jack, carrying a tray of food. You've been holed up in here for 5 hours. It's time to eat something. Grandpa appears behind him. Well, he's busy with something else, he grumbles. Jack just sighs. I'm almost done here. Let the girls eat first. He places the tray on the desk. Then, I'll leave it here, he says, before turning and walking out of the room. Ida follows him out onto a moonlit balcony. He leans against the railing, asking, My dear daughter, is the research going well? It is, so I'm here to keep you company, she replies, asking about his progress. She tells him Grandpa thinks they'll be ready in about a week. Internally, her heart aches. I'm sorry I have to go, she thinks, but I won't forget. She thanks him for sending her to the Magic Academy, for planning everything for her future. Jack just mumbles, huh? Oh. Well, That's great. He looks utterly bewildered, a question mark practically floating over his head. You're not upset about that. He suddenly gets very serious. Since you brought it up, then I'll ask you something. Please answer truthfully. Ada, looking like a nervous chibi, agrees. Sure. And then, the waterworks begin. Jack bursts into tears. Tell me the truth. Have you chosen the Jones family's daughter? Ida is speechless as he grabs her hands, sobbing. Does this mean I won't have the chance to walk my daughter down the aisle during the ceremony? Oh no, he thinks she's getting married and leaving him. I've been looking forward to it little. Aha, I've imagined how I'd give your fiancé a beating first. He collapses to the ground, a blubbering mess, recounting his entire fantasy wedding plan for her. Then, after seeing you in a wedding dress, I'd hold your hand and finally entrust you to that scoundrel. Lastly, I'd bawl in your mom's arms. But I didn't expect that. Damn, it's gone? It's all gone. Ada is just frozen, a single thought running through her mind. Does that mean I'm getting married? An image of her and Kay, both in beautiful wedding gowns, flashes in her head. A slow, mischievous smile spreads across her face. Father, your hopes might not be dashed just yet, she says sweetly. Jack looks up, his face still streaked with tears. Ida leans in, a playful glint in her eyes. It'll take at least another week to finish tuning the machine, so in the meantime, your wish. Oh, this little nugget is totally going to get her fantasy wedding before they leave. Savage. Here we go. Our girl is practicing the most important question of her life. Will you spend the rest of your life with me? She imagines saying, presenting a gorgeous ring. Lan, she cries out. But in reality, it's a total train wreck. She's just practicing in her room, and the awkward is real. She slumps in defeat. I knew it, this won't work. Confessing is so silly, she groans. Her eyes are wide with frustration. She thinks back on all her other creative proposals, like that time with the cake that just made Lan puff out her cheeks in annoyance, or the time she tried burying treasure for Lan to find. And don't even get her started on the chaotic attempt to fly with a banner. Our poor heroine collapses in a puddle of despair. I've thought of all kinds of creative proposals, but none of them will work, she wails, clutching her head. These kinds of proposals are practically breakup catalysts. She tries to sneak away from her own mess, but her determination flares up. I must give Lan the perfect wedding. Meanwhile, Lan is rushing through the halls with a massive stack of documents. The little bird spirit chirps, asking why she's in such a hurry. Lan zooms past, a woman on a mission. She wonders if Ada is looking for her in the bedroom. But as she approaches the door, she hears a muffled voice. No, please be with me. She wonders who on earth Yao is talking to. She presses her ear against the door and hears it loud and clear. Please marry me, Lan. The door bursts open, and a completely flustered Lan stumbles in. What's going on? She stammers, face blazing red. What did you just say, Yao? Marry me? Yao is a panicked mess, babbling. That's not how I should say it. Maybe I should say, please become my bride? She finally sees Lan standing there. I'm a bride too, she blurts out, digging her own grave, but Lan's heart just melts. She realizes Yao has been seriously, deeply thinking about their future together. Her mind flashes back to all their precious memories. She's so touched. You're usually so laid back, she begins, yet when it comes to planning our future. But in her emotional state, she doesn't see where she's going. The bird spirits freak out as she trips. She's going down, and she face plants spectacularly on the floor. Yao just stares, speechless, at the beautiful disaster on her carpet. Lan is mortified. And no, this was an accident. She stammers, blaming the poor bird spirits for her clumsiness. Seeing her love on the floor, Yao drops to her knees, utterly defeated. I failed after all, she says, her voice full of despair. I wanted to give you the perfect proposal, she whispers, clutching the ring box. But then a gentle hand touches her hair. Yao looks up, completely bewildered. Lan takes her hand, her eyes soft and full of love. For me, this is already, she starts. I'll marry you, Yao. She holds out her hand, a sweet smile on her face. Aren't you going to put the ring on me? Yao's brain completely short-circuits. Steam is practically pouring from her ears. Oh, okay, she stammers. With trembling hands, she takes out the ring. She gently slides it onto Lan's finger. It's a perfect fit. In this moment, she sends a silent prayer to the universe. Thank you for your blessings, she thinks. Finally, they pull each other into a tight, joyous embrace. This is my dream. And now it's finally come true. The next morning, sunlight streams into a gorgeous room. Lan stirs from a deep sleep. Is it morning already? She opens her eyes, still hazy and warm, and the first thing she sees is Yao, holding her close. Her eyes snap open. It all comes rushing back. She looks down at her new wife, sleeping so peacefully. Yao, right, yesterday Yao and I, Yaport. She remembers the beautiful wedding surrounded by roses, and all their friends crying tears of joy. She remembers them flying away, free and in love. After the ceremony, we said goodbye and came here. She finishes her thought. She holds Yao's hand, a wave of pure bliss washing over her. This isn't a dream, it's real. Yao hums sleepily in response. She peeks an eye open, a mischievous glint in her gaze. Lan stole a kiss from me, and I caught her in the act, she teases. Yao leans in closer. What, you don't want me to kiss you? Lan turns into a pouting, blushing mess. Lan is pouting. I couldn't be happier. Later, they're standing on a beautiful sun-drenched beach. Yao Lan calls out, looking absolutely radiant. Is it about time? Yao stands beside her holding a glowing blue orb. Of course, she says. On the evening of the second day of our wedding, we'll teleport home straight from our honeymoon. Lan laughs. Everyone cried enough at our wedding. After all, there's no need to make them cry even more. She looks at their interlocked hands. Lan, are you scared? What do you mean? Yao asks. Well, the teleportation might fail, right? But Yao's expression is completely serene. True, but there's nothing to be afraid of anymore. She smiles, a picture of pure confidence. After all, my wish has already come true. Then she gets a greedy look in her eye. But I want to try this again after we return to our world. Lan is stunned. You're so greedy, Lan? Yao gets a devilish grin. He'd time to punish the greedy Lan. And splash, she sends a huge wave right at her. Haha, you lost, Lan. You're completely soaked. A dripping wet, Lan just sputters. Yao, take this, she shouts, tackling her right back into the water. They collapse into the surf, laughing and soaked. Hey, let's just call it a draw this time, Yao concedes. Lan looks out at the ocean. It's almost time, Lan. Yao nods, her voice soft but sure. Yeah, and don't worry, as long as we're together, everything will be fine. The teleportation orb cracks and a massive golden magic circle erupts from the sand, ready to take them home. The door bursts open, and our girl Yao comes barreling in, shouting for her love. Lan, I'm back, I missed you so much, she cries, arms wide open for a hug. But Lan, ever the cool cucumber, just deadpans. It's only been 10 hours. Yao doesn't care, pulling Lan into a fierce hug. She gushes that her new toy design was a massive hit. We're all getting a huge bonus. Let's go get that dessert you wanted. She cheers. Lan smiles, agreeing that it's perfect timing since her manuscript is almost done. Yao teases her, calling her a great writer. But Lan gets shy, admitting she's just a newbie who still needs Yao's support. She looks up with the sweetest smile, ready to do her part. I'll work hard and earn more for our little family, she promises. And the two share an adorable moment. They get cozy on the couch, and the mood turns nostalgic. Yao giggles. This reminds me of when we first transmigrated. You were so awkward back then. Lan flushes, remembering how she stubbornly refused any help from Yao. Her mind flashes back to that other world, a place of magic and destiny where they walked hand in hand. It's been almost a year since they returned, but luckily, time in the real world had frozen for them. Suddenly, Yao tackles Lan onto the couch with a joyous shout. It feels like I've gained so many years of life. It was totally worth it. Lan just sighs. Hey drunkard, you're one drink in and already getting clingy. But she can't hide her smile as they embrace. Yao's voice softens. A year, huh? She whispers. Lan, you've spent a year recording our story. Thank you. She knows their tale strayed far from the original book's plot, and how their friends in that world deserved their own happy ending. Then a mischievous glint enters Yao's eyes. Did you also write about our confession, our date, and our marriage? She purrs. She giggles, recalling a surprise kiss that made Lan's face turn impossibly red. Lan practically explodes, shouting, who would ever write that? As she remembers the moment vividly. Yao leans in, a sly grin on her face. Besides, that kiss doesn't count. The real first kiss, I initiated that one too. She pounces, a playful predator. You lost the bet, Lan. What kind of punishment should you get? With a devilish look, she whispers, you're wide open, and launches a merciless tickle attack. Lan dissolves into helpless laughter, begging her to stop. Back in the Magic Academy, I was always behind you. Yao gloats, pinning her down. I didn't even have magic, but I could still beat you. She leans in close, her expression turning serious for a moment. Do you know, Lan? My inspiration for that hit toy, it came from some research I did with Grandpa. She was just about to say more when click, the lights go out. Complete darkness. Eh? They both yelp, startled. Lan freezes, then admits with a tiny voice, no, I forgot to pay the electricity bill. They sit in the sudden silent darkness, and then they just burst out laughing at the absurdity of it all. From fighting demon lords to forgetting basic adult responsibilities, their adventure continues, just in a different way. Back in the real world, Yao realizes her phone is dead too. You've got to be kidding me. Their return to normal life is or her when in progress. The next day, Yao is at work when she's confronted with a bizarre new challenge. Two tiny little girls. Her director cheerfully explains they're a client's daughters and she'll be taking care of them for a few days. Wait. Director, I have no experience with children. Yao panics. Her boss just points out that the girls look like mini versions of two people she knows very well. The little blonde one wobbles, about to fall. Yao instinctively kneels down to help her. The little girl beams, thanking her and gushing about how much she loves Yao's toys. Yao's heart melts. So cute. She's just as gentle as the goddess of light. But her peaceful moment is shattered when the other little girl starts wailing for her mommy. Yao sighs. Well, this one is the same as her counterpart too. She kneels down, accepting her fate as a temporary babysitter. But the moment her back is turned, a toy dinosaur chomps down on her head. Ouch. Madeline, you rascal. Later, Yao brings her two little charges home. Lan is understandably stunned to see them. They? She stammers. Yao just shrugs. That was exactly my reaction. She tries to play it cool, welcoming the girls inside. The little redhead, Maddie, quietly follows them in. A little while later, Yao is looking for the tiny troublemaker. Lan finds her sitting on the floor, completely absorbed in a picture book. Lan kneels beside her. Maddie? The little girl looks up with huge innocent eyes and asks, where's heaven? The book is open to a heart-wrenching page where the heroes sacrifice themselves. Maddie asks, do people go there after they die? Can the big bad demon lord go there too? Lan's heart aches. She gently strokes the girl's hair. Of course, she says softly. After all, the mages didn't resent the demon lord. So she isn't really a bad demon lord, is she? Maddie leans against her, hugging the book. Maddie likes this story, she whispers. And Maddie likes the person who wrote it too. Lan's heart swoons. Really? That's great. Just then, Yao leans against the doorframe, a smirk on her face. No wonder you're taking so long. Turns out you're playing around, Lan. Lan flushes, scolding her not to say weird things in front of the kids, but Yao is on a roll. She winks at Maddie. I think this little mischievous girl is pretty clever, actually. She leans in, whispering conspiratorially, no use, little brat. Your big sis Lan is already taken. You're too late. Maddie's response is swift and savage. She reaches up and yanks Yao's cheek with all her might. It itches. Yao yelps in pain. The kitchen descends into chaos. You rascal. I'll show you who's boss, Yao shouts. As Lan tries to break up a fight between her girlfriend and a 4-year-old, Maddie just makes a run for it, leaving an enraged Yao in her dust. A new face appears on the scene. A tiny girl with the most stunning blue hair introduces herself as Valley, and she's here to study with Lan. But our girl Yao absolutely loses it, pointing a trembling finger. Lan, isn't this that child? The other kids start whispering. Could it be an illegitimate daughter? Yao goes into full chaotic meltdown mode, whacking Lan as the little ones back away in fear. But Lan quickly explains she met the nugget at a book signing and is just watching her for the holidays. As Valley stares on with wide, innocent eyes, the little blonde troublemaker Yaya starts making faces at Yao. Lan has to tell her to quit messing around before this devolves further. Suddenly, Yaya turns her attention to the new girl. She asks Valley if they've met before, then with a dazzling, sparkling smile, she holds out her hand and asks to be friends. Valley looks absolutely delighted, nodding firmly with a cute little min. Yaya is just too adorable for words. As the two new besties hold hands, Yao gets all emotional, whispering to Lan that it's a beautiful scene she never thought she'd witness. But their sweet moment is shattered when they see little Maddie, the redhead, consumed by a dark cloud of gloom. Our sweet Valley immediately notices and turns to the pouting Maddie, asking if she wants to play with them. She even holds out her hand, a sparkling invitation to join the fun. Maddie is clearly in turmoil, hiding behind a wall as Lan gently encourages her to take the first step. The tiny girl takes a hesitant step forward, and then pounces, clinging to Lan's leg for dear life. Maddie declares with a fierce look that she already has a friend. Maddie has a fwen. A quish, Lan. Oh dear, this is getting complicated. Yao snaps, her possessive side roaring to life. Huh? You wish, she screams, trying to pry the child off her girlfriend. A chaotic tug of war begins, with Yao literally wrestling a toddler for Lan's affection. While the drama unfolds, Yaya is completely unbothered, telling Valley about a new picture book. She easily leads her new friend away from the chaos. Poor little Maddie has lost the fight. She sulks in the corner, utterly defeated, while Yao hugs a bemused Lan in triumph, shouting, Lan is mine. Maddie watches them, heartbroken, feeling like she can't do anything about it. As Yaya and Valley head off to read, Maddie feels completely and utterly abandoned. She drops her crayon, and it rolls just out of her reach. But just as tears start to well up, a small hand reaches down and picks it up for her. It's Valley. She tells Maddie they need to color the picture book and asks her to play together. She sits down, offering the crayon with the sweetest face. Maddie, big sis is lonely. Valley says softly, won't you play with me? That does it. Maddie sniffles and finally agrees. Later, when Yao comes to check on them with fruit, she finds the most heart-melting sight. All 3 little girls are peacefully napping, piled on top of Valley. Even Lan is shocked they're getting along so well. Yao takes the opportunity to sneak a kiss on Lan's cheek. Since you've been abandoned by the kids, she whispers, I have no choice but to take care of you. Later that night, Yao drags herself home from work, completely exhausted. She barely gets her shoes off when Lan greets her, saying dinner is ready. But Yao doesn't want food. She wants Lan. She tackles her in a hug, whining that she needs to recharge her energy. She buries her face in Lan's neck, asking if Lan thought about her. Lan, ever the tease, says no, she was busy. Yao pouts, calling her heartless, but then Lan melts her with a smile. She admits that thinking of Yao working hard makes it feel like they're never apart. Yao absolutely swoons, her heart turning to goo. She launches herself at Lan, screaming, Lan, I like you the most. Lan just chuckles at her childish antics, but Yao gets a wicked glint in her eye. Since you're an adult, Lan, shouldn't we do some adult things? Lan sighs, feigning exasperation, before pulling her in for a searing kiss. But their spicy moment is interrupted by 3 pairs of tiny, watchful eyes. Lan completely freaks out. Time out. Why are you all here? Valley explains they were waiting for Yao to come home, though Maddie furiously denies it. The 2 adults are frozen, beet red with guilt. Before Yao can process the mortification, Valley runs over and gives her a big hug. Valley wants to recharge energy too, she says with devastating cuteness. Yao short circuits. It's a misunderstanding, but the guilt is real. She's just so cute. An angel. Then Yaya wants to recharge too. And Lan can only marvel at how fast they learn. Maddie huffs, puffing out her chest. She announces she learned something even cooler, and wants that. Oh no, she's pointing at Yao's lips. Yao panics, but Lan steps in like the amazing mom figure she is. She gently explains that you can't just kiss people on the lips. A kiss on the forehead or cheek is okay. But Yaya is a sharp one. But big sis Yao kissed you. The kids stare expectantly. Lan smiles softly, explaining that kind of kiss is reserved for the one and only most important person in the world. For her that's Yao, and for Yao that's her. She tells the little ones to be patient and wait for their own special person. The kids seem to understand. Valley, being the absolute genius she is, gives Yaya a sweet kiss on the cheek. And then Maddie. These aren't kisses from your special person, she explains wisely. Let's use them as a stand-in for now, okay? The other two nod, their little crisis averted. Valley announces it's bedtime and leads them away. Yao and Lan are left speechless. She's so mature for her age. Is this the power of a 6-year-old? Yao wonders aloud. Then she gets that glint in her eye again. A kiss only for someone most important, huh? She leans in close to Lan. Since I've taken something so important from you, I'd better take responsibility. Lan just smiles lovingly. Heh. Right back at you, Yao. Here we go. Our girls are taking the kids on a wholesome trip to the zoo. Yao is just swooning over how cute the kids are while they feed the little critters. The little hamster finishes its snack, but it clearly wants more, looking up with the most adorable pleading eyes. Seeing this, our little nugget, Yaya turns to her big sis, putting on her own maximum power puppy dog face. More, vegetables, and bam, Yao is hit with a critical cuteness attack. She whips out her wallet, ready to buy out the entire zoo's vegetable supply for these adorable babies. The zoo was the right choice, she cheers, feeling like the best guardian ever. But on the other side of the enclosure, her friends are having a slightly different experience. Yao, help me, one of them whispers in terror. Our blue-haired beauty, Lan, reaches out a hand to a tiny hamster, and the poor thing recoils in absolute fear. The girls watch in horror as all the little animals scatter and run for their lives. They collapse in utter defeat, a dark cloud of gloom hanging over them. Yao tries to rationalize it. It must be because you don't have any food, she says, demonstrating by luring a tiny mouse with a seed. See? What a good mouse. So obedient, she coos as it eats from her hand. Here, Lan, you hold it. Yao says cheerfully, trying to pass the little fluff ball over. But the second it gets near Lan, the hamster's eyes go wide with pure panic. It makes a desperate leap for freedom, leaving the girls completely stunned. Lan tries again, offering some seeds. Nice mouse, she says softly, but the mouse just lets out a terrified squeak and bolts. It's official. The animals hate them. Yao can only watch in shock as her friends spiral. They're convinced they have some kind of anti-animal curse. Lan slumps over in despair, and Valley starts getting emotional right alongside her. Their friend tries to comfort them, suggesting they go feed the giraffes and elephants instead, and the girls look up with a tiny glimmer of hope. Really? Suddenly, Yaya calls out from a nearby mirror. Big sis Yao, look! Yao turns and is shocked to see Lan is there too, looking on with pure envy. The kids are sharing a bucket of cherry tomatoes, and Yaya wants one but her hands are dirty. So Lan, like the sweetest big sister, pops a tomato right into her mouth for her. It's yummy. Valley's gloom seems to be cured, but Yao notices Lan still looks a little down. She leans in close. As for our beloved teacher Lan, do you need me to cure you too? She teases. Lan blushes furiously. I'm not a kid anymore. I don't need. Yao just gives a little pout. Oh? What a shame, she says, her eyes sparkling. I really want to eat the little tomatoes too. You don't want to feed me, Lan. And just like that, Lan's resolve crumbles. It can't be helped, she mumbles, picking up a tomato. She feeds it to Yao, who then playfully licks the tomato juice from her finger. How is it? Are you satisfied now? But the fun day had a price. Later, Yao looks at a thermometer. She finds Lan completely knocked out in bed. She gently wakes her, telling her not to worry about work and just rest. Lan sits up, looking flushed and weak as Yao hands her some medicine. I left a cup of water on the nightstand for you, Yao says gently. Suddenly, the door bursts open, and Maddie is wailing at the top of her lungs. Wah, is big sis Lan going to die? Yao quickly shoos them back. Hey, you kids shouldn't get too close. Lan, ever the worrier, immediately fumbles for a mask. Regan Sunsling worry dak. Yao reassures the little ones that it's just a cold. Don't worry, Lan says softly. I'll feel better after some medicine and sleep. She promises to play with them again once she's all better. And the kids look on with sad little faces as Yao prepares to take them home. I'm heading out now, Yao says. Call me if you need anything. Lan gives a small wave goodbye. As the medicine kicks in, Lan starts to feel drowsy. Her body feels light, and she thinks about how quiet the house is. When was the last time it was this quiet? After their first visit, the 3 little kids basically moved in, filling the house with chaos and laughter. She remembers Yao coming home and sweeping her into a passionate hug. As the kids peek through their fingers, a blush creeps onto her face. She's not used to the silence anymore. She starts to worry. Is Yao's work going well? Is she getting along with her coworkers? Did she have lunch? And the biggest question of all, does she miss me? She curls up, admitting to herself that even after just a short while, she already misses her so much. Yao, come back soon, she whispers. Just then, a familiar voice says, I'm back. Lan's eyes snap open. Yao is standing right there, smiling down at her. She's in shock. Didn't you go to work? What are you talking about? Yao says softly. How could I leave you alone at home when you're this sick? I took the day off. She leans closer, a teasing glint in her eye. I'm glad I came back. I got to see such a beautiful scene. Lan turns beet red. That's because of the fever, she insists. Don't be shy, Yao coos, pulling her into an embrace. Patients have the privilege to act spoiled. Just like Yaya and the others, Lan tries to protest. I'm not a child, but her voice is weak as she melts into the hug. You're not a child, Yao agrees, her voice dropping to a husky whisper. She leans in, their lips inches apart. So here's a special nursing service from me. It's a patient's privilege. Lan's brain completely short-circuits, so I won't get any more kisses once I'm not sick, she blurts out. Yao grins, completely delighted. Of course you'll get them, 365 days all year round at any time. Shut it, Lan cries, covering her face. Geez, I'm not even sleepy anymore with you causing all this ruckus. She asks if the kids have gone home. Yao nods, saying all three were teary-eyed when she dropped them off. She gently tucks Lan back into bed. They told me to make wishes for big sis Lan to get better soon. Well then, Yao says with a mischievous smile, time to use my healing magic after a long time. She places her hands over Lan, who looks up at her utterly confused. What do you think? This is a super effective sleep spell, Yao declares proudly. Now you just sleep well, and your cold will be gone in a blink. Lan thinks it's complete nonsense. You're clearly a newbie at magic. But as Yao holds her close, a warmth spreads through her. But this magic works like a charm on me. She closes her eyes, a peaceful smile on her face. Maybe you're a mage just for me, Yaoen. Our girl Yao bursts through the door, announcing their arrival. The three little nuggets inside absolutely lose their minds, swarming the entrance with a massive, wow. Big sis Lan is immediately surrounded by the adorable chaos. She gives them a gentle smile, reassuring them, sorry for making you worry, I'm fine now. But the little ones aren't interested in apologies. Yaya pipes up that she missed them so much and wants to play. Lan immediately caves, asking what they want to play. Yao suggests drawing, but Maddie, the fiery redhead, shuts that down fast. Big sis Yao can't draw well, she says with savage honesty. Yao snaps back that it's none of her business, while Valley chimes in that they're sick of picture books. Then a light bulb goes off over Valley's head. I know, let's play hide and seek. The other tiny heads pop up in agreement. Never one to be outdone, Yao strikes a pose. Then let me, the great Yao, play the great hero. She throws on a makeshift mask, looking absolutely ridiculous and adorable. Maddie immediately protests this tyranny, so Lan, ever the diplomat, suggests they decide with rock, paper, scissors. All five of them throw their hands in for the showdown, and the winner is Little Valley, who looks absolutely thrilled with her victory. The others don't waste a second. They have to hide before the hero can catch them. Maddie and Yaya immediately scamper off into the house. Valley begins her countdown, 10, 9, 8, as the camera pans through the empty rooms. 2, 1, ready or not, here she comes. Valley transforms into the hero of justice, complete with a flowing red cape and a determined expression. She announces that she's here to start catching the ghosts. She pauses for a moment, thinking hard about where to look first. Her eyes sparkle as she spots a curtain near the balcony. She sneaks up. The poor little nugget is completely startled. She really thought she had a good spot. Valley gives her a hero's purification smooch on the cheek. And just like that, Yaya is recruited to the forces of justice. Now a team, they wonder where the big sisters could be hiding, figuring they'll be easy to find. Yaya spots another curtain and points it out to Valley. They creep up to it, ready to strike. Together they rip the curtain open with a triumphant shout. But they've been bamboozled. They stand there completely stunned by the decoy. It was bait. We fell for it, Valley cries out, realizing they underestimated their opponents. They agree not to take Maddie lightly. Just then the clever little redhead peeks out from a nearby closet, smugly revealing she learned the trick from a picture book. Maddie is hiding high up in a storage space, feeling very proud of herself. All she has to do is stay quiet, but she's found in seconds. Caught you, Maddie. Yaya cheers. Maddie lets out a cry of pure frustration. How did you find me? She demands. Yaya points to the stool left on the floor. You forgot to move the stool away. A classic rookie mistake. Meanwhile, the two actual adults are discovered hiding in a giant cardboard box. Lan teases Yao, you're a working adult, and yet you're so competitive with kids. Yao just giggles, saying she knew this box would be useful. Just for today, she whispers, pulling Lan into a hug. We're playing pretend after all. She snuggles closer. So no need to be so serious, big sis Lan. Yao's voice softens as she admits she really missed playing with Lan. Her eyes are practically sparkling as she looks at her pellet. Lan is visibly moved. Alright, Yao's been lonely these last few days, right? She gently cups Yao's face, her expression turning intense. Big sis Lan will take responsibility and play with the cutest Yao. She leans in, her voice a low murmur. So, what does Yao actually want to play? I'll play with you till the end. Yao completely short-circuits, her face turning beet red. Wait, Lan, why are you so intense all of a sudden? Is this even you? Lan corners her against the side of the box. Little Yao, how am I supposed to know if you don't tell me what you want to play? Yao stammers, why you're too close. The kids are still looking for us. Suddenly the box tips over. With a startled, ah, they both come tumbling out onto the floor, right at the feet of the three little girls who have found them. Busted. The two older girls laugh it off. Oops, we got caught. Yao immediately points a finger at Lan, playfully blaming her for their capture. Later that night, the three kids are still wide awake, glued to a screen. Yao emerges from her shower, toweling her hair. It's already this late? She gently scolds them, telling them good kids should be in bed, but Maddie begs for just one more episode. Yao looks to Lan for help, only to find her completely engrossed in a novel, coughing sheepishly when she's caught. Time to bring out the big guns. Yao's eyes glint. Bad kids who stay up late might get eaten by the monster in the ceiling. Lan, picking up the cue, puts on a terrifying, demonic face. The little ones are instantly petrified. They tremble with fear. A monster! They cry, promising to go to bed immediately. Maddie whimpers that she doesn't want to be eaten. Lan's scary facade melts away, and she immediately apologizes for taking it too far. Yao just shakes her head, amused. A moment later, the three terrified kids are huddled together in bed, staring at the ceiling in horror. Yao tucks them in and says she's turning off the lights. But as she turns to leave, a tiny hand grabs her sleeve. It's Valley, her eyes wide and pleading. Big sis, can we sleep together tonight? Yao and Lan exchange a look, and their resolve crumbles with a soft sigh. Alright, let's all sleep together, Yao announces, unable to resist. The kids cheer as she mutters it's just for tonight. All five of them are snuggled into bed. Yao reassures the little ones. With us big sisters here, the blanket is the safest place to be. We've cast a spell and chased away the monsters. Maddie sighs happily, thinking how nice this is. Valley holds Lan's hand, thinking she wants to be just like them when she grows up. Always together. As the kids drift off, Yao watches them with a soft smile. Lan whispers, "Geez, you were being all touchy in front of the kids. And now you're embarrassed?" She teases. Yao gets reflective. It's amazing, isn't it? I only met Lan after going to school. She looks at the sleeping Valley. I never got to see a soft little Lan pulling at her heels some of my regrets. Lan agrees it's a wonderful fate, admitting, when I was young, I did look a lot like Valley. Yao smirks. So you've been a calm, quiet little adult since childhood, yet you're scared of ghosts? Lan immediately retorts, aren't you scared too? Yao confesses she's actually more like the stubborn and childish Maddie. Lan smiles. Yeah, I can't really picture it, but your childish side hasn't changed at all. Yao sputters. No way, I'm a mature adult now. But Lan takes her hand, her voice soft and sincere. But the childishness you show in front of me, I really like it. Yao is stunned into a blushing silence. Lan continues, sometimes it's nice to act spoiled and cute like them. They share a warm look. It's fun to do things adults wouldn't usually do, Lan says, and Yao agrees. Yao's eyes light up with a mischievous idea. It's a rare chance, so I'll imitate the kids too. She leans over one of the sleeping girls and plants a tiny peck on her cheek, then looks at Lan. This is a goodnight kiss for you, my beloved big sis Lan. Lan just looks flustered, sighing at her antics. Suddenly, Maddie mumbles in her sleep. The big sisters are so happy. She snuggles closer. Maddie wants us to be like them too. The two women freeze, caught completely off guard by the sleepy confession. Yao smiles, thinking these kids are something else. She whispers, we absolutely can't lose to them when it comes to being happy. They say their goodnights as Lan thinks, as long as we're together. And so, the five of them sleep soundly in one bed, a perfect picture of a happy family. She's trying to drag her friend Lan into the celebration, but Lan is no less than thrilled. Yao is so wasted she's still screaming for more booze as the owner tries to close up. So Lan does what any good friend would do. She heaves the chaotic nugget onto her back and starts the long trek home. With a long-suffering sigh, Lan carries her friend through the moonlit city. Yao, of course, is still protesting the entire way. She's a total lightweight, but her spirit is strong. You did great today, Lan says softly, explaining their colleagues called her for a pickup. She tries to get her attention, asking if she's okay, but it's no use. Our poor heroine is completely out cold. Looking at her sleeping friend, Lan can't help but smile. You've worked hard, so rest well now. But her rest is shattered by a mysterious voice, threatening to draw a mustache on her face if she doesn't wake up. Yo jolts awake with a terrified shriek. Stop! She looks around wildly, her eyes wide with shock and confusion. Two ethereal women, one blonde and one with striking blue hair, greet her with a casual good morning. Yao's brain completely short-circuits, and she starts stammering in disbelief. Did I drink so much that I died? She wails, thinking she's been dragged back to this strange world. The two goddesses just find her panic absolutely adorable. Well, unfortunately, the blue-haired woman smirks. You're still very much alive and kicking. They then thank her for taking care of them in her world, revealing a chibi version of her friend, Lan. The second-hand embarrassment hits Yao like a freight train. Is this woman her friend's soul? She collapses in shame, unable to face them. Finally, she snaps her head up. Who exactly are you three little kids? The blonde one explains their souls are connected. You were drunk, so your soul was unstable, she says, revealing that Yao's close bond with the kids accidentally linked them all. The blue-haired woman adds that she has ways to prevent her from coming back to this dream world. The blonde explains that as the children grow up, their souls will stabilize, and this magical connection will fade. They won't be able to meet like this anymore. They pull her into a heart-wrenching hug. Thank you, the blonde whispers, for taking such good care of us in every world. She tells Yao it's about time she sobers up. They hold her hands one last time. Then we'll end this story here, they say. Now you should go back and live your life well. Her body begins to dissolve into light. Yao reaches out, her eyes filling with tears as she fades away. Wait, she cries, calling out their names, but it's too late. She snaps her eyes open back on her couch, safe and sound. The three kids are sleeping peacefully on top of her. Lan is sitting right there, asking gently, "You're awake? Got a headache?" "I'm fine," Yao says, a dazed smile on her face. "I just had a weird dream." She begins to explain. "Yeah, in the dream, no matter which world it was, Lan, you and me, and also those with souls similar to ours, we were all connected. It felt a bit lonely," she admits, "but there was a bit of happiness to it too." Lan looks at her, a thoughtful expression on her face. She leans in close, planting a tender kiss on Yao's cheek. Because no matter the world, the time or their appearance, they made a promise to each other long ago. They would always be together.